Hello there, what's happening? What's crack-a-lacking? Welcome back. Random Show Settings, episode number 226. Random Show episode number 226. Random Show episode number 226. Random Show episode number 226. What's happening? What's crack-a-lacking, my friends? Hope you are well wherever this lovely live stream may find you. I hope you are doing swimmingly. How am I? All good, all things considered. I put some, what did I put on? I put some snail serum on earlier, so my face is a bit dried out. It's not shiny as I want it to be. I've got some oils there. I'm going to wait until it actually gets super dry, then I'm going to apply it. So if you're used to seeing me dripping wet as if I'm fucking a backup dancer in Tyler's fucking music video for water, don't be alarmed. My skin is just absorbing all that snail mucus, you get me? But soon, I promise you, I will be looking shiny. But big up everybody that's joining in. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for hanging out with me. The Agostinho Zinga Show. No, the Random Show, sorry. Episode number 226. Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Today's show, we're going to go over some things that I spoke about yesterday. Last night's show, I felt like was a bit low energy. I was a little bit tired. Came back from the gym. I was meandering. I wasn't really giving it my all. So I'm going to go over some other topics I spoke about, you know, in exhaustive detail. So those of you who have been here yesterday might get a bit annoyed about me treading old ground, but I apologize. I want to give it my all. I want to give it my best. And I want to make sure that every stream that I'm putting out is of the toppest quality that I can do. You know what I mean? It's not much, right? But it's honest work, as that meme goes. It's not much, but it's honest work. Talking about work, I'm off today. Yeah! Off today, so I can bang out a good, you know, long stream today before I head off to the gym. So that's fucking good. Be prepared for a nice, maybe a nice little 4-hour thing, and then I'll head off to the gym after 4. Yeah, nice little 3-hour thing. So strap in, get ready, enjoy, grab yourself a drink. I've got a tea in the background boiling, so I'm gonna have to jump up and actually pour that into my cup in a minute. But hopefully everyone's feeling good. Big up everybody. Appreciate all of you. But big up Austin Casey. I see you. Podcastables. I see you. Wingus McDingus. I see you. Who's that? Damaz 197. Big up you, Damaz. Big up Ease Anella. What's good? Everybody, welcome to the fucking stream. Thank you for joining me. It's a pleasure, never a chore. Let's a bloody go. First things first, we've got this news courtesy of the one and only Jeff Ross. Jeff Ross is saying, hey man, you should have known what happened behind the scenes with me and flipping Tom Brady, man. Shit was wild, man. So let's see what Jeff Ross has to say about his situation with Tom Brady during the flipping roast. Jeff Ross shares his take on Tom Brady confrontation during a live roast about the Robert Kraft massage joke. By the way, the Robert Kraft massage joke, if you've not watched the roast of Tom Brady on Netflix, it's very throwaway. He doesn't even get into that much detail. He does it, it's a kind of a throwaway line. It obviously stings, but Tom Brady gets up immediately. Like, he's on smoke. As soon as he hears an intimation, yo, big up.
Big up Oz. Big up the chat.
Yeah.
The weather
Wingers,
is paying in London today.
Yeah, is that
Just been cycling round
Yo,
Shepherd's Bush and town is full of baddies. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Bean cheese.
Yeah. Yo, bro. Wingus McDingus, I'm not gonna lie, you know? The fucking ball and chain isn't around at the moment, right? The kids are somewhere asleep, thank God, right? They're fucking in some sort of gas chamber, hopefully. But I was peering across the window. I don't really have much of a view where I am. But I saw, like, shapes, you know what I mean? You know what happens with shapes, you know what I mean? I saw summer dresses. I saw, like, light pants. I was like, rah, what's going on? Then I remembered, oh, shit, it's really hot outside. I was like, shit, all the baddies have come out to play. This is like the baddie season, you know what I mean? All the baddies with the shapes, you know, the mamas with the mummy milk. I saw some auntie with some huge mummy milk just swaying as I was walking back from the shops today. She gave me a little smile because, you know, I obviously looked because they were fucking right in front of me. And she kind of a little smile. I was like, rah, Ted, man, even the mummies are applying Vaseline to their fucking chest. Do you know what I mean? And getting those mummy milkers all shiny and shit. I was like, rah, boy, it's summertime. Yo, summertime in London, bro. It's fucking wild because we're all so miserable here. Everyone's so miserable. Everyone's so meh. I don't want to go to work. I don't want to be here. I would like to be in Benidorm or fucking Ibiza. And we have the reason to complain because fucking 9 months out of the year, 10 months out of the year, it's fucking cold and dreary. So when it gets hot, Yo, the ladies come out to play. When I mean ladies, I mean assets. When I mean assets, I mean everybody. Fellas with the fucking badunkadonks. You know what I mean? Ladies with the fucking snatches out, just throbbing in the air. Everybody's out here, man. I'm forced. So, you know, if you don't want to catch a case, you better fucking wear some glasses. That's what I'm doing all summer long. If you don't want to catch a case, if you don't want your wife leaving you, if you don't want your kids asking you, Daddy, why is mummy angry at you? Wear some fucking sunglasses when you go out. Wear some not for the sun, but to protect your gaze, so no one can see where your eyes are. You know what I mean? That's a little tip there for the man them. Little tip there for the man them. Yo, big up Wingus McDingus. Big up Wingus McDingus, my G. Anyway, continuing on. Jeff Ross shares his take about the Tom Brady confrontation. Jeff Ross says, Jeff is giving his take on the greatest roast of all time with Tom Brady. He says, so Tom became a Patriot and moved up to New England, and on the first day of training camp, that scrawny rookie famously walked into the owner, Robert Kraft's office, and said, I'm the best decision your organization's ever made. Would you like a massage? It's even funny when you read it back. That's how you know a joke is fucking funny. If I can read back a joke in my, you know, hurried, frantic, coke-addled, Adderall-drenched, ketamine-laced voice, and it can sound funny, then you know the joke is fucking funny. You know what I mean? Ross was referring to an incident in 2019 when Kraft was accused of soliciting prostitution at a massage parlor in Florida. Prosecutors ultimately dropped the misdemeanor charges against the Patriots owner after the cops blocked the use of a video from secret cameras installed by the police inside of parlors. Oh, really? A famous owner of a famous football team who also happens to be a fucking billionaire had his case dropped. Wow, who would have guessed it? Who would have guessed it? But big up Jeff Ross for making that joke. It was fucking hilarious. It was a bit of a throwaway line, but Tom Brady was on smoke. Tom Brady is like, he probably sees Robert Kraft as like his granddaddy or something. He was like, what? Wagwan, like, don't say his name again. Don't say his fucking name again. You know what I mean? And to be fair as well, Tom Brady's one of those type of dudes. People that are nice like him, like overly nice guys who are fairly quiet, when they snap, there's no stopping them. So he's the kind of guy where he looks like a bit of a, you know, he looks like a bit of a psycho. He's always got that weird, like, you know, stretched smile on his face. He looks a bit like, you know, he's locked in. He's kind of like that Tiger Woods vibe, right? Where the only thing he dreams about is fucking football. When that guy snaps, when he does snap, it's over. It's like Russell Wilson. People look at Russell Wilson like he's some sweet boy. Oh, he's soft, whatever. That kind of person, if you piss him off, UDED. UDID, it's RIP for you. So, gotta be watching on P's and Q's. But big up Jeff Ross anyway for doing it, because that's what you're meant to do at a roast. You're meant to say the thing that you're not meant to say. You're meant to make the room uncomfortable. You're meant to push the fucking line. It's all in jest. It's all in joke. After Ross made a joke, Brady got up from his seat to tell the roast master, never say that shit again. Never say that shit again. Never say that shit again. OPM. It sounds like Playboy Carti, innit? Following the roast, Ross now gives his perspective on the viral moment. He says, come on, no way, Ross told Rich Eisen. He was having fun. Oh, so I thought in my review that Brady was serious. Jokey, but serious. Ha ha ha, but don't say that again. Jeff Ross is saying, nah, he was definitely joking. I don't think so. He looked a little bit pissed, which is understandable. You know, they've got a close relationship. He's probably like a family member to him, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, he continued. Robert Kraft is like a father figure to him. He was showing his love for Robert Kraft, and Robert Kraft loved it. He had a great talk afterwards. He was so happy. I gave him a shout out and a salute. It was beautiful. Ross noted that Brady loves the roast and is a student of the roast, with a comedian approaching NFL staff for multiple years. I knew he was a roast fan. He was into it right away, and he made the deal, and then he unretired and held it back until he retired again. To be fair, that Tom Brady roast hopefully will open up the door for other people to do it, because, you know, he's the greatest of all time. And if he can laugh at himself and let people dunk on him for, you know, 3 hours plus, everybody else has no excuse. Hopefully. But it shows that he's got good sense of humor at least anyway. So big up Tom Brady. He was getting lit on stage as well. Continuing. What are you guys saying about it in a stream chat? What are you guys saying about it? What you guys saying about it? Big up Damaz. I get caught by my girlfriend every day. That's why you have to wear these glasses, my friend. Josie says, those NFL Bill. Big up Josie. What's going on, my dear? Hope you're well. Those NFL owners are wild. The Colts owner just found overdosed by the police. He says it wasn't an OD. What? Excuse me? What the fuck are you talking about, huh? What? NFL Colts owner OD. What the fuck is this story? Excusez-moi? ¿Cómo? ¿Qué? What am I looking at here? Colts owner was found blue and unresponsive. God damn! Colts owner Jim Irsay was found unresponsive and blue after suspected overdose in December. Before team announced he's being treated, they hit it straight away for severe respiratory issues. Fuck off, man. Respiratory what? He's got asthma. You don't get. I've got sports related asthma. Trust me. You don't OD because you have asthma. What the fuck are they talking about? Hold on. Let me pause this ad block 1 sec. I need to read this. Oh shit, let me go to the archive. I need to fucking read this story. Excuse me? Respiratory issues. What? What the fuck about that? Respiratory issues. Exactly. That's that Fenty Wap. That Fenty Wap is fucking crazy. 7:30. You need to go to fucking. You need deliverance. You need deliverance. That Fenty Wap is. Oh, that is horrendous. But I can see that being a thing. Let's see if this loads. Come on, man. Load for me because I need to see. Okay, if this doesn't work, let's do Wayback. What's Wayback Machine? This is getting on my nerves. But I need to read that article. I need to see what I go on because that doesn't seem believable. That does not seem believable in the slightest. Let's see what they're saying. Yo, big up, big up, big up.
Long time lurker, never comment nor catch you live always VODs. Thanks for the quality banter, opinions and entertainment. The downfall of TVOD from the old days has been a wild ride. Happy you're an OG and can remember when it was.
Yo, big sorry, the thing cut. I need to extend the length of the time. Sorry, my friend. Big up down under lurker. Let me read it. Let me read it here for you. Bear with me 1 second. Let me read it here. I'm gonna fucking change this. I'm gonna read it. Big up downtown lurker. I appreciate you, my friend, for the nice and kind message. Let me reread your comment here. Bear with me 1 second. I'm doing 3 things at once. Phone, boiling water, screen, phone, boiling water, screen, phone, boiling water. Now I know how mothers feel, you know? Now I've got an idea on how like mums feel and stuff. I've got to do so many things at the same time. Oh my God, I'm so stressed. Cool. Let me see what my man said. Big up down under lurker. Long time lurker, never commented, not catch the lives, always the VODs. Thanks for the quality banter, opinions, entertainment. The downfall of TFATK from the old days has been a wild ride. Happy on OG and can remember when it was generally good. Bean cheese. Okay. Big up down under lurker. Bean cheese, bean cheese. I need to get that, honestly. Once I get the soundboard set up, I'm gonna get this set up because I've got some app on my phone that you can edit things and put them on soundboard. We're gonna be lit. Because this bean cheese thing is fuck. Every time I see it, it makes me legitimately want to laugh. So big up the bean cheese massive. But yeah, big up you downtown lurker. Appreciate you. Thank you for the donation, brother. And yeah, man, to be fair, a lot of people, I recognize now with the streams, there's a ton of people that have jumped on the Brendan hate train late. So they don't remember when he was decent and when the show was good, when Brian was funny. They don't remember it. So when I sometimes will give these guys a benefit of the doubt or I'll say something complimentary about them, people be like, oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just sucking him off. You want him to be a fan of your show. It's like, brothers, no. Like, that's not how it was. I was there in literally the beginning. I was watching them on Fox. Legit. I was watching these guys when they're on Fox. You know what I mean? Like, I was there when Evan the Beard was around. I was an actual fan of the show, listening to it on my way to work and shit. So I've seen the downfall of it slowly over time. It's been fucking painful. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm also know that they were decent at one time. And then, of course, the fame, the money, and whatever corrupted them. But, you know, some people on here just want me to, like, get on stream and just be, like, rinsing Brendan from beginning to the end non-stop. It's like, come on, man. It's not that deep. And really, they're not that bad, you know? Like, they're bad, don't get me wrong, but it's not that bad. It's just annoying because the show was good. And they fumbled it because, you know, Rogan gave them the alley-oop of all time and they just fucking fumbled it through pure arrogance, ego, hubris, whatever you want to call it. So that's the funny thing, but you know, it's not that bad. The that bad guys are the people like Delias and shit. Do you know what I mean? The actual diddlers. They're the ones that legitimately, allegedly, you know, maybe should be underneath a prison somewhere. You know what I mean? But the rest of them, you know, it's fun to laugh at and shit, but it's never that deep. But again, what do I know? Yeah, exactly. Big Dick Bandits, yeah, Toba Sluts, all that things, bruv. You remember, it was fun. I don't want anybody to try and rewrite it. I know no one's gonna do it, right? And I'm not gonna do it because why would I waste my time? But somebody needs to put together a compilation of the best bits from the T5K. And I don't mean best bits that include Will Sasso, Theo Von, and Chris D'Elia. No, the best bits where it's just Brendan and Brian, because they existed. There were episodes where it's just Brendan and Brian, and you would be crying laughing. I know it sounds unbelievable now. I know it sounds crazy now, but it's the truth. It's the same with Rogan. There were episodes of Rogan, you had no idea who the guest was, and you listened to the whole 3 hours plus. You had no idea who the fucking guest was. No idea. You just wanted to hear Rogan talk and this person who sounded interesting via their bio or the description in the fucking podcast. Nowadays with Rogan, unless it's somebody that you really like or you have nothing to listen to, you might listen to it. But back in the day, everyone was good. Your Mum's House was fucking amazing back in the day. Burtcast was pretty decent back in the day. Like, everybody was sick, bro. Then the fame corrupted them and they all turned to shit. But we're not going to lie and act like these guys were terrible from the beginning. No, they were never terrible. They were just, you know, they got really crap. They've been the issue with them, I think, probably is this. They've been crap just as long as they've been good. And now that they're more popular, the people that are jumping onto them now only remember them being shit. So I get it, but let's not lie, man. Let's not lie. These guys were decent at one point. But again, I'm not here to litigate for people. I don't really give a fuck. Let's fucking move on. Let's go to the fucking what do you call it? This story, courtesy of Josie. So big up Josie for this, by the way. You're a fucking legend for showing me this and giving me this heads up because this is fucking fascinating. So, Colts owner Jim Irsay was found blue and responsive after suspected overdose in December before the team announced he is being treated for severe respiratory illness. The Colts announced last week that Irsay, however you fucking pronounce his name, is receiving care for a severe respiratory illness after being forced to withdraw from the latest leg of his band world tour in Los Angeles. The owner of the Colts is in a band. What's with these owners of American football teams being in bands? Isn't the Knicks guy? Isn't the Knicks owner also in a band? Or is that just like standard white guy shit? Hold on, I got to like... Whoops. What's the deal with all these owners in America trying to relive some like past where they were like in a fucking band? Do they really think they're good? Or is it just like a thing that guys do? Like instead of playing tennis, they're gonna fucking be in a band. What's that all about? Somebody please explain that to me because I'm fucking miffed. Who'd want to listen to some 70-year-old billionaire part-time rocker guy? Like, why would you want to listen to that? I'd rather go and actually listen to an actual musician play. I don't want to hear some owner, you know, with these little side gigs trying to relive his youth. Fuck with that noise. What the fuck's all that about then, eh? I got me tea in hand. Got me cup of tea. So what's all that about then? What the fuck is all that about? Exactly. I go cooking up in the kitchen, dicey. No, I'm not cooking up anything I want. Wingus, I love you, AZ, but Papa's never been funny. Look, Wingus, Brendan was funny on podcasts in the beginning. I don't care what you guys say, how you guys look at me. I swear it's true. I never said he was funny on stage. Let's get that correct. He was funny on podcasts. There was a time where he was funny. I'm going to die on that hill. I'm going to die on that hill. Like one of those climbers they found on Mount Everest that, you know, didn't get to the top. They kind of freeze. I'm going to die. That's how you're going to find me. Dying, you know, holding my fucking dicey hoodie. Anyway, let's continue. Indianapolis Colts owner. The Colts announced last week that Irsay 64 is receiving care for a severe respiratory illness after being forced to withdraw from the last leg of his band's tour. He's receiving excellent care and looks forward to returning to the stage as soon as is possible. In the police document obtained by TMZ Sports, Irsay is said to have suffered a suspected overdose at his Carmel residence. I'm sorry, but you have no business overdosing at 64. Overdosing on 64 is like catching AIDS at 64. It's like, bro, like at that age, you're catching fucking AIDS. Really? You're not going to be responsible at all. You're not going to take care of your fucking sexual health in any way, shape, or form. No fucking contraception. Nah, you're just going to be raw dogging strangers in fucking parking lots. Come on, bro. 64 years old and you're ODing. By the way, this guy looks like pure shit, unfortunately. This looks like, if this guy wasn't a billionaire, you'd think he had an issue. You know, you'd be worried for him. Just because he has money, you know, people don't really probably turn a blind eye, but this guy looks like he's been through it. I'm not sure if it's a skin condition or if this is from alcohol and booze, but look at the size of that nose. That's like a wino nose, isn't it? You squeeze that and fucking Merlot comes out. You squeeze that and fucking Chardonnay comes out, innit? Fucking hell. That's Bert Kreischer's future, by the way. And that was also Brendan Shaw. Before Brendan discovered Ozempic, this is what he would have probably ended up as. Indiana police reportedly dispatched to the property at around 4:30 a.m. on December the 8th after someone had found the billionaire lying unconscious with a blue skin tone while gasping for air. Yo, he looks like pure and utter shit. God almighty, bro. Can you imagine being a billionaire and also being a drug addict? That's like a curse, isn't it? That has to be a curse. If you're a billionaire and you're an addict, alcohol, drugs, like imagine you have the access to buy, or the means, to buy anything you want, however much you want of it, for however long. You have no responsibility in terms of time. Usually, when you're a billionaire, you usually got more free time in your hands, right? You can usually do what the fuck you want with your day. So you're not beholden at being at a desk at a certain time. So you can fuck around even more. God damn it, bro. God damn it. This guy, man. Ugh. He sits down on stage when he's performing. That's how you know this guy is a fucking lazy bastard, isn't it? You're performing in a band and you sit on a chair. What's wrong with his legs? If he's disabled, then obviously I'll take it back. But if he's not, why are you 64 sitting down on stage? Stand up! Stand up! Irsay has reportedly been moved to his bed by the police when they arrived, where he was still struggling to breathe with a weak pulse and constricted pupils. According to police docs, an attempt to wake him up with a sternum rub, which applies pressure to the central area of the chest, proves unsuccessful. Yet after administering one dose of Narcan, a drug commonly used to revive people who have an opiate overdose, Irsay understood to have responded slightly. Wow. Guy's addicted to opiates at fucking 64 years old. That is sad, bro. That is kind of sad. I'm not going to lie. But again, don't feel too sorry for him because, you know, he's old enough and has enough money and means to know better. But, you know, just as police were ready to attach a defibrillator to him, paramedics arrived and took over life-saving efforts before he was transported to hospital via ambulance. While the caretaker provided them with a list of medication he had been taking, the police report continued at this time it's unknown. It's unknown what he had ingested. Yeah, right. The fix was in from the beginning. It's unknown, my ass. By the way, don't you find it interesting? No matter what level people are at, because I've done it myself as well, right? People just lie and want to conceal the truth about what they're doing when it's clear what they're doing. You clearly had an overdose. You clearly need, you know, medical help. You clearly need to be resuscitated and revived. And here you are trying to make sure that your nurse, practitioner, whoever that is in your house, lies and keeps up the charade that you're not actually taking drugs. And it's like, bro, we all know you're on something. You look like shit. You smell like shit. You're unreliable. You're all over the place. You're a mess. Why bother lying? Like, why continue this facade that you're not really on anything? It's like, bruh, come on. Like, admit this thing and then get the help if you need the help. Or just admit the thing so everyone knows what going on so you don't need to panic too much. But, you know, whatever. The incident was classified as both overdose and an overdose poisoning. Coates have been since released another statement saying that he's still recovering from respiratory illness. We have no further comment on his personal health. Irsay, who's not been seen publicly for weeks, according to ESP, he's in pain even just standing there. Jesus Christ. He said, one time I was trying to detox myself. I mixed multiple drugs that I didn't say anything about. So all of a sudden I start saying my words and then code blue, I stopped breathing. Fucking hell. Honestly, imagine being a billionaire drug addict. I couldn't imagine a worse sentence in your life. Like, that is legitimately hell, you know? Hell. But yeah, big up. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Josie, appreciate you. Nice fucking comment there. I love to get all that information. I fucking loved it. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. We also need to talk about this. We talked about the roasting. Let's also move on and talk a little bit about this. No, let's not do that. We do it another time. That's a bit too long. Let's do this one. Yeah, Yuri. A bit of Yuri news. Yuri is in Las Vegas at the moment. Yuri's in Las Vegas, and he's having a blast. It's good to see, to be fair. That's why there hasn't been many clips of Yuri on the No Jumper Reddit, or I find myself. I've been skimming through his kick streams from time to time, and they've been fairly pleasant. For once, it looks like him and Riley are actually having a good time in Las Vegas. They're celebrating the end of their subathon. It went very well. They gained a lot of subscribers, made a ton of money, caused a lot of drama. Obviously fighting every time on the fucking camera. But I think in Las Vegas, at least, especially now they're out there with Pot Lord and his girl and some other people, they seem to be having fun. So that's why there hasn't been that much drama on the live streams. Yo, big up, appreciate you.
You know when you have a buddy and you are always trying to make him laugh? Brian and Bappa had that chemistry in the beginning and it was fun to watch. But ended quickly.
There we go. There we go. See? I told you I wasn't the only one. Wingus McDingus. Hey, Wingus, you see? There's another person who agrees with me. Confirmation bias. Ding, 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 ding. Big up Austin Casey. I'm right, you see? He agrees with me. I'm right. No, but no, you get what I mean? Like, what Austin Casey is saying is right. The truth of the matter is, because we've all tried to pinpoint when it went bad. Some people think it's when Brendan decided to dye his hair, when he dyed his hair white. Some people think it's when he started wanking for E. Some people think it's when he did his first comedy special. But I think the moment it ended badly for me, or when it went bad, was when Brendan started doing stand-up comedy and started selling out the same places Brian was struggling to sell tickets for. Then the then the sort of like, the balance of power or whatever changed, and Brendan became the big dog. And then another moment people don't really talk about enough is this pivotal moment in T-Fat-K Law is when they were selling merch or starting to sell merch, and Brian offered up without any encouragement, without any suggestion, because Brian's a fucking cuck when it comes to Brendan. He really does bend over and spread his cheeks, right? His face down, arse up when it comes to Brendan. But I understand, because he's literally legitimately the reason why he's able to have, like, you know, a salary of any consistent worth, because without him, he'd be all over the place and probably still relying on his dad. But there was a point in time at T-Fat-K when they were starting to make merch, and Brian offered up to Brendan, hey, I don't do anything with the merch. I don't design anything. I don't come up with any ideas. So I would rather you take the money for the merch or something like that. Like, you take a bigger split. A bigger split of the overall pie they get from the podcast money. Because at first it was 50-50. Then Brian said that, and then it turned into 60-40 or whatever it was. That is when it changed, I think, personally. So on top of, you know, them not talking to each other like they're pals anymore, I think it created an odd balance, because they weren't in it equally. It was almost like Brendan was the boss, and then ever since then it's never been the same. So I think that's the main issue that happened there. And also there was a time where Brendan used to like defer to Brian as like the comedy savant, as like the comedy OG. And then when Brendan started to sell tickets, he never looked at him like an OG anymore. He kind of looked at him like, oh, you don't even know what you're doing. You're lazy. Look at me. I've got the athlete's mindset. I've hustled. I'm selling all these tickets. Look how easy it is. Look how far, look how quickly I've, like, you know, overtaken you and shit. When actuality, look what's happened now. Brendan burnt out way quicker than Brian, and Brian's still fucking touring. He's still selling tickets now. Yes, he's comedy and the greatest, but he's still out there. So, you know, it's proof that you shouldn't probably get out of the fucking, you know, start too quickly. So it is what it is. Anyway, moving on. So, Yuri and Riley are having fun, which is good to see. Happy to see it. But, you know, Yuri's always gonna Yuri. And I kind of like it because he's like a quintessential dork. Like, he's an actual certified, bona fide, legitimized dork, if that's even a fucking word. When he's alone and he's not around people, he talks big talk. But when he's in a situation, he cowers like a fucking puppy. The reason why I say that is because there was a situation where Yuri got told off by one of his neighbors for making too much noise. And instead of being a normal, grown-up, adult person and just saying sorry and apologizing profusely and lowering a sound, because the person said you should lower it because you're causing too much noise and you're waking up their baby. Yuri got into some sort of argument with the guy that spilled out outside. The guy allegedly tried to walk into Yuri's living room. Loads of things that, as a man, if that happened, even if you're in the wrong, you got to throw hands. You've got to leave that guy bleeding and go to the jail happily. You have to do something. Yuri didn't do that. He kept talking. He let Riley came up and, she tried to pretend like she was going to fight. Loads of nonsense stuff. Anyway, basically, Yuri got marked out in that situation. Now, after the fact, Yuri's in Las Vegas now, far away from this man. Look at the big talk that he's talking with. Look at how he's talking with his chest regarding the situation where we saw him on video cowering like a little puppy.
Because she would have been like, oh, he's an asshole because she loves me.
Dude, I'm telling you, I want him to mimic you again. Because I didn't notice it during that time because I was so like, there's a lot of things going on. But when I rewatched the video, I'm like, he's mimicking what Riley said to him.
Yeah.
I would have came up to his face like, yo, do that shit again. Mimic my fucking girl again.
But then Arturo looked at me and he was just like this. Arturo looked at me and he was like, it's cool.
I know. I would not even care. I would not, even if Arturo and the other fucking lame ass neighbor.
Like, I saw that Arturo was on our side.
No. Even if they both were telling me like, Yuri, go back inside, I would be like, he's mimicking my girl right now. I would step up to him and be like, bro, do it right now. Do it right now, bro. He's not gonna do that shit.
Cap!
Not in my face.
He did.
Stop the cap!
Not in my face. He was being carried by his girl. In the video, his girl's like dragging him.
Stop the cap!
Came out. That was when you had just
Stop
started
the
and I
cap!
came down and he was saying, you're going to jail, you're drunk, you're going to jail, you're drunk. And I'm like,
that's when I was.
That's why I said you're high every day. You smoke all day outside. Everybody in this neighborhood could attest you're outside all day high. Don't say that he's drunk, he's going to be arrested. We could flip that shit on you. We're in our apartment, like how you said, we're in our apartment.
Yeah.
We're not driving anywhere.
And also, did I knock on his door? No, he knocked on my door.
Yo, I love it. I love Yuri, man. I love Yuri so much. This is such a cap session. Him and his girl, obviously copying pleas, obviously trying to rewrite history. But we saw what happened. We saw the video. We saw him get marked out. We saw how the situation played out. He got barked at. Allegedly, the guy knocked at the door, walked into the house like on some big boy, punking shit, whatever. Big timed him. Yuri didn't respond in jest. It spilled out outside. Yuri pulled out his phone like a Karen. I'm recording you. You're going to get arrested. I'm going to call basically being police, being the police. And never once intimated that he was going to get violent. Never once intimated that he was willing to fucking crash out. Instead, pulling out his phone, recording shit like a fucking Karen. And now he's in Las Vegas with his girl in a penthouse somewhere far away from his apartment. He now feels safe to say that one more time. Say that one, like with the fucking hands. Always with the fucking hands. Always with the arms in the air. Like, honestly, if you ever fought Yuri, the first thing you'd want to do is put his arms on the table and just step on them. You'd want to break his arms. That's the first thing you want to do so he wouldn't have to do that all the time. It's fucking annoying, those little mannerisms that he does. But yeah, bless him. I guess when you're with a girl, you have to talk this kind of big talk. It's also proof that Riley and Yuri are made for each other. I keep saying it to you guys. Everyone's like, oh, they're going to break up. No, they're not. They're perfect for each other. They're the yin to their yang. They are basically the same person. They both got marked out. They both got punked, but they're both on here making excuses and acting like they would have done this, they would have done that. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. You didn't do jack shit. The guy marked you out. And if anything as well, the guy was in the right. If you're in your home, especially in that apartment block, it looks like they've got thin walls and shit, and you're making noise enough to get your neighbor to, because usually, in my personal experience, unless you've got shitty neighbors, people don't usually go out of their way to knock on your door and tell you to lower the noise. Usually you have to be making a lot of noise consistently. People usually give you a blight. Okay, cool. I'll let it go for half an hour. I'll let it go for an hour. I'll let it go until 12. And then usually, if you're a sensible adult, you'll kind of lower the sound at 12. You'll lower the sound at 1. But these guys are like, they're living in their own Delulu land. They weren't aware of their surroundings. The guy comes, punks them, and then they don't apologize, which I'm sure probably sends the guy in a spiral, especially when you're already pissed off and you legitimately have a newborn at home. The last thing you want is some streamer to keep you up at night. And then it transcended how it transcended. So, it is what it is. But big up Yuri for trying to act like things would have been different if you would have did this, if you would have did that. It wouldn't have been different. You got marked out. It is what it is. Moving on. We got this clip courtesy of the Adam Friedland Show. It says Nick Mullen's advice to Bert Kreischer. I haven't seen this yet, so let's see what they're saying. It features Dan Soder as well. Let's see what Nick Mullen's advice is to Bert Kreischer.
And then I'm on the Burt Kreischer Fully Loaded tour, and then Addison Improv.
So let me ask you this: when you're doing the shows, the Burt tour, when he's not on stage, you're just in the back.
Fun hang.
Is his shirt on?
Yeah.
So he's
Sometimes it's off.
Okay, all right.
You never know what you're getting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Little column A,
He
little
could
column
do it
B.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know.
Oh, by the way, big up Dan Soda. Very excellent choice of Air Force Ones. He's got the I think he's got the linen Air Force Ones. It's one of the best colorways ever. I think he's got the Nike Air Force One low linen. These are from back in the day. Yeah, I think these are the ones he's got. I think he's got these ones on. They're super fucking lovely. One of the best, most sexiest, most freshest Air Force Ones you've ever fucking seen. These in a pair of light jeans with a fucking white t-shirt on. Woo! All the baddies are gonna be fucking dribbling. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to walk around with a mop in your back pocket. You're gonna have to walk around with a fucking squeegee in your fucking back pocket if you have one of these on, because the baddies will be on you. A pair of light jeans and a white t-shirt with these? Light jeans, white t-shirt with these? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? The baddies will be on your nuts. They will be on your nuts. They'll be like, oh my God, Agostina, oh my God, Dan Soder. You're so funny, Dan Soder. Ha ha ha, Dan Soder. Yeah, bro. Come on, man. Back to the thing.
Know what the ratio?
But he is. I've explained that. I've said this.
Because
To Bert.
this is the
I've
thing
said
is-
this to Bert's face. He's blank check. Remember the Disney movie Blank Check?
Yeah,
but here's the
Mr.
thing with Bert.
Macintosh.
With the thing with Bert is like
I love that movie.
the joke is taking his shirt off.
It's a pop.
But
it's
see
kind of
him-
like it's. Listen,
I see him so often with his shirt off. It's like, does the shirt ever come off?
I'm gonna.
Because if he just starts off with the shirt off, I don't understand what's happening.
You don't have it. You don't have the angle right.
Yeah.
It's Hulk Hogan tearing.
So they're calling him a hack without calling him a hack. I wonder how that feels as a comedian. You're trying to like make people laugh with your words. You're sitting down crafting jokes. You're getting on stage, working on bits, bombing, crafting jokes again, sitting in the awkwardness of a bomb, looking dumb, looking inexperienced, looking unfunny in front of your peers. And then this comedian gets on stage and just takes off his t-shirt and gets an applause. Wah! Everyone goes fucking crazy because he took his t-shirt off. I wonder how that makes you feel as a comedian. You spend all that time working on the words that you use, right? The economy of words. You end up, crafting a fucking amazing bit. 5 minutes, 2 minutes, one line. You fine-tuned it. And then Bert just gets on stage, t-shirt off, and everyone goes fucking crazy. You're like, hold on, why am I wasting my time? I should dumb my shit down.
your shirt off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But I'd never.
But you see Hulk Hogan with the shirt off all the time.
I know, but you see him tearing the shirt off.
But the tearing the shirt off is what gets the
Did
pop.
Trish get
That's
mad
what
at
I'm
you
saying.
about that?
When does that happen with Bert? Because it seems like
At the beginning of his show.
So he takes the shirt off. at
He
the
comes
beginning.
out, dude, it's a pop.
So
it's
the
crazy.
shirt's on when he comes out.
And then he tears it
How
off.
many
And then
minutes
it's-
in?
Right off the top, dude.
That's his opener.
Boom. Get into it.
They're so shocked. They want to, I love it. They want to say so much more that they can't because everyone pretends to be friends, but they are not fans of Bert Kreischer's comedy and how he approaches things. He gets on stage, and I think from what I've seen as well, the shirt comes off straight away, which is, I think, a better thing. Get out of the way. Don't hold it in suspense, and also, whatever. Just get out of the way. So it does come off straight away when he gets on stage. He gets on stage, grabs the mic, and he just takes it off straight away. And everyone knows. So you get two applause breaks. You get the applause, you get the pop of the applause when you come on stage. Oh my God, there's that guy from the internet. Oh my God, there's a Kool-Aid guy. Oh my God, there's a guy that showers in the swimming pool. And then the other applause is when he takes off his t-shirt. So it's a double. You get like 2 for 1.
But here's the other thing that I don't understand. Anytime I've seen a picture of Bert Kreischer with his shirt off, his hat is still on. I don't know how.
Dude, he does the shirt with the hat still on.
Wow. What? How?
Buy a ticket.
You would hear
Buy a
Bert.
ticket and see it.
Bert, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice, right? And I think this
What's
is
up?
a big
Say
move.
camera, say
Big
camera.
move. Big move for Bert is if he could figure out a way to, instead of tearing the shirt off, have it suck it into his own asshole.
Just like one of those bank
just-
tubes.
Yeah. Y'all ready to party? Yeah, just rips
And then backstage you gotta pull it out.
Yeah, he's like, I call that the E. Jean Carroll. Which is why.
He goes,
I don't
and
know.
we're gonna, you know what? We're gonna do it as a cold open.
Yeah.
That's gonna be our cold open.
Yeah, live from New York.
I got raped.
But yeah, big up the Adam Friedland show. One of my favorites out there. Definitely check it out. But yeah, I don't think this is a compliment. It might not be a diss, but it's not a good thing. You know, if I'm Bert and I see this clip, I'm gonna be a little bit annoyed. I'm not gonna lie. You know, two legit comedians debating the merit of my routine where I take off my t-shirt. I wouldn't be too happy. I'm not gonna lie. But hey, maybe these guys pretend to be friends for the longest time and it makes sense. I don't really know, but it doesn't make sense to me. I like how Adam is a guest on his own show. Finally, someone had to say it. Nick might end up like a Boeing. Finally, someone had to say it. Nick might end up like a Boeing whistleblower. Of course, Adam loves the idea of a movie being based on possibility of someone blank check. It's his opener. Haha, it's his entire act. Bert must really be happy to have a comedian who's actually funny on tour with him. Shirt on, shirt off. Wow, we can do it all. I've seen Soda pop up a lot with comedians that I hate, like that absolute numpty Kreischer, but he's genuinely such a good dude. Jesus Christ, the hate. That's how you know somebody hates you, when they still watch content that you're in, but for the other person. God damn it, bro.
Brian and AZ sitting in a tree. KISSING.
Oh, fuck off. Boo, fuck off. I'm allowed to have an opinion. I'm allowed. Come on. Get out of here. Losers. Losers. Come on. Don't be so immature. Grow up. Boo. Fucking Sarlacc. Boo. Whatever. What do you know? You don't know me. You don't know me. Motherfuckers. Anyway, continuing on. I've seen Soda pop up. Anyway, big up Sarlacc. Appreciate it, brother. I've seen Soda pop up a lot with comedians I hate, like that absolute numpty Kreischer, but genuinely it's such a good dude. Love this stuff with Matt and Shane and We Might Be Drunk, and his fucking impressions are off the wall. I worked at Bert's last show here in Ireland. I'm about to say this guy definitely has to be from, like, you know, my region. He booked a 9,000 seater, sold less than 3,000 tickets, so they had to bring in curtains to cover up the empty arena. And he bragged that he sold out the place. None of his material was new, and his encore was fucking Machine Story. Wow! Look at the information that we get. That is so grimy, isn't it? That is so fucking grimy. He booked a 9,000 seater, sold less than 3,000. Have a cup. That's an empty space, isn't it? God damn it, bro. God damn it. That's the funny thing I think that's different. I think comedians like Bert and stuff are probably too famous and too big-headed to ever cancel a show because it'll damage their ego. Whereas it's the opposite with Brendan, you know? Brendan cancels shows so he doesn't get embarrassed when somebody... Because I think one of Brendan's reasons for quitting comedy was this also. He was probably worried somebody would take a picture at one of his shows that was, like, empty and then upload it onto social media and it will go viral. Like, imagine if someone took a picture of one of the shows where he was playing in a casino bar or something and there was, like, 2 people there. And it was him on stage with his flannel and his fucking... you know, loud dunks and his skinny jeans. He'd be so embarrassed. I think that's why he was cancelled. You know what? I don't want this to go so far where somebody catches me. I think it's the opposite with these big comedians. They don't ever want to cancel a show because for them cancelling is like admitting defeat type of thing. So you just pretend like you sold it out. Because that's the thing. Most of us who watch these guys online don't watch them in real life. That's the situation, you know? Most of us who watch them, we're a different crowd. So I think they can get away. They can get, like, I could tell you guys right now, oh, I sold out, I don't know, some club somewhere. And you had no idea if I did or didn't because most of you watch me on the internet. Yo, big up.
Bert is the comedy equivalent of a one-hit wonder. Except the hit is as bad as something like Crazy Frog or some annoying stuff.
Yeah.
The jig is up, Bert.
Yeah,
Put your shirt back on, you waste man.
Yeah.
Beans.
Bean cheese.
Beans.
Exactly. No, you're right. He's like, who's that guy? Who's that guy then? Fucking Gangnam Style guy, isn't it? It's like Gangnam Style guy. Is it Psy coming back with the same track again? Like trying to redo Gangnam Style. It's like, bruh, come on, man. Come on. But the thing with Bert is people buy his tickets. Like, this comment here is meant to be a diss. but he still sold under, like, let's say he sold like 2,500 tickets in Ireland as an American comic, random. Like, do you know how many tickets that is? He's still got a lot of fans. The fact that he was able to sell nearly 3,000 tickets is proof that he still has a fan base of people who legitimately think he's funny. Comedy is so subjective like that. Like, really is. Big up Wingus. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, big up Uche as well in chat. Thank you for the compliment, my dear. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Wagwan. Wagwan. Case of Moses, I see you. What's good? Mr. Bob, what's that? Mr. Bob Dubalinia. Mr. Bob Dubalalia. Big up you as well. Nick looks very comfortable with that bracket, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, you get the gist. Adam Friedland, Dan Soda, talking about Bert, dunking on him a little bit. If I was Bert, I wouldn't be too happy, but I'm sure Bert enjoys anybody talking about him anyway, so he probably doesn't mind. Next clip here. This is courtesy of the Golden Hour. It says, I only see color. Big up the Golden Hour. I only see color. This is a Patreon exclusive. So this is a taster of what you might get if you subscribe to the Golden Hour Patreon. We're going to watch this in full, and we're going to see if any of you guys would be interested in subscribing to the Golden Hour Patreon. There's the fucking title of the show. There's a link probably to the Patreon somewhere down here. It's not really near. There we go there. So let's see if this clip can earn let's see if they can earn your subscription to Patreon with this clip. All right? Cool. Let's go.
They can't make any of the commercials like they made back in the day.
Oh my god!
Like even the Ford commercials, like Ford Tough, remember, it's just like all white dudes, like
Ford
around the
Tough.
construction site.
Get those blacks out of here. That's what it would be. Get blacks and Asians out of your car. So racist, bro. Not me, Chevy and Ford.
That's the preview of the jokes of the Patreon episode. That's the funny thing that I'm meant to be subscribing to. Cool, man. Comedy.
Yeah.
My dick is bigger than it's ever been.
Really? Is that how it goes, dude?
I'm measuring it twice and down.
Dude, one time I saw I think it was a Levi.
You gotta love that, innit, right? When you're making a joke and you're doing a little singy joke thing, and then another guy just steps all over it. Like, okay, one time. It's like no respect for your comedic chops. You're singing, you're doing your thing. Eric Griffin's trying to do his little singy jokey joke thing. One time in my school. It's like, raw Ted Cristaleo, man. Give the guy some space to talk, bruh.
Eyes commercial when I was a kid, but before the internet, like, you know, and the commercial was this song that goes, it was either Bud Light or it was some very Americana kind of fucking commercial. This guy had jeans on and opened a beer and a car drove by, you know, and the end of it was on the road again. And then the guy would go, on the road again, on the road again. And then it would go, bam, 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 bam. And, dude, I thought it was so dope when I was a kid. And when the internet came out, it was like one of the first things I was going to Google. I was like, dude, what is this song? And I couldn't find anything. But
Hey! Shut the fuck up and keep that story to yourself. What the fuck is this story? When I was a kid, right, there was this commercial. This commercial was so funny that when the internet... What? What the fuck is this story? Who cares? You diddle kids. Allegedly. We don't care what you did as a kid. You fucking diddle kids. What the fuck is this story? But the ba. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo? What? Fucking hell. AOL CD, like, how many times are we gonna, when I was a kid, there was AOL CDs for the internet. When I was a kid, you had to put this square thing into a VHS and play the videos. When I was a kid, they only had 5 channels. We don't care, boomer. We don't care, diddler boomer. We don't care, boomer diddler. We don't fucking care.
the fucking Willie Nelson song, dude. And I never found it.
Wow.
Yeah, you killed the room. There you go. You walked the room, bro. You walked the room. Whatever that term is in comedy, where you say a shit joke and everyone leaves, you walk the room. I'm scratching my head. I'm on the way to pretend I'm going to go get a drink. Then I'm heading out. I'm doing the old French exit. Going to take a shit and heading straight out. Wagwan, bro. How can you kill a room when you're in a podcast? You're recording a podcast and you're killing the room. How's that possible? How's it possible? Fucking hell, bro.
45 seconds back.
On the road again.
By the way, one rule. I've noticed one rule. If you start singing in your content, you run out of things to say. If you start singing, do the singy joke thing, you don't know what else to talk about. It's like the content creation equivalent of fucking on the stool. It's hacky. Oh, you want to try and sing now? Oh, there we go. You're singing. Here you go, funny man. I said penis in my little melody. Nah, man, shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear you singing.
And you don't, and then so that's gonna be lost to you forever.
Oh, who is it?
That's the frustrating part because like you'll never.
I found it once. I think I found it once.
They can't make any of the commercials like they made back in the
Oh, thank God. I thought he's gonna. You know what I thought he's gonna do? I thought he's gonna get out his phone and fucking try and Shazam his voice or something. That's what I thought he's gonna do. We're gonna sit there and listen to him humming into his phone, trying to get Shazam to recognize through his fucking raspy, diddly laced voice something that he remembered when he was a kid. Do you remember all the kids you touched? No. But you remembered when you were a kid? Cool.
in the day.
Oh my God.
Like even
yeah.
the Ford commercials, like Ford Tough, remember it's just like all white dudes like
Ford
around the
Tough.
construction site.
Get those blacks out of here.
Oh yeah, great. We've got it twice now. We saw it in the preview, and now we have the same thing in the preview in the content. Oh yeah, cool. We needed that line twice. It was so good, we needed to hear it twice. Yeah. Cool. You definitely earned my Patreon bucks, for sure.
That's what it would be. Get blacks and Asians out of your car. Come on, Ford. Hell yeah. Drive on somebody's front lawn and put a cross up and burn it. Ford.
So the Asians and blacks are just in the back of the thing, and they do like turn and we
yeah.
fly out.
Yeah. Open the back. Ford. Oh shit, look at all those Asians flailing. Ford. The F-150 fit fucking Asians and blacks in the back of your car and just do donuts and watch them fly. Ford. Get in, whites.
That's how the commercial ends. Get in, whites.
Ford.
Oh, shit.
America's
If
drunk.
you're white,
The Chevy gets really upset. They're like, well, we got to do this.
Chevy's like, free access to whites, Chevy. Come on in. If you're black or Asian or anything else, we don't even know what the other ones are. You got to wait outside. Go to the used car lot, Chevy.
They have to get the off-brand. They got to get Levy.
Isn't Indian something? You have to wait outside too. Chevy.
Either type of Indian.
Yeah, either type of Indian.
Hey Nick! You sleep in an ashtray. Shut the fuck up.
Chevy.
Either type.
Hey Nick! Nicky! You use fucking the thing at the bottom of your toaster where the breadcrumbs fall as a way to exfoliate your fucking face. Hey Nick! You smell like a barback. And if you know, you know. Shut the fuck up.
Of Indian.
Yeah, either type of Indian. The ones
or dime.
the ones that are far away, or the ones that are they even around anymore? I don't even know. Chevy.
So dumb.
Brendan trying to go viral. It's not that funny, bro. It's not that funny. But to be fair, though, Chris D'Elia is like Dave Chappelle to Brian. Like, Chris D'Elia is like Dave Chappelle is to Joe Rogan. You know how Joe Rogan talks about Dave Chappelle? That's how Brendan sees probably Chris D'Elia.
Are they even around anymore?
You're
Anyone ever seen
the
it?
Native American one?
Yeah, that's comedy, innit? Let's just repeat what he said. Let's not make another joke. Let's just repeat what he said. Repeat, man. Mr. Me Too. Let's go.
Your names are basically waits outside. Your name is waits outside. Be waiting outside. Chevy. Whites. If you're white, you have a full access pass. Get in the fucking back.
You know what's good, though? You know what's good about this stuff? This is what he does on stage. So at least he gives you a taster of the kind of comedic talents and chops and performance and material you're likely to hear when he's on stage. Because he does the same sort of stuff, I noticed, where he just starts getting excited, like, it's just like never letting a joke die. It's like, bruh, this was dead a minute ago. Maybe at the start it was funny, but come on, like, just move on now. We get it. You do your fucking Batman pickup truck voice, trucker thing, whatever you're doing. Move on, bruh.
Back of that. F-150 and do donuts whites. Looks through the window. Your looks through the window and your waits outside.
So racist, bro. Not me, Chevy and Ford.
Actually, he might be racist, isn't it? Was there a black girl in any of the claims that came up about him diddling kids? I didn't see a single mixed race girl, a single black girl, or even an Hispanic girl, all right? Like a white girl with some paprika or something. I didn't see anything. All I saw was white ladies. So maybe there is some racismo involved in him because, you know. Luckily, anyway, all these victims were allegedly white. Allegedly. Doesn't make it less than, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
This isn't very I'm a mild-mannered father and family man of him, right?
Exactly. I still remember that video where he tried to like act like like he tried to act like fucking a lot is a terminal illness. That's still one of the most unironically funny apologies ever. Like being all somber. I'm sorry. I like to fuck so much that I now like to enjoy to fuck kids. I now like fucking kids, allegedly. You know? Like, bruh. Hey, yo, big up Assad, right? I'm still laughing at this now. Big up Assad. Big up fucking Assad. Wherever you fucking are, big up you because I'm still laughing at this. Where is it? Let me get it up on here. Big up Assad because this still make me fucking laugh. It's so fucking rude. It's so mean, but it made me laugh. And I saw it when I opened my computer still today from yesterday. I'm still fucking laughing over this picture. I'm sure some of you know if you were here. Big up fucking Assad for saying that this is me. I said, this is one of my favorite cars, right? The Volkswagen GTI. And he said, yeah. It looked like me. Was it small head, big body? Oh, it's so
In
rude.
which order would you see these three chodis at a gig? I'm seeing Bendon first, then Mr. Potstohead, then last and very much least, the diddler. Bean cheese.
Who'd like to see who I'd like to see in the gig first? Who would you like to hold on? What is that? Who would you like to see in a gig of these three? In what order? Oh, definitely Eric first. No, fuck that. Not Eric first. I'll get through the worst first. Give me Brendan, Chris, and then Eric. I want to get through the two worst and then have a good way to end my night. Because if I have to sit down and listen to Brendan talk about bean cheese for an hour, I'm going to unalive myself. So give me the shit guys first. Brendan, Chris, and then Eric, who's the best comic of the three. That's what I'd do anyway. But yeah, but big up Assad, man. Honestly. One of the most amazing insults ever. Like, small head, big body. And I was like, hold on, actually the car looks like me. Oh, fucking hell. You guys are so fucking mean. But anyway, it's all good. As Brendan will say, I got big shoulders. You get me? I can handle it. I got big shoulders. I can handle it. I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm a big boy. Let's go. You know? In more ways than one. You get it? Nah, let's not do that. Let's continue. So, have you guys seen this picture that was shared on the T5K subreddit? All right? Have you seen this? I didn't know this is a thing. Have you guys seen this? So this goes to the T5K subreddit. It said, new profile pic, who this? And it features Brendan's wife, who's wearing some sort of sun visor thing. And according to the comments, this is something that people use when they want to look more fair-skinned. They don't want to tan when they're in a car, so they wear these like face masks. I think Asian people wear it a lot, and now it's becoming a thing with like, you know, Hispanic, Latino people, Hispanic people, I guess, from that part of the world. So then I had to Google it because I was like, hold on, I didn't know Mexicans like to look fairer skinned. I didn't know that was a thing. I just assumed if you were Mexican, you wanted to have that, like, you know, caramelly, bronzy type of tone to you, right? If you were pale, you kind of were upset. I would assume so, because I think it's the same in Spain. In Spain, or Spanish people, if you're super pale, you know, you kind of want to get fake tan. You want to spend as much time as you can in the sun to get that little bit of a bronze tint to you. But then I looked up and I found this essay. online about colorism in Mexico. And I had no idea this is a thing. This is actually a thing. It's fucking fascinating. Yeah, so big up Brendan's wife for opening me up to these things, which I had no idea about. So this is an essay, courtesy of a person called Anna Kinsey, Colorism in Mexico, an examination of inequality and the psychological impact of in the form of depression. So let's read the first bits here so you can see what she's kind of getting at. Mexican society is engaging in racism in a form of colorism. While colorism is widespread, it's not acknowledged by the population. As a previous Spanish colony, the effects of social caste system affects how Mexicans themselves view themselves and others, creating a preference for lighter skin tones. Could you believe that? Spanish colony are the ones that fucking did all this shit. Fucking hell. The idea of Mexicans being a hybrid race, mestizo, prevails in the country, which affects racial minorities as they're often ignored. Skin tone in Mexico can affect the socioeconomic status of their population and the chances of social mobility. While research on how colorism affects the mental health of Mexicans limited, the studies across the world demonstrate being stigmatized and having internalized colonialist ideologies can affect negatively an individual's mental health. Colorism is often learned at a young age, and is correlated with higher levels of depression and poor mental health. The findings suggest that colorism affects different aspects of life, and this type of discrimination is not exclusive to a single racial group. Some consequences of colorism in Mexico include being a target of violence and police brutality. The need to further research on how colorism affects Mexico is urgent. Wow, I had no idea that was a thing. So I guess in their warped heads, they think if you look more fair-skinned, I guess it's a thing of like you can afford to like be indoors, be in cooler climates, have air conditioning, have a car with fucking tinted windows, be able to afford a fucking face shield, right? You just look, and obviously you have also that racial ambiguity of you going about because if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Brendan's wife have like a tattoo of like Italy outline, but in the colors of Mexico on the inside? So I guess the idea of it is that she might be half Italian, half Mexican. Whereas like, you know, a lot of Mexican people, even if they have half, they don't really like it to be known. They'd rather be known as full. So I guess if you want to appear racially ambiguous, you know, one way to do so is to be fairer skinned. I'd assume so. I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm talking my ass here. What are you guys saying in the stream chat? I found this out to be crazy. It's not that deep, Mamacita, said Koila. Rise and Shine, AZ, it goes on in Asia. Just look at the soap operas. They're true. It's really interesting stuff. What's AZ gonna do when he finds out Asians have the same mentality? Exactly, yeah, true. Oh yes, colorism exists in every race. Trust me, even my own mother was a byproduct of that. Fucking hell. But yeah, I didn't know. Honestly, like, I don't know. I think, you know why I'm saying this is a thing, as why I'm being surprised, because Brendan talks about his wife like she's one of those abuelas selling fucking fruits and shit on the street corner. He talks about her like she's like hardcore, super OG Mexican, like always going back to the motherland. You know what I mean? Like house covered in fucking, you know, statues of Jesus Christ and shit, hardcore Catholic. Whereas really, she's not really that Mexican. She's just a regular LA woman. But Brendan talks about her like she's legitimately just arrived from Mexico yesterday. When she goes out of her way not to look Mexican, she wants to have that kind of, you know, racially ambiguous Persian, Middle Eastern, mixed race type of look going on there, right? Kind of like a Kim Kardashian thing going on. She doesn't really want to look like where she's from. Like, you know what I mean? She's no Sofia Vergara, for instance. So I just find that interesting, the difference. Like, Brendan looks at her like she's super hardcore Mexican, but she sees herself as more white. You know? Weird. But anyway, regardless, big up her. She's driving a new car, having a good time. So big up her. Big up her. Big up her. Yeah, exactly, Uche. Yeah, exactly, yeah. This is her version of carrying an umbrella. What's actually worse? What she's doing, or people that drive around in their car with a fucking face mask on? What's actually worse? Like, if you're in the car, why not just get the windows tinted or something? Unless it's a rental and you can't get it tinted or something, but why do this? Why not just like, it's a bit strange, isn't it? But then I guess, to be fair, when you're in a car, doesn't the sunlight beam more into your car windows? Doesn't it absorb more of it? So you probably do get, there's probably people that do end up getting, if they're driving a certain way, one side of your face ends up getting more tan than the other one because you're just driving and you're fucking, you know, every time the sun rises, it's hitting the right side of your face. So maybe there's a thing for it. Maybe there's a reason why she's doing this. But either way, I find it kind of R-worded. Again, none of my business, of course, but it does kind of seem kind of R-worded. And it is funny because Brendan looks at her like she's hardcore Mexican and she sees herself more as a lovely white lady.
For the show. So
let's continue on as well. We've got this picture too, courtesy of the T-Fat K subreddit. This is fucking hilarious. Long time I haven't seen this one. You remember this? You remember this? It feels like a lifetime ago. It feels like a lifetime ago when Brendan was out here promoting the whole thick boy lifestyle. Remember, it's a lifestyle. It's a way of life. You don't have to be thick to be a thick boy. It's in the heart. You know, donuts and street food and whiskey and shit. Now it's all Ozempic, pretending not to be on Ozempic, pickup trucks, trucker hats, garage shop t-shirts, no more jerseys, no more reggae, you know, no more reggae donut jersey, which is one of the ugliest jerseys I've seen in my life, actually. You got the reggae print, right? It's got the Bob Marley colors there, and then you've got all the hundreds of thousands inside the t-shirt thing, and then you've got the fucking yuck. But what a time to be alive. Remember this? What an era, man. What an interesting fucking era. What an interesting fucking era. Eh? Look at that. I fucking love it. I remember this like it was yesterday. I missed this the same way I missed the drunk period of Brendan. On my life. I wish I was more in tune and I realized what was going on and how bad it was, but that was a great time, man. Seeing him wake up at 9 a.m, downing bottles of whiskey while trying to slur his way through a fucking UFC fight card. Oh, good times, man. Good fucking times. Or seeing him, you know, scoffing down a donut or some street food and then saying that he's on a diet and he's been serious for a while, like, you know, trying to lie that he's on carnivore and shit. I love that shit, man. I miss that shit. That was my era. That was my fucking, you know, that was my way of life at one point. Big up him. Big up Papa. Big up Papa. Hey, yo, big up, big up, big up.
Speaking of darker skin colors, why did Rick James call Charlie Murphy darkness? Was it because he was darker skinned?
Why did yeah, probably. I'd assume so. I've not really heard about that, to be fair. I don't really know about that whole law when it comes to Rick James and Charlie Murphy, but I'd assume so. If there's one thing black people are going to point out to other black people, it's your skin color, it's your skin tone, it's how light or dark you are. Trust me, they'll let you know. Uche can attest to it. Black people will let you know under no pretenses that you're dark as fuck or you're light as fuck. They'll let you fucking know. Like, you don't go through life as a black person not knowing if you're dark skinned. You find out pretty quickly. Niggas start giving you fucking nicknames like charcoal and shit. Like, bloody hell, like, god damn, bro. Oh, but yeah. Like, I can see those smile, I can't see you. Like, bro, man, aren't we meant to be in this together? Wakanda, man. Like, come on, why are you saying this in front of the hoes? Like, I can't see you, smile, open your eyes. Like, motherfucker, man. Oh, but yeah, what a good era, man. Big up Donut. Donut era Brendan was a good era. Donut era Brendan was a good era. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed. I'm not gonna lie, Uche, exactly, good point about that. I liked it. Like that time I went to Nicaragua to visit my friend who was living there for a bit, and I went, it was my first like traveling type of holiday thing. Man, I loved getting dark, man. That kind of darkness from that sort of like climate is lovely. You get this like tint, especially if you apply like sun cream, like you get like a tint, like a shine. Like, I came back looking like a fucking model. Like, I was shining. I looked like I fucking swam in Fenty body glow shit. Honestly, I fucking missed that time. That was actually quite nice. You actually become amazing. I look like I fucking smelled of cocoa butter and shit. No, I look like I fucking oozed cocoa butter out of my fucking pores. I kind of miss that time. I really do, man. And here I am in the fucking smog of London. Anyways, let's continue. It could be worse. I could be Crystalia. Oi, oi. All right, cool. Let's continue. MK after 301 recap. Skits and bits. Let's see this. I've always loved MK. Morning Combat with fucking Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell, BC, the CEO. So big up him. Let's see the skits and bits here. And I like the fact that Luke is now letting go of trying not to laugh whenever Brian Campbell does his skits and bits. So let's see if Luke, successfully doesn't laugh and pretends to stand up for Brandon, or if he does laugh. Let's see what go on. Let's see.
So there we go with that. Let's go to question number 4 from Landlord6285. Interesting handle. Jones versus Pereira is the heavyweight title fight to make. Historic fight. Aspinall is the future of the division anyway.
Are we doing skits and bits here?
Jones fight or not? Change my mind. What are we doing here? Okay, so this landlord.
Read what he wrote.
I did. Aspinall is the future of the division.
What are we doing?
What are we doing here? Thank you, Team Reddit. Apparently, but Luke, what is he actually asking? So he's saying Jones versus Pereira is the heavyweight fight to make. It's a historic fight.
Dude, I am so tired. But if you've got the belt, you've got obligations. Fucking period. It's not mysterious. It's not up for debate.
Thank you, Landlord Underwater Lopez, to you too. All right, sir.
Underwear Lopez.
While you're working out, then that would be better appreciated. From Omar _.
Underwear Lopez. Oh, I fucking love it. Underwear Lopez. Oh shit. That was so good. Big up the commenter. Big up, who is that? Whoever sent the comment in. Big up you. What was your fucking name? Big up Landlord6285. You're a fucking legend, man. That was fucking brilliant. That was well worth it. That was well worth it. Oh. I swear to God, that was so good. Underwear Lopez. He snuck that in at the end. I just didn't even catch it quickly. Underwear Lopez. Oh my God. Oh, honestly, big up the CEO. Big up those guys. I fucking love it. Oh, actually, here we go. Do you want to see it? Do you actually want to see the Underground Lopez? Do you actually want to see where this clip comes from? Yeah, I bet you do. This is where the clip this is where the reference comes from, right? So let me show you this. Bear with me a second. Let me show you where this comes from. This is fucking hilarious. There we go. Here we go. This is back when the Fighter and the Kid was a Fighter and the Kids. This is the period where Brian Callen was cancelled for allegedly graping somebody and chasing some woman around the, American Apparel store in his underwear. He didn't defend himself. He instead took a hiatus from the T-Fat-K. We in a hiatus, wherever that bar is. And then Brendan decided to employ 2 black people to get him back in the good books of people. And he renamed the show T-Fat Kids. And it had Malik and Chappelle Lacey. And Malik didn't last too long because he laughed at Brendan too much, and Chappelle lasted as long as he wanted to because he's a human Labrador. And then eventually he realized that the show was holding him back, and he bounced. And then the next time we saw Chappelle, he was part of the Comedy Store. Is that a coincidence? I think not. Let's continue.
Bless you. Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm. Bless you. Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
What? Look at it.
Bless you. Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm. Bless you. Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
How boring is it when you work with somebody that says dumb shit and you can't laugh at them? I don't know about you, but I've worked in places, especially like shitty menial jobs, service industry jobs, like bar jobs, retail jobs, where they're horrible, right? You don't want to be doing them. The things you're doing just to pay the rent or just to fucking afford money to buy drugs and beer like I was. And to make the day go by quicker, you just rip each other, innit? On the floor, on the shop floor, in the stock room. You're just constantly ripping into each other. And it's no holds barred. Everybody gets it. Everyone gets it the same way. And it's fun that way. Imagine working with somebody and you can't poke fun when they say dumb things. You have to kind of be on tenterhooks. You have to be walking on eggshells. You have to kind of do these awkward faces around, but you can't actually just laugh at what they say, dumb things. That's mad, brother. What the fuck? Did his brain short circuit? Did he have a stroke mid-sentence? Underwood Lopez. What the fuck is that? And then he looks at them like they're being weird. Look, he gives them like a dirty look. He's almost giving them like a bit of a stern look like, motherfucker, don't you dare laugh. Don't you dare laugh. It's like, wow.
Austin's all up on it.
I know, right?
I got tested for COVID. Dude,
yeah, one more time. One more time we move on. One more time.
Bless you.
Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
Bless you.
Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
Underwood Lopez.
Bless you.
Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
Bless you.
Underwood. It's called Underwood and Lopez. Underwood Family Farm. Austin's all up on it.
I know, right?
Oh, mate, honestly. Yeah, Zach, big up Qualia. What's that? I bet Malik would have had a decent podcast if he hadn't clicked up with the creepy white guy. Yeah, creepy white guy. You mean the guy that does the? You know what's funny? You say that. You know he's got a really popular podcast interviewing like drug people and shit. People involved in like, smuggling, gangs, shit, whatever. That's his main focus. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he have a history in that? I think he got arrested for something. Maybe smuggling or growing weed or something. But his podcast is really popular. I remember I saw like a random clip on his channel, and his videos have like hundreds of thousands of views. He interviews all those people. Like he's got one of those kind of underground crime things.
Underwood Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
It sounds even better like that, honestly. It sounds even better on the fucking Streamlabs. Oh, I'm replaying on the TTS. That sounds fucking awesome. That sounds really good when it plays like that. Underwood Lopez. That sounds actually quite good. Big up NJ Ranger. I need to replay that. That sounds actually pretty decent. 1 second, let me replay that. That was good.
Underwood Lopez. Underwood Family Farm.
It's so good. Oh, yo. Oh. Yo, big up Assad, bro. That guy went to jail for selling a few pounds of weed, and he talks about it like he was linked with the cartel. Yeah. He goes on about it a little bit too much, but his podcast's quite successful, to be fair. He's doing quite well. I don't know. I just don't think, contrary to popular opinion, I just don't think everyone should have a pod. I'm the opposite of what Brett Rogan says. Obviously, I'm talking out my ass here because I do one myself, kinda. But I don't think everyone needs it. Chappelle's a good example. Chappelle clearly is a good stand-up comedian. We watched one of his bits on here, remember? We watched a bit of Chappelle, and he's quite funny. Chappelle's actually quite funny, but he's horrible on pods. He's the most uninteresting, guy you'd ever gonna meet. Despite being into quite interesting things, he doesn't really come across well on pods. So I don't think everyone needs to have a podcast. I think it's actually better for Malik to do what he's doing, where he does all those kind of skits online, similar to Drewski and shit. That works out better for him. Than actually being on a pod. I just don't think he's a good podcast personality, because even though Brendan scummed him, let's be fair, even though Brendan scummed Malik, he was terrible on terrible on T-Fat-K. Chappelle is definitely a better fit for them, in terms of what they talk about. Malik's just not good on pods. It just is what it is. What can you do? Big up everybody. Appreciate you all. Let's continue. Let's continue. No, we spoke about that already, didn't we? We spoke about that already, didn't we, right? Do you see that? I'm not sure if we did, but let's play a clip anyway. Big up the Find a Kid subreddit. This is a clip taken from Podcast Cringe recent video about Brendan's ongoing lawsuit with Unique. So let's see. This says Bappa might have just changed copyright law accidentally. Let's see this one.
The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. Now here's the thing. Brendan's lawyers are right. In some of Carl's videos, he used long clips from Bupper's podcasts and provided very little commentary, sometimes just one sentence that didn't really provide any additional context or perspectives to the original content. So how come Brendan still lost? Well, here's the answer. Tucked away on page 26 of Bupper's appeal filing, his lawyers say this. On the podcast, the hosts discuss and debate topics such as news, sports, and celebrities. The podcast takes place in a production studio, and the hosts joke around with each other and provide funny stories and unusual wordplay. As Swindells admitted, Schaub has also conducted interviews with a variety of people, including Navy SEALs, NFL players, MMA fighters, comedians, and others. There is nothing factual about the episodes. Schaub and the other hosts make creative choices as to what to discuss, yet the district court found that the episodes were factual in nature. That was incorrect. So, this is the thing about copyright law. Not all types of media and art are treated the same. For example, a song or piece of music has a higher level of copyright protection compared to a newspaper article in the New York Times or Washington Post. That's because the Copyright Act distinguishes between creative works and factual works. Now, here's the other thing. Brandon's lawsuit is the first of its kind to make it into the courts. Prior to this decision, there was no precedent that had categorized podcasts as factual works. And if you're wondering what that means, it simply refers to the fact that on a podcast, it's just people sitting around talking about stuff. It's not a work of art in the sense that creative decisions are made about what colors to use for a painting, or the skill in the brush strokes, or maybe it's the creative direction from Martin Scorsese in his collaborations with Robert De Niro. You can use a bunch of different examples. Go for your life. The point is that now Brandon lost, there is an established legal precedent that says podcasts are not creative works for the purposes of copyright law, and therefore don't have the same copyright protections as more creative or artistic works.
So Brendan basically fucked it for everybody. He blew up the whole sport on an issue that isn't even anything to do with copyright law. And think about it really, innit? Think about it really. Think about it really, think about it. Can you imagine how dense, how redacted, how dumb you have to be to take someone to court because they make videos making fun about you online? And not only that, the one that the straw that breaks the camel's back is because they clip a clip of you handing some young girl your number. Surely, if you're a real scumbag, I'm not sure about you guys, but if you're a real scumbag, if you come from scumbag stock, which I have come from scumbag stock, I'm a recovering scumbag, you don't bring attention to your scumbag ways. You try and do better with your actions. You don't really speak too much, but you don't bring attention to your scumbag tendencies. And this whole entire case just keeps bringing more attention to Brendan's scumbag tendencies. It puts it under the fucking lights. It puts it up on the stand in detail. It puts it in fucking writing in black and white. And it has channels like Podcast Cringe that gets hundreds of, if not millions of views talking about it on their platform, and then gets probably other YouTubers seeing those videos and then talking about it on their platform, and thus it continues. Can you imagine a bigger own goal? Like, honestly, what was he thinking, bro? I understand. There was a time, because, again, people don't remember stuff because, you know, everyone kind of lives in a recency bias, but I love Unique. But there was a time where Unique was doing a bit too much. Unique already does much already with the fucking clickbaits, but before this whole drama, there was a time where Unique was doing a bit too much in terms of the clickbait and whatever. Cool. It's annoying. I get it. Ignore it, brother. Ignore it. There's plenty of people online who do annoying clickbaity stuff. Like, you don't have to take them to fucking court, especially off the back of you handing some strange girl a fucking number. It's not that deep. But my theory is he was so nervous about his girl leaving him. And imagine, he lives in LA. He probably got married under fucking Californian law. And if you know anything about that, you know the fucking, you know, the way they do the splits and divorces are fucking brutal. Brian Callen's still paying his ex-wife $20,000 in alimony a month and shit. Like, LA don't play when it comes to divorce. So he was probably nervous that she was going to leave him. So he probably said, watch, I'm going to sue this guy. He's lying, to comfort his wife. Then, of course, you have to follow through and sue him. But now he sued him. He spent a bunch of money on lawyers. He made the problem far worse than what it is. He's now got copyright laws rewritten or clarified against his favor to fuck over other creators. They're trying to take someone to court. It's just a complete shit show. Like, I really don't understand what he was thinking. What a bad move. What an own goal. Like, God almighty.
And that's basically the basis of his appeal. It's a Hail Mary hoping that the appeals court will say, hey, you know what? The Shorb Show and The Fighter and the Kid are creative works. They're works of art. Therefore, the
Yeah, exactly, Chris Mack. Chris Mack remembers Unique was going in on Brendan hard. Like, hard. So I understand why he hated him. I understand it, but you have to just take it on the chin. You're a public figure, bro. You're going to get people talking about you. It's what it is. But he just couldn't handle it. Unique was dropping bomb after bomb after bomb, especially on his original channel. Like, he was doop, 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 doop. And Brendan said, enough! Sue him! Sue him!
standard should be higher for Kyle Swindells. Because remember, the judge said that Kyle did use too much of Brendan's clips, but Brendan lost because, well, basically there was nothing for Brendan to protect in the eyes of the law. It's just him.
Look at that face, man. Look at that fucking face. Look at how smug he looks behind the spike background on the red carpet, like, suck on this, haters. Who's laughing now? Like, you know, that's the thing about Brendan back in the day, man. Look at the smugness on his face. And now look at him. It's like, if he just would have, I always think about, you can't do that because people are different, but if he just would have just been chill and just accepted his role as the lovable Chad, meathead, bro guy within Joe Rogan's circle, play the role of being Joe Rogan's laugh track and cock holster when he gets on fucking JRE, repeat all the things that Rogan says and agree with him, and just joke around and have fun, he would have still been basking in the glow of JRE, chilling with his fucking Onnit sponsorships, juggling, you know, fucking little tubs of Onnit before he fucking streams and shit on air, having a great time. But he got too big for his fucking shoes, thought he was Billy Big Balls, started to flex and think he was fucking the reincarnation of fucking Jerry Seinfeld or something, and then it all came crashing down. If he just would have played his role and just kept himself like, or stayed in his lane, as he likes to say, stayed in his fucking lane, it would have been fine. But nah, too busy trying to stunt on the haters. Don't read comments, huh? I bet you read them now, motherfucker. I bet you read them now.
Talking in front of a camera, anyone can do that. It's not creative. This is what I mean when I say Bappa has exposed podcasting.
By the way, this is one of the most embarrassing parts of the Brendan law. Do you remember this disgusting thing? He wasn't even invited to Schultz's wedding. He invited himself. He wasn't even invited. He invited himself so he could see Rogan and hang out with all those guys. Disgusting, bro. Disgusting. Inviting yourself to a wedding. Can you imagine inviting yourself to someone else's wedding? Yuck. Also, Schultz inviting Lex Friedman to his wedding. Weird. Weird. Do you invite people that you just met like a year ago to your wedding? Is that a thing that people do? Because at that time, what? He was friends with Lex friends, podcast friends, what? A year and a half? Does that count as being, like, this is just proof that these guys probably don't have a lot of real friends, do they? Outside of podcast people. Or they don't want them. Or no, that's probably what it is. They probably don't want their regular friends. They prefer having Rogan and Brendan as friends as opposed... By the way, is that Rogan in the background there walking? Is that little Rogan there at the back? Is that Rogan? Let me just... I don't know. Is that Rogan in the back? Yeah, that might be Rogan, innit? That might be little Rogan going to the toilet. He's so small. I think that's Rogan. Oh. Big up.
Yeah, if he just was a lovable dork like Gronkowski, he would have been fine.
Exactly. But I've always said, I don't know, why am I fucking shouting? I'm always shouting it. I'm sorry, guys. I just realized I'm shouting and the microphone's right here. I think it's the black in me, innit? I'm starting to speak like my mum and dad. Let me just shout. Oh! Like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm shouting too much. I've always said that I think one of Brendan's problems as well, apart from not playing his role, was and I don't know what this is. I think I kind of relate it back to like black people and drinking wine. I've noticed this trend with black people that drink wine, where they think if they drink wine, it kind of makes them an intellectual. It kind of increases their IQ or something. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's just, I don't know. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You see a black person drinking wine, it's almost as if they feel like they've suddenly become cultured because they're drinking fucking red wine. It's like, what? Anyway, so I think Brendan, for some reason, got success in podcasting and immediately thought that made him into like a media mogul. Do you get what I mean? Like I don't know why he felt that, but I felt like because he had a podcast and because he launched a couple of podcasts successfully, he probably felt like he was like Showtime. He was CNBC. You know what I mean? He was Paramount. Like, I don't know why he had that idea, but suddenly, I think that's what fucked him up the most. He started to think he was way smarter than what he actually is, which is a dangerous place to be, because then when your reality doesn't match what you have in your head, it can lead to a bit of a psychic break, which I think he might have had in the past. But that is probably one of his biggest issues. But again, what do I know?
Not only did he lose the case, but now he's paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to set up a precedent that screwed over all of his buddies.
Yeah, bingo, David Guerrero. Yes, I'll say that about Joe Budden too. Bingo, my friend. Bing fucking go. I don't know what it is. I've analyzed it with a lot of these people. I don't know what it is about talking shit into a microphone that they think that they're now... Because I don't know, like even with me, I just talk shit into a microphone. We all do. But it doesn't mean because you do it and you're successful that you can now replace HBO. I don't know why they think that. They correlate because they have people watching their content on YouTube or whatever. Oh, that they know better than Fox. They know better than Paramount, NBC, whatever. It's like, what? It's just internet content. Like, people just want to waste time. They want to have something on the background. You seem likable. You seem cool. Chill is free. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But for some reason, they equate that success in that niche field with all its, reasons for it as a sign that they are somehow like on their way to becoming like, a legitimate entrepreneur. And it's like, I don't think that's how it works, bro.
Including Joe Rogan. So the irony is, Rogan can't just play songs randomly on JRE or clips from movies or TV shows, but I can use clips from his podcast to comment and criticize the things he says. And now, thanks to his buddy Brandon, there's a legal precedent that reinforces my right to fair use of Rogan's clips.
Well, it's dumb. It's dumb. You son of a bitch.
Oh no. So Brendan fucked it for everybody as per usual. The same thing he did when he fucking fucked the fucking MMA streams, right? Remember? That MMA fucking MMA stream subreddit. He baited the whole thing up, got it fucking shut down. And Brendan now has also exposed this copyright law thing or got it clarified. So now podcasts can no longer be, seen as an art form or whatever it may be. So now everybody's fucked. Big up Brendan. In an effort to look after himself, he fucked up everybody else. Gotta love it, innit? You gotta fucking love it. Moving on. This is pretty crazy too, by the way. Do you see this? This is kind of cool. Big up the person that posted this. This is fucking hilarious. How bizarre is this? The artist's legit name is Rinks Part Bappa. So look at this. Look at this artist. I've seen this guy before, but he's got a collaboration now with Saucony. Look at this. This guy's name is Callan Shaub. That's his name. The artist's name. His name is Callan Shaub. He does, that type of art that you see there, and he's got a collaboration with Saucony. With some of his artwork on there. Saucony, Callan Shaub, Progrid, Omni 9. That's pretty insane, isn't it? That's pretty wild, isn't it? Like, this guy's name is Callan Shaub. That's fucking insane. And the thing I found about it though, he's like wildly successful. He's a proper, legit artist in his own right. Nothing to do with Brendan or those guys at all, right? There he is. Is an actual artist working in paint, natural forces, machines in an innovative way, producing bold and thought-provoking contemporary art. It's not really for me, but people love what he does. Look at that. Super, that's standard art guy, covered in fucking paint, hair all different color, nice spirally things, big exhibitions, live paint works that he does. Like a legit artist. And he has nothing to do with Brendan or Callum, but happens to have their surnames, as a first and surname, and is extremely successful. Like Freeze Art Fair successful, probably had his work sold in Sotheby's or something. Let's see sales. Let's see if we can see some of his sales. Yeah, we got Artsy. Artsy usually has it. Let's see if we got some of his sales and what he's sold in the past. Let's see. Oh, he's got, what's this one? He's got one called Chris. What's that? How much is this sold for? Can we tell? Or do you have to sign up to see the prices? Don't be annoying. Let's see if we can see how much it's sold for. Oh, it doesn't say. Acrylic, what is it? Acrylic, what's this one called? Chris Perez, Callan Shaw, Essential Mix. No idea how much it's sold for, but he's got one on there. Cool. Any other thing we can see? Oh wow, he sells stuff online you can buy, right? Fucking hell. 10 grand. Eclipse artwork sold. 8,774. Wow. Big up Callan Shaw, killing the game. Cop Finco print. Is this a print or is this, if it's a print it's too expensive, but if it's actual, oh no, it's actual acrylic on canvas. Not too bad for 14 grand, you know, not gonna lie. Okay, nice. 14,000 signed and dated. Shit. Man selling 5 grand worth of artworks on the Shopify, you know. Oh, look at this. This is like a graffiti version of Live, Laugh, Love, innit? You deserve to be the person you're meant to be. So corny, but it works. Collaboration piece between Atticus and Callan Shaw. £5,355. Wow. Honestly, he's even got a bridal dress available there for £8,000. A bridal dress. Buying that online. He sold another one, 500. Sold another one there. He sold quite a bit, innit? Geesh. Fair play. About. Let's see what he's about. Callan Shaw, Shaw openly shares his painting process with viewers and inspires fans everywhere to participate in his fake art movement. Love it, love it. He seems to be very self-aware. Seems to have a sense of humor. Seems to, you know, give back to his fans. Seems to be an actual good dude. You know, he's actually the opposite of both Brendan and Shaw. He actually seems to be a good dude. Gives back to people. You know, shares the codes. Doesn't hide anything. So yeah, I love it. With paintings hanging on collections across the globe, Callan continues to make the world a more colorful place, one artwork at a time. Amazing, lovely studio with loads of nice lateral light, high ceilings, and paint everywhere. An artist's dream, right? An artist's dream studio. Fucking hell. Look all the collaborators he's been with. Saucony, Coca-Cola, HP, Yves Saint Laurent, Galloway Golf. I don't know what that is. That Fender, Coach, Roman Sapphire. I guess that's the people that make the gin. Adobe, Pan Am, TIFF, Ago. Hey, Ago, that's me. Art Gallery or whatever. Levi's, Elvis Duran Morning Show, Champs, Reebok. Look at the collaborate. Look at that. He's booked and busy. God damn. Big up Callan Shaw. Big up Blood Clark Callan Shaw. We love to see it. We love to fucking see it. We love to fucking see it. Yeah, exactly. Koila. Exactly, Koila. He fugs. Yeah, he definitely fugs. There's for sure. Callan Shaw is not short of some female attention or male attention. Regardless, he definitely fugs her. He definitely gets the choice of what he fugs for sure. Big up Callan Shaw. Moving on. You seen this? A minor. Look at this, man. What the fuck is Eric Griffin doing? So Eric Griffin got into some sort of tit for tat with some random person on Twitter. Then I checked his Twitter, and actually he's one of those people. He gets into back and forth with randoms all the time. So Eric Griffin decided to, you know, do what he does best and offer his unsolicited opinion. Some of y'all are proclaiming Kendrick won this battle. Gotta ask yourself, am I a Kendrick fan or a Drake hater? Do. Shut up, you fucking Mr. Potato Head cunt. Anyway, he replies to his own comment. They can't come back with words. This is some terrible things that they're saying about each other. Shut up. So somebody replies to him and says, I don't like sexual predators. And instantly Eric knows what he means. Instantly, when that guy says, I don't like sexual predators, instantly Eric knows he's not only talking about the allegations out there about Drake, he's also intimating that, hey, you work with some sexual predators. You work with Brian Callen, you work with Chris D'Elia. You should not talk, brother. You should shh and enjoy the show. Instantly, Eric knew what he was talking about. Eric replies, so anyone can just say it on the internet and that makes it true? Yeah, that's how it works, Eric. That's how it works. if somebody on the internet accuses you of being a fucking sexual predator, it's up to you to it's up to you to dismiss or to counter those fucking allegations and to make it abundantly clear that you are not a sexual predator or you are not a diddler or you are not a rapist. You have to make that clear. Yes, you do. I'm sorry. It's not fair. It's not fucking whatever. Cool. But the court of public opinion says if you don't back yourself, if you don't defend yourself, you're guilty. Or if you act like, oh, I wouldn't be arrested. Like, that's why everyone's taking the piss out of Drake reply. Drake's fucking defense of not being a diddler is that, oh, I would have been arrested. That's not really the best defense. I get what he means, but he doesn't really clarify the situation. Same with D'Elia, same with Brian Callen. But again, Eric putting his foot in it. Eric putting his foot in it. Next screenshot. Yeah, just Google Drake on stage with underage girl. Did the police Google? Look at this fucking idiot. People are talking. No one's talking about it being. No one's talking about these guys being in jail for what they did. But you're allowed to bring up. Even me being a Drake fan, you're allowed to bring up that, oh, those pictures and those videos don't make Drake look good. They're kind of weird. They're a bit sus, as the kids would say. But Eric has no concept of that because he doesn't want to process it. Because if he doesn't process something as sus, you have to look at his own friends and, you know, specifically friends that pay him a bit differently. So you can't look at it that way. You have to kind of be like, oh, the police, no police report. It's not a crime if it's no police report. It's like, bro, is that your defense really? Especially with sexual assault. Like, most of us know that sexual assault crimes are the ones that are like the less they have the lowest conviction rate. Sorry, I think even in grape cases, especially grape cases, it's especially depressing. I think if I'm not mistaken, the the conviction rate is less than 1% or something crazy like that, which is wild, because you have to also account for all the people that don't come up and report or don't report their crimes against them, especially women who maybe feel embarrassed about it or whatever, or ashamed. So many people just get away with it based on that. But the ones that do actually go through the whole thing, only 1% of them actually end up getting convicted. Imagine. So the whole like, oh, the police didn't do nothing, it's not a crime. Come on now, wakey. So the guy replies back, yeah, because we all know firsthand that if there isn't an arrest made, that the person didn't do it. LOL. That's silly, bro. Eric replies, and don't put words in my mouth. That's a legit question. If it's so obvious, let's get some real justice, not internet troll. Oh, shut up, you idiot. You work with a fucking alleged diddler and you have kids. That should be enough to make you look like a fucking loser. I'm sorry. You have no right to talk here. No one takes you seriously. No one. Not a hill I'd die on. Eric, silence over discourse. That's the age we live in. Silence over. Shut up, man. Trying to give us fucking morality lessons. You work with a diddler. You work with an alleged rapist as well. You have no right to talk about anything. I'm sorry. Shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear from you, Eric Griffin. Honestly. The things people do for a paycheck, like, fucking hell. Anyway, good to see you even get dunked. Big up the guys. Big up, what's that? Phony Soprano and the other person. Who was it? Phony Soprano and Future People. Big up both of you for dunking on Eric Griffin. That was nice to see. I like it. We like it. We really, really like it. Okay? Cool. By the way, another update. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. I don't believe this. I don't think this is true. But what do you guys think? The subreddit guys. I can't believe Baba pays this much to rent cars. Gringo Pappy rents his cars. What do you say? Sorry, let's go back here. Rents his cars in Beverly Hills. What's the over and under how long the rented car for? Will Mexican be hiding the steering wheel soon? I don't know what that means. What does it mean about steering wheel? Does it mean it's obvious if you see the steering wheel that it's been rented? Oh, man. So allegedly this car's been rented. It's not theirs. Really? Mercedes AMG G63 manufacturer rental, Los Angeles. And you get to, how much is it to rent? Security deposit $1,000. Oh, it's $795 to rent a day. No way is that true. Come on, man. Let's go. Let's see it. Falcon car rental. Falcon car rental.com. Let's see this, because this is, oh man, this is so sad. I thought Brendan actually did her a favor, did her a fucking blessing, and actually got her a fucking car, like a nice one. Like, hey, thank you for sticking by me. Thank you for not divorcing me with all the alleged cheating allegations and being a shitty fucking partner and, you know, non-present dad and shit. Like, thank you for standing by me. Here's a car, and allegedly it's this one. They're saying this is the car that she's got, or the other one, or is it that one? It's got red interior, hasn't it? It might be this one. You think it's been rented? No, I think her one's got red interior. I don't think it's this. I don't think so. Anyway, I don't remember the. Do I have the picture? Do I have a? I think I have a picture, don't I? I think I have a. Let me just get up. Let me see if I can find it. I think I have a picture that I uploaded when we were talking about it. Didn't I? IMGBB, right? Is it this? Let's see if I have a picture of it or a video. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I've got a picture of it here. So there we go. I've got one picture of it here, from the Instagram story. I don't think that's the one, innit? I don't think that is the one. This one's got seats with quilted red here and black on there. I don't think that's the one. That's not like the same one. The interior looks completely different. Oh, is it the one? No, it's not. It's not. I think it's different. I think it's. Oh, fucking hell, Brendan got her a rental. No fucking way. He bought himself 17 cars and he got her a rental. No fucking way. This can't be true. This cannot be true. Let's go back to that. Let's see the front seat. I want to see the front seat. Is that the front seat there? Yeah, no, that's not the same car. That can't be it. It's a bit different. That one's quilted. That's got like a diamond quilt. And this one, yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same design car seat. I don't think that's the same one. I don't think so. Let's go back to the other one there. Let's see if this that one looks a bit grayish and gunmetalish. I don't think that's the same car. I think this person might be off on what they said. I don't think it's the same one. So let's see. Is it that one? Maybe it's that one there. Or this one. What color does that look like? That looks more like a black, doesn't it? Do you think he rented? Do you think he would have done that to his wife? Like, instead of like lied and said you bought her a car and then you rented it. No fucking way. Is that possible? Yes, mate. It says Cambridge footballer. That's such a scummy thing to do. You rent the car so that when it goes away, what do you say? Don't worry, babe. I'm just getting my money up or something. Like, what do you say when it goes away? And this is kind of a lot, isn't it? No, $695 to rent a G-Wagon per day, and you got to put down like $1,000 or something, $1,000 to $5,000 for it. It's a lot of money, isn't it? Just a stunt on the image thing. I'd rather not. I'd rather just save up the money and buy one or lease one properly and have it to myself than have it for a bit and then have to give it back. Don't get me wrong, it looks fucking nice, but I don't know. I honestly think it would have been her idea to rent just to flex. Joanna refilling her Fiji bottles with tap water. Exactly, yeah, true. It's an odd thing to do, isn't it? It's an odd thing to do. I just don't know. It's an odd thing. Because like I said, I'm one of the minority that I think she deserves this car. I think for everything she puts up with that man and just being a fucking wife of a comedian, which is probably one of the most, you know, it's probably a nice thing to do if you're a woman that has no aspirations. You get to live a nice life, but it's pretty lonely. You spend most of the time alone at home. The guys seem to like enjoy not really being at home. Brian Callen being a good example. Any excuse he gets to be away from his kids and his wife, he fucking takes it. So it must be a pretty lonely existence. At least you get to, you know, live comfortably and don't have to work anymore. But she deserves a car like this as a thank you. You know, in the same way he bought her mother or his mother-in-law a house in terms of getting him to forgive him for cheating. I think he does owe it to her to buy her a fucking G-Wagon. Hey, thank you for putting up with me. Thank you for not divorcing me and leaving me bankrupt. Here's a G-Wagon. She deserves that. I think so, personally. And the fact that he got her a rental is some scumbag shit. Like, but according to the chat, maybe it was her idea. Because one thing is for sure, Brendan and his wife are very similar in their materialism. So maybe she was, you know, maybe it was her idea. I don't know. But yeah. Wow, man. Wow. If this is true and this actually was a rental, as this fucking person on the Fire and the Kid said, God damn it. Actually, how much is it to rent other cars? Let's look at one more. Let's look at Ferraris. How much is it to rent a Ferrari? I don't know why you want to do this. I guess it's a stunt for the weekend. It might be fun, but it just seems odd. I'd rather buy it when I have the money to afford it as opposed to rent it and then drive it and have to go back to drive my fucking Prius. Like, that's not fun. Unless you take it on a track. If you're doing a track day, I get it. Taking these cars on a track will be fun. On a track day, fuck it. But just having it to drive around and look like you own a Ferrari. No. Why would I do that? And then the next week you see me on a bus. To rent a Ferrari for a day is $1,750. Oof. Not cheap, bro, to flex, innit? It's not cheap to flex. It's not fucking cheap to flex. God damn. They fucking love... Oh, that's the place. Oh, that's the car that Brendan had, innit? This might be the same place. If it's in LA. This is the one he had. The 812 Superfast. Remember? When he was in the car park with that boxing guy. Yeah, this is the same car Brendan had. Fuck, so all the cars he's had are either been rented or leased. He hasn't owned a single one, I think. Apart from that green Ferrari that he obviously resold. Shit. It's all a fucking image thing. It's all an image thing. Insane. Oh, this is quite nice, isn't it? It's just like what is it? What's that BMW? Is it an X5? An X1? Do you remember that one what's that BMW that all the hairdressers used to drive back in the day? BMW hairdresser car. Do you remember BMW hairdresser car? Let's see. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? Which one was it? It was that one, innit? That's the one. This one here. Whatever that make is. What's the name of it? That kind of looks like a Ferrari version of it. Hairdresser Scott. Yeah, so who's this? Okay, what car is this? I don't know what model it is, but do you remember that Ferrari kind of looks a little bit like it? Like a fucking Ferrari version of that BMW. Looks like a fucking, Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, thoughts and feelings go out to the wife. The car isn't yours, allegedly. The car might not be yours. I don't think she probably cares, but allegedly it might not be yours, my dear. So, moving on. We got a clip here, courtesy of the Fire and the Kid subreddit, from this really long conversation with Derek Poston. I've got some clips of my own I want to play from this episode too, but let's play this particular clip that somebody uploaded. It says, warning, long clip, sounds like they're talking about Shorb. I have to say this honestly, putting my cards on the table. I don't like this. I don't like when Rogan does these like messages and these lessons on his podcast through the conduit of a guest. Because I think he does this a lot. He talks to his friends via the pod because he knows everyone listens to it. And he says stuff like, oh, this person needs to... Like, he'll kind of vaguely talk about somebody who he's talking about. If I was his friend, this would piss me off. I'm not going to lie. Like, say it to me. Like, don't go on your pod and say in a vague roundabout way, oh, so one of my friends needs to lose weight, needs to leave the fucking boozing, all this. Like, I don't like it personally. I don't fucking like it. But anyway, let's go. Let's play this clip. Allegedly, they're saying this might be a message to Brendan. It must be depressing for him too, to be fair, to see Derek Poston have such a prominent role in Rogan's life now. He obviously is past, I think, at the mothership. He hosts most of the shows there. He lives in Austin, Texas. They've clearly grown way closer to Rogan than he has to Shorb, obviously, since he's moved. And he's kind of like taken over that spot. And yeah, it must be mad because, Brendan kind of gave Derek his I won't say his start, but, he kind of made him get friendly within that group of people. And now he completely surpassed him and he's doing his own thing and obviously shining. So let's see what they say about Brendan in a roundabout way. Let's hear what they say about Brendan in a roundabout way.
Yeah. So there's a few guys, you take them on the road, they didn't, whatever it is, they didn't have the extra horsepower to make it up the hill. It's like, listen, man, you got to get up that hill. Yeah. Like, no one's going to help you. I can't hold your hand. You got to get up.
He said that. I've just seen the chat now. Big up Rodolfo Duran. AZ's going to rent a Focus after the stream. I'm going to rent a Ford Focus for £20 a day. He can't take a piss. I'm going to stunt in my 12-year-old Ford Focus with no license. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Ford Focus, renting one. That's real. That's really being humble, innit? I'm a real honest working man, innit? If I rent a Ford Focus, fucking hell.
That hill on your own. It's the only way to do this. Damn, some people don't make it up the hill, bro. Yeah, even though you love them, they don't make it up the hill. You love them, you think they're great guys. They want you to still take them on the road and like, hey, man, you got to make it up the hill. You got to make it up the hill. I can't have you bombing everywhere, you know?
Oh, that reminds me of that clip, innit? That reminds me of that clip. What are those people called again? What they thing called? What's that? Brendan Schaub bombing. Do you remember? What was that? Who's that person that told him that bombing all the way? What show was that? What was it? Is it Taylor? Yeah, that's it. Taylor Lewin, right? Is it Taylor Lewin? Taylor Lewin. Remember he said something about him bombing. Schaub gets bullied by the entire. What's that? Oh, not that one. Disagrees with Brendan's narrative. The boys, Taylor Lewin, thank you for your service. Remember he said something about bombing. Let's see if I can find it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Bustin' with the Boys.
Bear with me a second. I know this is annoying, but
I'm going to give you my #1 tip to get over a breakup, and that is going to be going to therapy. Going to therapy helped me so much. It could help for so many other reasons, but this was like a really hard period for me. So going to therapy helped me get...
We don't care about your fucking therapy shit. We don't care.
The boys. I'm thinking, this is episode 142? And you guys have been outstanding. And before I get more into that, I got to let you know about the best presenting sponsor of all time. That's the Donald Trump hands. The best presenting sponsor.
It's a beautiful truck.
It's a beautiful truck.
A lot of friends who drive this truck.
Bear with me a second as I try and get this up on
the most durable, reliable vehicle on the road. You all know what I'm talking about.
Let me pause this quickly. It was when he said something about bombing. He's like, yeah, what does it feel like bombing every day or something? Let's see. Bear with me a second here as it loads. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, I got the transcript. Yeah, there you go. Bomb, right? Let's see. Bomb. Was it like bombing everywhere, right? Or something like that comment. What did he say? Where is it? Can I find it here? Come on, bro. Do us a favor, mate. Come on, work. BOMB. Most bomb wings. Ann Coulter. I'm going to stand up, go back forever. Yeah, there we go. Bomb forever. We got it. Look at it. I bet this is the one. Brendan. Look at this. Look. When was this? This was like 2 years ago, right? Oh, shit.
With stand-up, like, how do you get into that?
What do you mean?
Like, what made you go and be like, all right, I'm going to go do stand-up comedy and go bomb forever?
I don't think he meant it that way. I think he meant more so like, wow, man, stand-up comedy seems so hard. What made you decide to do something that you know you're going to be terrible at for a while because it takes long to get good? I think that's what he meant. But it came out like he was telling him that he bombs, that he's shit. But I don't think he meant that. And Brendan clearly was defensive because he was like, what do you mean? Brendan was defensive as well because I think he was getting grilled. He did like he was getting big timed. And because these guys are pro, you know, he's probably got a bit of an inferiority complex. Like he probably feels like he's back in college playing football, whatever. He didn't receive it too well, but I don't think Taylor meant it the way it sounded. Honestly, I don't think he did. One more time.
When with stand-up, like, how do you get into that?
What do you mean?
Like, what made you go and be like, all right, I'm going to go do stand-up comedy and go bomb forever?
Well, Bomb Forever is interesting, but
bomb for a little bit and then get better.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
That's a fly by the cuff question, right? That's how we do it. That's why we can't have that when we go. Yeah, exactly.
We're brainstorming.
You suck still, but like, how do you let your ego just let you bomb every day?
I'm like Nebraska, man. I lose, but not by much. No,
greatest bomber of all time.
Yeah, right. No, I always want to do it. Like my dream was to be on Saturday Night Live as a kid.
Same.
Yeah.
My dream was to be on Saturday Night Live. Really? 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 What happened to that dream then? You gave up comedy. What happened to Saturday Night Live? You swapped Saturday Night Live for your kid playing baseball. Your kids to play baseball in the park with other Mexi kids, as he calls them. And by the way, is he putting his middle finger up at the guy? Or am I being a bit weird? Is Brendan rubbing his eye with his middle finger as a little subtle like fuck you to the guy? Can you see that? Is he doing that? Oh, the old fuck you, right? The old go fuck yourself. Brendan's so mad. Look at the other guy laughing. Look at the other guy laughing. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. What made you think? Is he doing it? I don't know if he is, but it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was my dream, and then Robin Williams, like Adam Sandler, my heroes. I was just where I grew up in Denver, Colorado, Aurora. It was like the way to be cool was sports.
What a weird rewriting of history, right? Because he didn't make it in football, he convinced himself that he never actually wanted to make it. He did that again. That's why I think Brendan has a lot of common with Caroline Calloway. The Caroline Calloway documentary that D'Angelo Wallace put out, please watch it. There's a segment towards the end where he starts to play clips of her in interviews, and she says the same thing. She has like the same phrase that she uses talking about her dad's suicide. The same phrase she uses talking about her addictions. The same phrase she uses talking about her writing. Like, it's the same little things, and he says the same thing as well. I was going to be the only key to play sports. But I never wanted to be a sports guy. I wanted to be a fairy. I wanted to be a dancer. Like, he's got that fucking thing that he says, and it's clearly, if you say it to yourself long enough, and again, I know myself, being a very prodigious, being a very intense and consistent self-talker. I know if you talk to yourself enough and you say the words enough to yourself with enough ferocity and intensity, you can honestly start to believe your own bullshit. Obviously, once you step outside and touch grass, you get back to reality. But my guys never had reality.
Thank God I was athletic, but it was kind of a curse and a blessing.
Right.
Because that was like how it was cool, so I just focused on that, even though I wanted to do this other thing. But there's no outlets. And then, fight in the UFC, played football, fought in the UFC, and then came to LA, met Brian Callen, and then he was like, oh, dude, and Brian's a great, mentor. Mm-hmm. And Brian was like, oh, we should do a podcast together. I'm like, all right, whatever, dude. And so we started doing that, and then just all my friends became comedians. And Brian knew the day I met him, I was like, oh, man, comedy, that's my heart, man. I'd love to do that. So you should do it. I'm like, no, don't be an idiot. And then just being around the guys more and more, and then finally started doing live fighting the kids. And we did one at the Comedy Store.
Worst decision you've ever made. He should have never become a comedian. He should have just done comedy like how how podcast hosts do live shows. Just do a live show, do some bits, fool around, make people laugh, and then go home. But he should have never tried to pursue it as like a craft thing. He was never gonna make it. He should have just did it like a live podcast thing, and he would have been pretty cool.
And then like 3 weeks later, the booker of the Comedy Store called me. I'll never forget this. And her name's Emily, and she goes, hey, are you interested in doing a 5-minute set at the Comedy Store in the Belly Room next Wednesday? And I go, oh yeah, let me call Brian and make sure he can do it. And she's like, no, dum-dum, just, we saw your set. Mm-hmm. And she's like, just you. And I'm like, oh shit. And Comedy Store's,
That's when he took over the show. That's probably the point where T-Fat K went to shit. When he started to get calls directly from the Comedy Store telling him to come and perform there and not tell Brian. Don't tell Brian. Don't tell that old fuck. Don't tell the wrinkly guy that does the comedy about, liking men's bodies. No, leave him at home. Don't tell the grapist, allegedly. Only you. And Brendan, being the good friend that he is, he kept that secret, went there. And of course, that probably caused a little bit of issues, but they got over it. But this was the beginning of the end of T-Fat K. his ego was like all over the place. Like, yeah, oh wow, they're calling me, specifically me. I must be fucking Dave Chappelle. I'm Chris Rock. I am Louis C.K. I am Dave Attell. I am Papa Attell.
Big deal.
Yeah, it's like playing
Yeah,
football in Michigan or fucking Notre Dame. I was like, what?
Looked right at you and they went Notre Dame.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying CU or Nebraska, you know, we're it's tough lately.
Yeah.
But,
that's a tough deal.
Yeah, so I did, and it was off to the races. And
Yeah.
just nobody knew I want to do that. And then there's an episode.
Nobody knew because it's not true. Hey, nobody knew because it's not true. Because you're lying. That's why nobody knew, because you're lying. Nobody knew about your secret dream to become a stand-up comedian because it's a lie. This guy doesn't have secret dreams. Everything that he does is on social media. A guy that wears a beanie that small with a head that big doesn't have secret dreams. I'm sorry. There's no secret. It's all here to see. You can see it all there. It's all there to see.
Rogan, you know, I've been on there a million times. He's like, you should really do stand-up, man. Get a set together and hit the fucking...
Again, let's blame Rogan. Anyway, let's continue back on that clip that we was watching where Rogan is giving someone a life lesson. It sounds like he's giving a life lesson to Shorb. Let's see what he has to say. Let's continue there. Sorry, I went on a bit of a detour.
I've seen people ask you to try to go up on the Rogan and Friends, and like, you try, you help some people. It's just, but and then it's just
when they bomb, it's awful.
It's awful.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think you're a bit of a psycho if you ask anybody to go up on their show and you don't know them. When they agree to let you up, it's also a psychotic because that you could be anybody. But you have to be an unhinged person to go up to Rogan, not knowing him, and say, "Hey, could you let me perform on your show?" Knowing full well that if you bomb, you're never ever going to perform for him ever again, and you're probably going to be dead to him. It's too much of a risk to take, unless you're actually good. Which you're not. If you're good, you're not going to ask anyway. You're probably going to be invited. So, you know, it's a dumb thing. So it is what it is.
Especially when the crowd's so, like, Hassan just murdered and Brian just murdered. You know, and then it's like, it's just like, oh no.
Yeah. You got to make it up the hill. But you can. And just because you have a bad set that night, it doesn't mean everybody's writing you off. But if you don't adjust, if you don't course correct, you're going to continue to have bad sets. You know?
Oh, is he talking about Papa? Papa hasn't course corrected. Brendan famously, according to BGL, Brendan famously doesn't listen to his own sets, which is wild to think about that, right? He does that level of stand-up and doesn't even re-listen to it. He doesn't at all. He just goes with what he goes with and goes, you know, no re-listening to his material, tightening things up, removing words, adding words, changing the order of things. Nah, we just go. So of course he was never going to improve.
Now you got to figure out what am I doing wrong? Like, what is different about what I'm doing than these people that are doing it really good?
That's the best part of watching them.
But the thing is, comedy.
Big up NJ Ranger, the biggest bomb, the bombist. Some would say the bombist.
It's a weird art form in that there's no real place where you can learn it other than doing it.
Yeah.
You could learn how to play guitar. You know, I mean, some of the great guitar players, they're self-taught, but you could learn. You could go to a place, they could teach you how to play guitar. You know, they could teach you online. There's tons of tutorials on how to learn how to play guitar that are free. You can get them on YouTube. Learn how to play guitar. You're not going to learn how to do comedy.
You can't.
Yeah, you got to do it.
It's so personal. That's what makes it so beautiful, bro.
To be fair, as nauseating as this conversation is, it is quite similar to DJing, unfortunately. That's one of the unfortunate things about DJing. You can't learn to DJ at home. You kind of have to learn in front of a crowd. But then to get in front of a crowd is really difficult. It's probably more difficult to get in front of a crowd to DJ as it is to do comedy. Because there's not a lot of places where you can play music. You know? People just won't allow you. And there's too many DJs and not enough spots. So it's a hard thing to get involved in, unfortunately. I would love it to be easier, but it's one of those things.
So personal.
And there's a lot of really funny people that aren't funny on stage. That's weird.
How does that? It's weird. It doesn't make sense sometimes.
No, that's how it should be. Actually, funny people don't waste their time going on stage. That's actually, there should be a differential. There should be people that are funny on podcasts who are making tons of people laugh and making cash in the process. Great. There should be people that want to do that on stage. Great. People that want to do that, you know, within their social group. Great. People that want to do that, you know, in writing rooms. Great. The issue is podcasting flattened all that shit, and these guys believe they could do everything. I could be a writer, director, producer, actor, funny. No, bro. Stick to what you're good at. If you're good at being funny on pods, double down on that. If you're good at doing it on stage, double down on that. If you're good at doing it with sketches, double down on that. These guys, you know, I don't know. Motherfuckers think they're way more talented than what they actually are. It's like actual talent is knowing what you're good at and doubling, tripling down on it, in my personal opinion. But again, what do I know?
Right, it's weird. It's weird when you see them bomb on stage and you see them in real life and they're funny. Like, what is going on?
And then they go almost like the green, like you'll see them in the green room and they'll be the comedian.
Yo, big up Austin.
Wait. Does anyone remember this MF sitting here with Jimmy Carr saying that they should teach comedy in schools? So you can learn it then, Joe. WTF, this is just the libertarian happy tale
NJ Ranger, you're a bad boy. Now, everyone always hates you when Rogan does this sort of stuff because they don't think he's funny. So whenever Rogan talks about comedy, everyone makes want to punch a wall.
Remember when Joe was saying Charlie Murphy had a comedy tour after Chappelle's show? Baba had to one up and say I had my special earlier than he did.
Yeah. Of course. This is one of the... This guy, Derek Poston, reminds me of how Brendan was early on. Very deferential, very like just heaping praise to Rogan, looking at him like a god and just agreeing with everything and being wanting to soak up game, wanting to learn. Then Brendan decided to get too big for it because I think you can notice the arrogance of Brendan if you actually watch. And I think Austin pointed out as well. I've got to do that as well. And big up Angel Ranger too. I need to go back and watch the episodes. I think you start to notice the increase in confidence and arrogance in Brendan, where he starts to then look at first he looks at Rogan like a mentor, then he looks at him like a peer, then he looks at him like like it starts to become like he starts to think they're on the same level. Like he's as important, as big, as influential, whatever. Do you know what I mean? He had a very warped sense of his pod, everything. So I think you can trace the descent of it. So if Derek Poston stays like this, stays being like in awe of Rogan, in awe of the mothership, in awe of comedy, he'll be fine and just plays his role. But if he starts to believe that he's fucking Chris Rock or some shit, you're going to see him also go through a bit of a Brendan phase. But he seems to be a cool dude, to be fair. He seems to be a cool dude. I think he'll be fine. But hearing him speak and hearing him like agree with everything Rogan's saying and kind of just echo everything he's saying reminds me of like old school Brendan on JRE. You know, how he just be sucking Rogan off the whole time.
Comedian. And then they go on stage and they like, but no, let me become a comedian, like what I think a comedian is.
So aware that they're performing.
You know what as well, by the way, big up Chris Mack about the point about Matt and Shane podcast making $600,000 a month. You know why I think that's really important and why I think it hasn't been spoken about enough? That should be a sign to everybody that being really funny and making good content that your fans love is actually way more important than, you know, having the best, biggest guests and all this sort of malarkey or talking about cancel culture and all that sort of shit. Because they don't do that really, for the most part. They do talk about some things in the news, but they're not preaching to you. They're not trying to give you life lessons. They're not attributing stand-up to life and trying to say going up is like being in a war and being a Navy SEALs. They're just providing funny content for their fans. I wish some of these comedians would see that, oh shit, they're making tons of money just being as funny and as inappropriate as they can to each other. Saying the most risque, funny thing they can say to each other on a pod and try and make each other laugh. And look what's happened. Shane Gillis basically uncancelled himself by being really funny. Imagine that. Shane Gillis didn't uncancel himself by going on every right-wing podcast and talking about cancel culture, talking about deplatforming, talking about woke stuff and whatever. No, Shane Gillis uncancelled himself by just being funny, undeniably so. You'd think they'd want to copy that, but they don't. They're all trying to call controversy. They're all trying to say cancelable things, then complain about it, then use it as a media run. Like, fuck off, man. That's why I love Matt and Shane, honestly. For once, it's actually nice to see comedy guys just being funny and also making tons of money doing it. Long live Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast.
So aware, not locked into the thought at all, but instead hoping for a good result with every word that comes out of their mouth.
Hey, Chris Rizze, we sleep when we dead. We sleep when we dead. Huh? My parents had to swim across an ocean to get over here. Forge documents. You know what I mean? Jump over barriers. Get electrocuted by fucking, guardrails. Get beaten by police bats. Chased by dogs down the streets. I owe it to them to be up every single day. We up. We never fucking sleep. More cocaine, more ketamine, more MDMA, more ecstasy, more beer, more cocktails, more whiskey, more kratom, more Tiger Fick, more comedy, more Brendan, bash Brendan, bash Brendan, bash Brian, bash Brian. Again and again. Berghain, 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 Nike, Nike Supreme. Rogan, Rogan, Rogan. T-Fat K, T-Fat K. Addies and baddies. Come on, man. We don't sleep, Chris Rizze. We don't fucking sleep, bro. I owe it to my ancestors. Huh? They didn't fucking pick cotton wearing denim tears for nothing, all right? I owe it to them. We don't fucking sleep. We laugh at Brendan again and again and again and again. All right? Fuck, bro. Big up Chris Rizze.
Yeah.
Hoping for a good result.
Yeah, it's that feeling in the air of desperation. You know?
The crowd can taste it.
You ever see a desperate dude trying to hit on a girl? It's the saddest shit of all time. It's like he smells like shit, and she's just trying to get away from him. You know, because desperation stinks.
It does.
It stinks on girls too. It stinks.
Yeah, big up Austin Case, exactly. Tremaine Emery, denim tears. Huh? Racism, systemic racism, inequality.
Stinks on comedians. Stinks.
Peggy Goo. Berghain, Panama Bar, Berlin. Fold. E1.
Desperation stinks. We don't like it. It's uncomfortable. I don't want to feel that way. So I want you to be having
copy and paste. All right? We don't fucking change. We don't sleep. We double down. We repeat stories. All right? We talk about things from an unformed opinion. Our microphone levels aren't good, right? We lag sometimes. We just keep on going, bro. We just go. Sleep. Ha.
Fun. You know, when I see someone like Schultz at the roast, he's having fun.
Yeah.
I want to be watching the person who's having fun. I don't want to be watching someone who's like, even if your comedy is really well written, it's going to suck if you're desperate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, watching someone have fun. God, watching that fucking guy Schultz. That's fucking.
Yeah. He has a good ass time.
Well, he wants to fuck him, innit? Watching that guy Schultz. I want to taste his balls. I want to taste the tip of his dick on my tongue. Like, god damn. Hey, yo, no Diddy, man. You talking about another man like this? You talk about your wife like this? You talk about your mum like this? Oh, and he's so close to microphone too. I wanna suck his dick out. It's like, come on, man, relax. Derek Poston, cálmate. Derek Poston, tranquilo. Shit.
Man.
And he's enjoying all of the success. You know, he's enjoying every step of the way. That's very important too, because you know a lot of people get upset that people promote things and show them on stage killing it, but you gotta understand, like that's you. That's on you.
That's on you.
He's celebrating success. This is gratitude in a physical form. If that bothers you, that's you.
What you want me to do, man?
That's your problem. This is him with the garden.
This is him. Oh, we were there. Oh, look at the boy. Joe, watching this guy. I swear to God, Joe, and I've told him this 100 times. I'll be watching him. I'll think I'll get off stage. My second show at the Garden, I thought I had one of the best sets I've ever had in my life, Joe. In my life. I watched his first 10 minutes just riffing about New York, and I'll be like, I didn't even do the same thing. I'm not even doing the same thing. He's killing so hard.
And he brought 50 Cent out, too, at the end, right?
Oh, yeah, he brought him out.
Did 50 sing? Oh, he did.
Joe, we got to rap. We rapped Hater to Love It together.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he dapped me up and went through my body, Joe.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
But I like that he lives like this. I like that he's like a bigger, better. Let's everybody. Let's be bigger, better, bigger. We can all.
Man, Brendan's on suicide watch. Oh, look at the screenshot. Brendan, man. Oh. Now I get why Brian Callen went on that 9-minute rant about being almost depressed and unable to watch the Tom Brady comedy roast. We need to watch that clip again as well, by the way. God damn it, man. You had everything. You had the whole world in your hands. Now look at how they're talking about Schultz. When is Rogan ever talking about Brendan in this way? Yeah, man, he's killing it. He's a beast. He's a this, he's a that. Nah, man. God damn, son. God damn. Look at it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know me too well. You know me too well. There we go. Nice screenshot there. Actually, let's get that fucking mouth in there as well. We need to get that face and that mouth in there specifically. There we go. We need that in there. And then I said, "Awooga!" You know what I mean? Yeah? Cool, let's go.
I'll be bigger and better. Yeah. And I like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's like, and then she said she's 16. And I was like, that's the Crystalia face when someone says she's 16.
We can all be.
That's what he says when she says she's 16. Crystalia.
Bigger and better. Yeah. And I like that. That's why I gravitate towards him, I feel like. Because he makes me want to be bigger and better and do better.
I felt like that the moment I met.
What's that, NJ? Google Ed Bighead. Oh, is that the person you think that person looks like, right? That cartoon. Was it Ed Bighead? Who's that? Ed Bighead. Yeah? It's so rude. It's so rude. But yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, where is it? Warning long. Where is that fucking clip? There it is, right? Cool. Oh my god, this is so fucking rude, but so funny at the same time. Where are you? There you go. Pick up Derek Poston. He does look a little bit. This is so fucking rude, but so funny. We got Derek Poston. I like Derek Poston anyway. I like him. I like Derek Poston. He seems like a cool dude. The fact that Derek Poston was able to navigate working with Brendan and help, because Derek and that other Asian dude who he works with, or who he's friends with, they helped Brendan do You'd Be Surprised. So they've been around since then, and he navigated that water, or navigated those choppy waters, and then went to the Comedy Store, did that, and then obviously bounced to the mothership. You got to give him ratings for that. He did well. Big up Derek Poston. I like him.
Better, bigger. We can all be bigger and better.
Yeah.
And I like that. That's why I gravitate towards him, I feel like. Because he makes me want to be bigger and better and do better.
I felt like that the moment I met him. The moment I met him was that I'd seen him do some stuff on online. I guess it was probably YouTube or Instagram, or I forget what it was. And then I came to the store and I heard he was doing a show. So I came to stop by to watch him.
I remember this night, Joe.
Yeah.
I remember this night.
I met him in the back.
Yep. Main room. He went up, he fucking killed, and then he did the pod. I remember that shit.
Yeah, it was fun.
I didn't even know him yet. I just remember just being a fly on the wall watching these moments.
There's good guys out there, man. There's good guys out there. And there's a lot of people that would be good guys if they were in the right group of people. And they don't feel like they can be good guys because they're all like shielded and protected. And some.
That can't be Brendan, though. He's not shielded and protected. He doesn't hang out with anybody. Brendan doesn't really, I don't think Brendan really has any comedy friends. Because of that whole Bobby Lee thing, he's kind of been ostracized a little bit. Because obviously everyone picked Bobby Lee over Brendan. That was obviously going to happen. But I don't really think he has any comedy friends, really. Brian also doesn't because of the rape allegations. I think a lot of people probably speak to him behind the scenes, but they probably don't want to be in front of a camera with him. Because then, you know, your comments are going to go crazy and say you're endorsing grape. So I don't know if it is Brendan, but it's, again, Rogan does this all the time. I personally wouldn't like it if I was his friend. He likes throwing out these life lessons on these pods via the conduit of a guest, and like, you know, talking through somebody to you. It's like, just talk to me. If you want to tell me something, tell me. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to do this whole roundabout way thing.
Some guys are good guys when things are going great for them. But when things aren't going great, then they're cunts.
And all of a sudden they that's because they weren't good guys, Joe. That's who they really were.
Yeah. Well, they're just narcissists, and they feel it's the same, that old school thing where they only want them to be successful. And
that's why I've always said comedians are the biggest haters, because this is a running thing you hear people say. You hear people say back in the day that before Rogan came about, comedians are really spiteful, really greedy, resentful, didn't want anyone else to make it apart from them. If that's the case, and if that's true, that means in general, by and large, the culture of stand-up comedy is one of yeah, it's my thing. We're not sharing, like, you know what I mean? Only one person gets through. Ha ha, I'm selling out, you're not. If that's the case, then that means most of these guys are big time haters. Like, so they like to talk about Red Bar, make Red Bar seem like he's the fucking boogeyman and the evil guy. They probably say worse things about each other behind each other's back than what Red Bar ever says. That's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the fucking matter. And I will die on that hill. These guys are probably the biggest haters behind the scenes. They say the awfulest things about each other. But in camera, oh yeah, we're this big community, we go to each other's ponds. Just fake fucking kumbaya shit. It's not true. It's not true. You hate that another guy makes more money than you. You hate it. Because in their head, they all think they're the same. That's my opinion. I'll fucking die on that. Big up.
He's gonna be okay for a while. Joe made it a point to say Derek was the first to Austin and he appreciated it.
Yeah. I saw it. I got the clip. This whole podcast, big up Keith. This whole podcast was Rogan using Derek as a way to tell everybody else why certain people are in his group or in his close-knit circle now and some people aren't. He basically said, as Keith said in a way, he respects the people that made the decision to jump and go to Austin before the mothership blew up. They were already trusting the process. But to be fair anyway, I'm going to get on it later. No, I'll save it later. I'll save it later. Let's continue.
They
Big
only
up Keith, appreciate you.
people that are way less successful than them. If they do celebrate people,
yeah,
it's always someone who's like kind of okay, and then they pretend they're really amazing.
That shit's so. Oh my god.
The only problem I have with this with Rogan is that why I think he's being a bit of a cunt in this, respectfully. You can't now have these. I can't. A lot of people online too are doing the same thing. You can't take him seriously when it comes to how he judges comedians because he forced a lot of his unfunny friends down our throats for the best part of a decade, including fucking Brendan Schaub. You remember when he used to make excuses for Brendan and say, oh, people only hate him because he looks like a school bully or he looks like somebody that would have taken your girlfriend or your lunch money in school. Is that what?
Never seen a black Englishman in a denim jacket. Huge songs.
Big up Theodore. What a cunt. It's like you never seen an Asian woman that's visibly pregnant. That's hilarious. I've never seen a black guy. You guys are cunts, I swear. You guys are fucking cunts. Honestly, you're all fucking cunts. But yeah, big up Theodore. That was fucking brilliant. It's such a random things to say. Anyway, whatever. Don't care. That's so much. Now I'm gonna be self-conscious wearing this. Like, I mean, the only black guy in the village with a denim coat. Anyway, let's continue. Big up Theodore, appreciate you. What was I saying? I don't know. It doesn't feel. Let's continue.
Then they'll tell people like Hassan or somebody that they can't open for him. Like, they'll give him excuses to why, like, oh, just, we're this or that. And it's like, no, he just murdered. That's why.
Yeah, you don't. Well, when you kick a guy off the tour because he's killing too hard, that's when it's a real problem. I've seen that happen.
It's happened to your boy. It's happened to your boy, Joe. We know the names. Come on.
Yeah. But
wow, is that true? Imagine what type of scumbag you have to be. Imagine how insecure you have to be to kick somebody off a tour because they're killing too hard. They're taking away attention from you. Again, more proof that comedians are bigger haters than anyone on YouTube making commentary videos about them. Because the commentary community on comedians, myself included, we only exist because they say stupid shit. If they don't say stupid shit, we go away. We disappear overnight. The moment they have a level of self-awareness, the moment they can laugh at themselves, the moment they don't say dumb things, the moment they don't think they're fucking Aristotle, suddenly we all fucking disappear. But they won't, because they all think they are those people, so it'll continue.
That's on them. They have to live with that. That's not good. That's take your medicine.
Yeah, also, don't you want the show to be good? That's what I be thinking about. Like, don't you want the people in the show to also leave going, I love the whole show, not just the main guy. I love the whole thing.
But I think what people could take out of this, they don't give a fuck about comedy or stand-up, is that
Oh my god. Oh my god. Asada sees you are... That observational skills is... You need to be in the CIA or MI5 or something. Wow. Bro. Why did I immediately know what you're talking about? Why did I immediately know what you're fucking talking about? Why did I immediately know? Look at this. He said I look like this. He said I look like a Jordan A. Aqua. Yo. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm crying. Oh shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Niggas are saying I look like a Volkswagen GTI. Small head, big body, and now I look like a pair of Jordan 8 Aquas. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Honestly, big up Assad, man. Big up Assad. Wow. Wow. Honestly, I'm literally leaking. I'm literally leaking from my fucking eyeballs. Oh my God. That is incredible. Oh, I feel like a trap star right now. Big up trap star. Oh my God, my fucking brain is killing me. Literally, I'm about to faint. I think I'm doing a Bert Kreischer. I'm gonna faint. Anyway,
the mentality of like doing it the right way, you could apply that to everything.
Anyways, they're obviously talking about Brendan. Brendan, I feel sorry for you, brother, because there was one point this guy was inviting you to perform at the Comedy Store when you were 1 year in. He didn't have a problem with it, and now all of a sudden he's got his own club, and now this nigga has standards. It's a piece of shit. It's a piss take, really. I'm not gonna lie, it's a piss take. But it is what it is. Continue on. We got another clip here. Brian asks Bean Dip what podcast he listens to. Bean Dip. Oh, that's never. Why do they call him Bean Dip? That's fucking hilarious. Big on the Brian the Kid. Bean Dip. I don't know why. Why don't know? I don't know that. What's that chauvinism? What's Bean Dip mean? What's Bean Dip? Bean Dip. Let's see what that means. Do they have it? Why would they call him Bean Dip? Huh. I know there's a reason why. I wonder why Bean Dip. Bean Dip is a Mexican appetizer. Is that why they call him Bean Dip? A Mexican appetizer? That's hilarious. Bean Dip. Hold on. Where is it? There you go. Let's continue. Oh no, we got fucking chin cooking. Let's see what this is about.
I made these noodles earlier.
Boil
and that's
them.
gonna be for our orange chicken.
Yep.
Like I listen to podcasts when I drive to work. If I'm working out, like I can't sit down and watch like a TV show.
What do you
now, if I'm at home, I'm not watching a podcast.
No.
I'm watching the real talent, right? It's on TV. It's on HBO.
So what are the podcasts you listen to? What TV?
Isn't that kind of being insulting to yourself? When you say there's real talent on TV, aren't you kind of subbing yourself? No?
TV shows you watch?
Podcasts. I listen to Schulte. I listen to a ton of MMA.
Oh, we know that, by the way. We know he listens to a ton of MMA because he copies everyone's hot takes. We know that. For a while, do you remember when Brendan was copying that guy? But I think he didn't. He stopped now because that guy took the piss out of him. There's a guy that does MMA podcast. He's really good. I think he's anonymous. He doesn't show his face, and the logo is like a feather on a pen or something, or a feather on gloves. He's really good. He does really good breakdowns. I think Brendan's like copying his takes, and then the guy said something obviously mad. He kind of dissed Brendan, and then I think he stopped listening to him. But he was copying Luke Thomas, Ariel, and this guy. I forgot his name. That's it. Jack Slack. That's the one. Jack Slack, yeah. Brendan was clearly, because Jack Slack always, he's kind of like MMA guru. He's balls deep, but he also has his own opinions and points of view and offers up alternative kind of opinions on a card, or, you know what I mean? He breaks down cards, fight cards really well and analyzes tape. A lot of people don't really fucking do that. So he was copying a few of his takes, but, it's hard to copy someone like that takes because clearly that's coming from somebody that's watching tape and is quite knowledgeable about the sport. So you can't just rabbit it because it obviously sounds like you told somebody. And I guess eventually he kind of, knew it would look too obvious and left it alone. And now, because Luke Thomas, although he does analyze tape, he talks in a more accessible, approachable way. Brendan could kind of take those takes because a lot of what Luke Thomas says, yes, it's insightful, but it's also things that if you do sit with your thoughts for 5 minutes, you could probably come up with. So it's a lot more believable that he'd have a similar take to Luke. But I think he doesn't even have a similar take. He just rabbits them or parrots them.
All MMA, mainly.
Podcasts?
Podcasts, yeah. Luke Thomas.
Chris Weidman losing 17 seconds into the fight with the same shin injury that derailed the career and then the second fight between Chris Weidman and Anderson Silva. Dude, Hollywood would reject a script if you wrote that in because it would be just too impossible for the audience to believe.
By the way, is it fair, recently, the recent fight card, 301, one of the fighters, I don't know if it's the main card or the prelims, the fight got stopped because his shin was split open. Is it fair that they stopped that and they awarded the fight to the other fighter to win? I understand if you split your eye, your forehead open, or you get a split above your eye and the blood's leaking and you can't see, but the split was on his shin. Like, until he gives up, carry on fighting, no? I didn't understand why they stopped the fight. Like, if he gives up, then fair enough, or his corner throws in the towel, but stopping the fight because his shin split open, it's not going to affect him as badly as it would have in his head on his eye. I don't know. I thought that was a weird stoppage. Nah, it was weird. It's fair that the fight aimed at the leg. Yes, I don't know. It's just I don't know. Again, I'm sure it's painful, but I thought it was a weird way to start the fight.
2 days later. If you wrote this for Hollywood, if you gave him a script, you gave him the story of Chris Weidman and how when he fought Anderson Silva, and then Anderson kicks him, fucking bends his leg and breaks it. And then you at the end of the script, you write, and then Chris Weidman has a rematch with Uriah Hall. This guy, he's finally coming to his own, and then he throws a kick, and his leg breaks the exact same way as Anderson Silva's did. Hollywood go, it's too on the nose. It's just, no, it's too obvious. All the Helwani, The Ringer, Damon Martin, ton of MMA. Mainly MMA.
Now because he hates, I think he mentions Helwani to appear like he's not bothered, but I don't think he listens to Helwani anymore. I think he says it just to appear like he's not bothered and he's a big guy and he can get over things, but I don't think he listens to Ariel. And I think he'd be too proud to admit he copies his thoughts because he knows how much Ariel doesn't like him. So I don't think about Luke Thomas, he definitely does, for sure.
If Rogan has a good guest on or one of our friends, I listen to that. So the combo of Rogan, Schultze, and then the majority of it's MMA.
Can you imagine anything more unsexy than going on a fucking camping trip with your boyfriend and him having a tripod with a fucking iPhone and a light glaring at your face and then him slurping these noodles like this? Can you imagine? No wonder she left. Can you imagine anything more unappealing than this? Like, god damn it, bro. This is not the type of date girls like, really, She's doing it because she loves you, but does she really want to be there? Really? I doubt it, But she wants to spend time with you. This is something that you like, so cool. But I don't know, man. Take her to a fucking steak restaurant. Take her to a nice place. Go, stay in a nice Airbnb somewhere, Like, what is this? Especially when you're vlogging it the entire time. It's like, if you're going to do this, go camping and just fuck like bunny rabbits the whole entire time. Be all over each other, hanging out. You know what I mean? Literally living in each other's trousers. But he spent most of the time trying to position the camera a certain way. No wonder she left. No wonder she fucking left. And then instead of slurping her like this, he's slurping the noodles like this. You should be slurping your woman like that, mate. She's probably sitting there thinking, I never get this level of attention. I never get this level of attention. I never get this level of care. He doesn't care about me the way he cares about these noodles. Look at her. She's like, motherfucker, that could be me. Look at her face. She's like, that could be fucking me. Boo. Bad boy. Chin shooting the haters. Chin shooting all the intruders coming into his 2-balcony apartment, trying to take his fucking, his microphones and his guitar and his MIDI player. Don't touch my shit, man. Don't touch my shit. Brian, get behind me.
Imagine hopping into the car for a weekend trip with your lady and you are staring directly into a Sony Alpha A7.
Exactly, Theodore. Exactly. There we go. Imagine, man. Babe, let's go, man. I planned something nice. Because on paper, it sounds romantic. Babe, honestly, I know you've had a tough week at work. I know I haven't been super present. I know we've been having some issues. I know you had that stuff with your mom. I know your sister's annoying you. I know your boss is getting on your nerves. So, babe, don't worry. Just pack a weekend bag. We're going to go somewhere nice. You jump in the car. You jump in the car. You see the camping stuff. You're like, oh, my God, it's so amazing. And then before you can even start to get happy and excited and giddy as a girl, immediately this motherfucker's like, yeah, what's up, YouTube? Hi, subscribers. Yeah, so, yeah, with these fucking, let's get, like, with this on, right? Sorry. With full glare. Yeah, hi. Hey, guys. With full light on. Hi. Like and subscribe. Welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to the Chin vlog. So this is me, Chin. Chin, poodle face Chin. Right? Yeah, okay. Last time I washed my hair with shampoo was in 2005. I carry a Glock with me because I have very expensive cameras and GoPros. Like, can you imagine how annoyed you'd be as a girl seeing that? Can you imagine? God damn, man. God damn. Ugh, okay. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, you gotta love this guy. You have to love this guy. You really have to love this guy. What a fucking special case. What a special case. Moving on. What's we got here? We did that. We did this. We did that. We did this. Should we do this or not? Let's do something else. Bear with me a second as I get some more stuff up on here. Of course, if you're liking the stream, you see what you like, please like the stream down below. Get those likes up for me if you don't mind. Get those likes up for your boy. Help me out. Get those fucking likes up. Do me a favor. Do your boy a favor and get those likes up. I'd be greatly appreciative of it. Thank you so much. So, let's go back again to this clip. Oh, no. Shit, have you seen this, guys? Have you seen this? Oopsie doopsie. Look at this oopsie doopsie. Have you seen this? Allegedly, some random girl came out of the woodwork and is accusing Crystalia of some stuff. Allegedly. Again, I have no evidence. I'm just talking out my ass. I'm a random YouTuber that's talking bullshit. I don't know anything. I dropped out of high school. I'm an immigrant. I'm illiterate. You know, I have a terminal illness. All those things, right? Like, please, leave me alone. But there's this video. Hold on before I play it.
Big ups from MIA. You gotta pull up proof.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, you know, look, hey. If I end up in MIA, big up RGLP. If I end up there, you know what I'm doing. You know what I'm doing. You know. I might end up like this guy. Right? If I go to MIA, I might end up like this guy. This might be me. I'd just like to say to everybody that's been liking and supporting the channel, I'm out of action for the next month and a half. I might end up like him, all right? That's why I'm not going there. I might end up like him. Yeah, you know. Oh, anyway, big up RNGLP. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you so much. Big up. Let's continue. So, somebody accused Delphia or Chris Pedophile, as some people like to call him on the streets, of something kind of crazy. Allegedly. Again, this is all something on the internet, rumors without any fucking proof or concern. I'm just reporting on things that I see online and adding my nonsense commentary. Don't come after me, you fucking cunts. Okay, let's check it out.
Certified lover boy, certified pedophiles. Wop. That fuck 'em up. Wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
Uh-oh. That girl looks like a minor. Nino, 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 Nino. Look at the caption. Look at the fucking caption. Just thinking about the time I went to my first comedy show because the comedian that was grooming me had the ticket held for me at the Laugh Factory, and watching the sales lady face go blank when the freshly 18-year-old confidently said, I have a ticket under Chris D'Elia, and they had to comp me the 2-drink ticket minimum because I walked in with $3 to my name. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! And these guys are wondering why Hollywood won't take them back, why I'm not on the comedy roast. I need to... Bro, the allegations never fucking stop. They never fucking end. It's continuous. And that's the issue that these Hollywood networks have with these guys. I don't think any of them really care when it comes to Bryan Callen or Chris D'Elia. I don't think they care if they did it or not. I don't think they care if Bryan is guilty of rape and harassment. I don't think they care if Chris D'Elia is a groomer or is a PDF. They don't really give a fuck. What they give a fuck about is the negative attention it'll bring if they book these guys. If they book these guys and they have them on an article somewhere on fucking Variety, you know Variety, the website, Deadline, all those places. If they announce on the press release that they booked Chris O'Brien for some new project, the amount of victims, quote unquote, will come out will be unprecedented. There'd be wall-to-wall coverage from the Los Angeles Times to BuzzFeed. Everyone will be reporting and regurgitating stories about Bryan has been announced as a new whatever actor on this new show. He's also been accused of blah, blah, blah. They will keep repeating that fucking line. Accused of rape, accused of PDF, accused of rape, accused of PDF. No one wants that. And if you're going to invest tons of money into a movie or a TV show, the last thing you want is for your stars to be embroiled in that controversy, take away the attention from your show, and then result in you not being able to make your money back. They don't want that. That's why these guys are cancelled forever. It's impossible that they come back. Unless they actually face up the allegations and try and offer an explanation for it. Maybe then it will work. But even then, I'm not too sure. As I said in the last stream, Kevin Spacey, right? There's an article now at the moment. There's an article and a documentary out I saw about Kevin Spacey in the BBC, because I think there's a new documentary out about him. Kevin Spacey is an immensely more talented, gifted. Spacey wins, ruling over sex assault. Okay, cool. So he's won another case. Great. New claims in the documentary. So he's doing well in the terms of the case. But look at what's happened. Kevin Spacey so far, I think, has won every case relating to what he's been accused of when it comes to harassing young men on sets and stuff. Still, he's not welcome back into Hollywood. He's a fucking A-level, A-star actor. One of the best out there. And even though he's been able to prove to some extent in the court of law that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of, Hollywood still isn't willing to give him his job back. Why? Because he's just bad it's just a distraction. No one wants it. That's the issue. So if this guy can't get his job back, Bryan and Chris have no hope. No hope. If this guy can't get his job back, those guys have no fucking hope. They just accept that they're podcasters and comedians and leave it there. This is Kevin Spacey wins ruling in UK civil trial. Let's read this one. Actor Kevin Spacey has won a bid to fight the allegations that he sexually assaulted a man. The man claims he was assaulted in 2008. As a result, has suffered psychiatric damage. Fucking hell. Imagine somebody fucking you so hard they give you psychiatric damage. I know that's not what happened, but just imagine somebody smashing you so hard you get... That's dark. God almighty. Okay. The civil claim was paused after Spacey was charged and later acquitted in criminal proceedings of the number of sexual offences. The hearing comes after the Star denied allegations of inappropriate behaviour, aired in the documentary on Channel 4. Spacey Unmasked, which was broadcast on Monday, featured a testimony from several men. Last year, Spacey was found not guilty of all charges of sexual assault against 4 men since 2001 and 2013. Fucking hell. One of the 4 complainants who has been granted anonymity by the court, separately sued Spacey in a civil lawsuit in London High Court in July, but the lawsuit was paused until the outcome of the criminal trial. Earlier this year, a judge granted the unknown man a judgment in default, a ruling in his favour without a trial, after Spacey law failed to serve a defence of the lawsuits in time. In court on Tuesday, Adam Specker KC, Spacey's lawyer, said this was a genuine error by his legal team and argued that it would be unfair to claim it to effectively win the lawsuit against Spacey without a trial. Judge Jeremy Cook overturned the judgment in the default against the actor. He said the defendant's solicitor have made an error. In my view, the error should not be visited and defaulted. So if this guy can't get his job back, right? It's Mr. House of Cards is struggling to get back into Hollywood because of some pesky allegations that he's been so far been able to quote unquote disprove, not really, but disprove. Bryan Callen and Chris D'Elia need to give up, especially if you're Chris and you have girls like this popping up out of nowhere. You have to give up, because who the fuck is this girl? I haven't seen her before. This is another random girl talking about an account. How many more are there out there that have never said anything and might pop up now on one of the hottest fucking tunes of the summer, courtesy of fucking Kendrick Lamar? How many more? It's over, man. Just accept that you're a comedian and a podcaster. There's no more Netflix for you.
Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. That fuck 'em up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably a
minor. And also, I know this is not good because she's a child, so don't look too much deeply into it. Don't look too much deeply into it. Guys, don't look too much deeply into it because she is a child. But let's call a spade a spade. Does she or does she not look like the other girls that have come forward? Does she or does she not look like the other women who've come forward and said stuff about him? That's the funny thing about this whole thing. People can argue, oh, he's innocent. Is he? Don't they all look kind of the same? Isn't it clear he has a preference? Isn't it a bit clear that he has some sort of preference? Again, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a nobody, but he definitely has a type. Exactly. He definitely has a type. She's a child. Don't look too much deeply into it. We know, but he definitely has a type. Exactly. Big up Josie. Like, she looks like those grown-ass women. All she's missing are those tattoos. Because he seems to like a little about, what are they called again? Are they like suicide girls? He seems to have a thing for like LA suicide girl looking types, you know? Or young, of course, but he seems to have a liking for that. You know, reluctant cheerleaders. That type of vibe. He seems to like a lot of those type of girls. Which is fucking wild because he looks, that's the thing with Chris. Chris isn't even like a young looking 40-year-old or 30-year-old. He's always looked incredibly older. Incredibly old, sorry, older. Jesus Christ, I can see now. Yeah, his type is young. But yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, exactly. She's so big up Domo Aggro. She's so young, I see the resemblance. I see what you did there. That's a good one. She's so young, I see the resemblance. That is crazy. Oh, what a sicko. What a fucking sicko. Again, all allegedly. We don't know what we're talking about. This is all rumors and conjecture. Big up the person in Fighting the Kids subreddit who posted this. I had to rip it off of TikTok because, you know, TikTok is hard to sometimes play on here. But big up. It is what it is. We don't know nothing. This all could be fake. This is a parody. It's a joke. Haha, lols. Prank, prank, prank. Prank. Let's move on. Oh, God. What an amazing day to be alive. Let's talk about Bryan Callen. So this is video that's going fucking crazy, right? That I spoke to you guys about a little bit on the pod yesterday, but I want to go over it again today because I think it's really important to speak about it again in clarity, with passion and control, is this. Bryan had a bit of a weird pod recently, and he basically admitted, without admitting, that he found it hard to watch the roast of Tom Brady because all of his friends in stand-up were there looking shiny, wearing expensive suits, drinking nice cocktails, wearing big gaudy watches, and in a room surrounded by the who's who of Hollywood. Because one thing that I realized when I watched the roast of comedy of the roast of Tom Brady was that Netflix invested a lot of money into that shit. I don't know what it was, but the fee alone to get Tom Brady to do that, to get all those people, all those bigwigs in that room, it must have been crazy what they paid. And they did it, and it was clearly expensive. Kevin Hart hosting, like they spent a bucket load of money. But if you looked into the audience when they were panning across, you'd see loads of big people in Hollywood, in the entertainment industry, were in that room. And it was also a room full of the who's who in stand-up comedy. So certain comedians who think highly of themselves probably would have felt away being in that room or not being in that room, because it was kind of like a validation. If you're in that room, that means you're a big deal. If you're not in that room, you're not involved. So I'm not surprised that Brian felt the way he felt, because even when I'm watching it, check out the Patreon, patreon.com/Agostino. Subscribe for only $1. You can watch my first part of the reaction. Second part comes out later tonight. When I was watching it, I was like, oh, if I was those guys, I'd feel a bit perturbed that I'm not in that room. And Callen clearly did, and it almost made him depressed. But I think he's being a unappreciative, delusional, greedy, unrealistic guy, because given what he got accused of, right, as we know, the accusations against Bryan Callen were pretty severe. Bryan Callen, Los Angeles Times, right? So these allegations, in specifically from the Los Angeles Times, big up and Amy Kaufman. She caused complete havoc in the fucking comedy world. She absolutely tore the LA comedy world apart. Actually, she might be the reason why everybody moved. Big up Amy Kaufman. She might have been the reason why everybody fucking moved. So this article, the actor Bryan Callen accused of sexual assault and misconduct. And it's by one of his former girlfriends called Catherine Fiore Tigerman. She broke out in a cold sweat, her shirt damp. She scrolled through text messages from her best friend and learned that Chris D'Elia had been accused of misconduct. She'd never watched the comic stand-up. She just knew that she was his best friend, Bryan Callen, a fellow comedian. And Callen, she'd told her closest friend, had once raped her, right? So one of his ex-girlfriends accused him of rape. Tigerman is not the only woman that said Callen sexually inappropriate. Since June 17th, D'Elia, 3 additional women have told the Times that they've been mistreated by Callen, 53, describing sexual instances ranging from assault to misconduct to disturbing comments. Their stories suggest a pattern of behavior going back as far as 1999. Yo, Callen's been graping since the 90s, allegedly. Callen's been graping. Callen was graping before Soulja Boy was born. Madness. Let's continue. In the years since, 3 women have come through. The cast member of the Goldbergs continue to be both verbally and physically aggressive. And American. This is the one for me that I've always said. Forget the in an ideal world. In some scenario, I can see Brian explaining the grape one, because he clearly has a grape fetish anyway. If you're clocked in with the law, you know Brian's always said weird things about women wanting to be graped and all this sort of stuff. He's clearly got a bit of a fetish with what's it called? It's called something on porn category. What's it called? It's not really like resistance. I forgot the name of it. But guys who are into like that kind of like, oh, he's a robber and he comes in and he pins a girl on the wall. You know, that type of shit. I don't know what it's called. There's a term for it. But he's clearly into that shit. So I could see him explaining that, oh, me and my girlfriend were experimenting with that stuff. And obviously when you experiment, sometimes you push the line and blah, blah. I could see him explaining that away. Like, she just didn't like it one day and now she's complaining. The thing that's the hardest one to explain is this story that features the woman in the American Apparel, right? Because this is a dicey accusation. An American Apparel saleswoman said in 2009, Callen pinned her against the wall of a fitting room against her will and began to kiss her. That's the one where, okay, that's dicey, because the woman then goes on to explain in detail what happened, right? Let's see what I can see. And it can, because this is the one where, let's see if I can find it. That's the woman that accused him of rape, who kind of looks like his wife. I'm not gonna, again, allegedly. Let's continue. Let's see. I remember looking in the mirror. I want to see the American Apparel woman. Where's the American Power woman? Because that was the one that was really hard to fucking reconcile. Even Callan Stop Calling, Tiggerman, Callan Star Rose. There we go. Here we go. This is the one, right? So, as Callan Star rose, other women said his brazen behavior continued. In 2009, Callan walked into an American Apparel store in Pittsburgh. Rachel Green, an employee there, had no idea who he was. So this isn't an ex-girlfriend. This isn't a fling, a waitress. It's some random girl working in the store who doesn't know who the fuck Rinks is. Keep that in mind. But her colleagues recognized him. So there's witnesses that were there in the store when Callan come in. They recognized him. She didn't. We continue. Pulled up his IMDb to show her his credits. The actor, meanwhile, had ventured to the second floor of the store, an area required for store employee supervision. If you know anything about American Apparel stores back in the day, they always were 2 floors. I do remember, I think the second floor was where the hoodies and the jeans were, and they usually had neon writing and stuff. I remember a few of the stores in London were like that. So they usually were spread across 2 floors. So Green trailed him upstairs and helped him gather some clothes to try on. Standard retail employee stuff, right? He was friendly, she said, though he did emerge from the fitting room only wearing his boxer brief numerous times. It's very inappropriate, by the way. If you're ever helping somebody with clothes, usually they'll open the little curtain, or you'd pass it under the thing, or you'd leave it on a chair. But very rarely does someone come out and want to show you. If they're doing that, they're usually a weirdo. They're usually into that sort of shit. They want to kind of show you their nuts or whatever. But very rarely do normal, well-adjusted people come out of the fucking dressing room and face up a sales assistant naked. If they're with their partner, maybe they might do it accidentally, but no, usually it's not a thing. So very inappropriate. Numerous times, by the way. And imagine Callan's big, wrinkly, saggy old man nuts hanging in those fucking underwear. Do you know what I mean? Like, just imagine. God almighty. The following day, Callan returned. So he went back to the scene of the crime and requested Green's help. Specifically, hey, I want you. Right? Very Epsteinish, right? Allegedly. We don't know. This time he was wearing a Speedo. Yesterday was a boxer brief. Then he ramped it up, wore a Speedo. What's next? A thong. Hui. It was one of those tight, gross little things, she said. He ran out of the fitting room to grab something, so I went in to get the clothes he already tried on, and then he comes in, pushes me against the wall, closes the curtain, and starts kissing my neck and asks me if I'm going to get in trouble. Doesn't this sound like you're my girlfriend now? Doesn't this sound a little bit similar to what we've heard Callan say in the past? Again, allegedly. Shocked, Green says she pushed Callan off her and ran downstairs, telling her colleagues he just attempted to make out with her. I remember not really taking it seriously, which is something I felt guilty about, frankly, for a couple of years, said Lydia, a co-worker who asked her last name to be removed. Lydia is one of the 2 co-workers who told the Times that Green immediately told them something untoward had occurred with Callan that day. As I'd seen him on TV over the years, I'd be like, that's really not okay. I tried to laugh it off. Callan denied ever forcing himself from any woman. So for me, being an observer from the outside looking in, I think if you're Callan and you want to get your career back on track, you want to get back on Netflix, you want to get back in Hollywood, you want to do acting again, because Callan's never really been passionate, I don't think, about comedy. He's just good at it, but I think his real passion is acting. You have to explain this. You have to defend yourself against this. You have to explain it, defend yourself in as much exhaustive detail as you can, because this sounds crazy. This sounds nuts. The other great thing, as mad as it sounds, I can see a scenario where you can explain the great thing. Me and her were into great play. We were watching some dicey pornos and shit. We were testing the boundaries, blah, blah, blah. And it got a bit whatever. I can see you explaining that. As weird as it sounds, I can see it. But this, randomly trying to make out with a sales assistant in the changing room. Yo, you're a sick person. You're a sick person, allegedly. Allegedly. But Callan's out here crying and saying that he can't watch the fucking roast because all his popular friends are on there. And he doesn't understand that the main reason why he's not there is, number one, because he's never really been that famous anyway. He's not really in that demand anyway. Even when he was in demand, it was mostly because of the podcast success, not because he's a great actor. And his time has gone. You're now nearly 60 years old. Even if that great allegation didn't happen, I still think he would have ended up in the same position. His career would have just petered out as it is now. You've had your time in the sun. Just enjoy what you have now and move on. But he doesn't want to. Let's hear what he has to say.
On the Patrick Bet David show, May 24th.
Hold on, dude. I didn't try. You're trying to get out of here. I can feel the energy. You're trying to get out of here.
I'm not trying.
You got
to
low energy, huh?
I have low energy.
You suck this podcast.
What do you mean?
This is you. Oh man! And did you watch the Netflix roast? No.
Well,
no. Hold on.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Canelo fight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch UFC? No.
No. Well, I spent a lot of time in dreary Tacoma, and I was writing the whole time, which means like what I do is I walk back and forth in my Airbnb and daydream and talk to myself. So it's awesome. And then the roast. Now I wasn't asked to do it, which is weird.
You're not a roaster.
Not a roaster. I am looking at all my friends who seem to have blown up since COVID, and sometimes,
on the roast, you're saying?
Yeah, sometimes it's a little difficult for me to watch how outside the mix I am after my entire life of dedication to a craft and to my business. Well, I'm not in Hollywood anymore. That's a little bit.
You're out.
I'm out, and probably will never get back in now here, and I won't get back in. And so that's tough sometimes when you're 57 and you've worked hard and you had some success, and then see ya, and then you're on your own.
I think Brian's really misremembering how he got successful. I don't know if you guys remember, but I swear to God, the Goldbergs came about because of the success of the pod. The pod was flaming hot when he was on the Goldbergs, and he auditioned, and I think they wanted him on the show because he fit the role, and obviously because of the added free fame on the podcast, because that's when podcasts were really starting to get, that's when it was starting to reach critical mass. The bubble was about to burst, but it also was at their biggest, most popularist, or most popular level. So obviously if you're a network, if you're a TV show, he's a competent actor, he's good enough to be a comedic actor, decent enough. Why not get him on board? And he also happens to have a podcast that's super successful. Get him on board, free views. So that's why they got him. I think he's mistaking it for like, oh, that's when they finally saw, Hollywood finally noticed me as a good, no. Hollywood never rated him as an actor, really. He kept getting overlooked for roles. He never really fulfilled his potential, or being on the 40-year, what's that thing called? What's that thing called? 40-year version, whatever that fucking movie was in, right? He was never able to replicate that level of fame again, or level of notoriety. The Joker cameo, from what we led to believe, was a favor from a friend. The guy who directed it is a friend of Brian's and did him a favor and gave him like a cameo through a fucking mirror for like half a second. He never really got the success that he wanted from acting, really. He kind of only got it because of the podcast, and then of course the timing was awful because as soon as he got scored, as soon as he got Goldberg and scored, then a year after is what, COVID. In between that, Chris D'Elia. In between that, him getting cancelled. Cool, but it's not like he finally achieved anything. He kind of got it because of the pod, and then it went away because, you know, time to move on. It is what it is.
That's a little bit hard.
It triggers you?
Yeah, well, it just reminds me of some things that have gone bad, and
so would you?
It makes me blood red angry.
So when
not for their success, but
no, of course not.
For the world that, you know, and but I will say this. Let me just be positive. Hey, let's get positive.
Nope, fake positivity.
You gotta lose.
This is fake.
But when you lose everything and you build it back, then you're probably a fully realized human being, and that's part of what a lot of successful people do, and that's what they tell themselves before.
But you didn't build it back, though. You didn't build it back. You were allowed to come back, because that's the beauty of having a podcast, having your own content. You can basically be uncancelable, which is something you should be happy about. He should be happy that Brendan is consistent enough with the podcast and is dependable enough to keep it running, because if it's up to Brian, it would have failed already. He started 1 million podcasts and never fucking followed through. So he was able to take some time away, which he was also able to because of privilege, right? He's born rich, so he's able to not work for a while, then come back and pick up where he left off, because the podcast isn't really dictated by, you know, what goes on in the news and shit. You can kind of do your own thing. You're kind of protected there. So you should be thankful for that. But it's not like you built yourself up. It's like, you know, the success of the podcast allowed you to kind of get away with murder, essentially.
Or they blow their fucking
Because let's be real. If I was accused of what Brian Callen was accused of, I don't get the chance to be I don't drive a Tesla. I don't turn up to a podcast wearing skinny jeans and sandals. That's what's happened to me. Do you know what I mean? Let's also be fair about that. Like, the guy needs to be thankful. He needs to be very thankful.
No. Sanaz is all upset. No, listen. I'm fine. Look at me.
Yeah, you see? Fucking no. That's what I need, honestly. Big up Austin Casey. I need more of you guys on here that are law aficionados, that know the law. Because this is the truth. And when he had the Goldbergs, he pretty much checked out the podcast. It's like, do you remember? He used to turn up late. Brendan would get annoyed that he kept turning up late. He wouldn't know anything that was going on. He'd kind of act a little bit like he was bigger than the show a little bit. Do you remember? He didn't really respect the podcast until Schooled got cancelled. Then he respected the podcast again, because when he came back on it, when he started taking it seriously again, the money increased, right? From the time that he was probably not even paying attention. So come on, man. Like, sometimes, karma is karma. Like, it is what it is.
I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. I don't have my ball. I'm just gonna go home.
You're just gonna go home. There's no ball.
You guys playing? You got enough people on the court?
You didn't even get a ball to play.
I'm over here. I'll be stretching. Okay, you got it. You got it. I'm gonna go home. Home.
Hey, big up Rodolfo Duran. He got scored by Me Too. Boom. I love it. He got scored by Me Too. I love it.
I'm gonna throw a ball against a wall if that's cool. I'll throw a ball against anybody who wants to come see me throw a ball against a wall. You go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a number of things, though. It's like, let's think who's on there. So you said blew up after COVID. So
it's called good.
No, it's good. Let me just think about this.
So it's like 2019.
It's like Tony Hinchcliffe, right? He's been grinding for a hot second.
Well deserved.
A lot of these guys, it's like their
well
time.
Deserved.
So
their time.
Yeah, so it would have happened. Take COVID out of it. Eventually it's going to happen. Like
Things were good.
When guys are so talented and good, it's going to happen regardless. It's just some take longer.
Yeah.
So it's like
yes, but also you guys fucked up, and you guys created an opening for those guys to come in and take your place through hubris, arrogance, because they were literally, according to Bobby Lee, they were lauding the fact that they're friends with Rogan over people's heads. They'd be saying, "Oh, watch when we tell Rogan." Like, do you know what I mean? They were basically acting like that in the comedy scene without Rogan's knowledge, because I think he only found out when the Bobby Lee thing kind of blew up, and that's also probably the reason why he kind of pulled away from these guys a little bit. But it's their fault. They actually created the space for those guys to succeed. Yes, they would have succeeded anyway, but they also made it easy for Rogan to replace them, because, Shane Gillis and Schultz compared to these guys are completely chill. They're self-starters, they're hustlers, they do their own thing. They probably don't ask Rogan for as much favors as these two do. Like, it's probably a breath of fresh air to have friends like Schultz and Gillis doing their own thing and smashing it, and Norman and Ari Shaffir. Instead of these guys just asking Rogan, when can I get back on the show so I can sell tickets for my dates in Tacoma? He's like, fuck, haven't I given you enough already? Brendan, one podcast, oh, give me your TRX truck if you don't want it anymore. It's like, bro, I gave you a career. Now you want me to give you a car? Fuck off, man.
For Tony, it's like now it's his time.
Yes.
Like we had the torch for quite some time.
Yes, my momentum though. My momentum in 2019 was fucking on the.
Daddy was finally
upswing.
red hot.
Well, I was so busy. I had sold a show. I was doing another show. I was on 2 TV shows. My problem was I didn't know what to do with my.
By the way, what was that show? It was a Netflix show, right? Brian Callen. Do you guys remember that? Brian Callen, Chris D'Elia. Netflix. It was a Netflix show that they sold. And it got cancelled, of course, when they both got fucking, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Scrapped, bro. Scrapped. Do we have the original article? No, we don't. Let's see. Let's look at this. How sad. Another Amy Kaufman bomb. By the way, big up Amy Kaufman. I wonder what she's doing now. Let me put her in another fucking window. What's this lady doing? A month after Chris D'Elia was accused of sexual impropriety by multiple women, Netflix have confirmed that they decided not to proceed with a prank show featuring the comic. In June, numerous women came forward on social media, and then the Times claiming that the stand-up comedian had acted inappropriately towards them. D'Elia thought he denied it. When the allegations surfaced, D'Elia had only just closed the deal with Netflix to make a show with one of his best friends and fellow comedian Brian Callen. Even though Brian Callen said, "Oh, we don't know each other, we're not friends, we don't hang out," he's referred to a best friend and fellow comedian. The non-scripted series was to focus on a relationship between the two comics and their affinity for pulling hijinks, according to the source familiar with the deal. But the show had yet to be into production when D'Elia came under fire from Netflix, scrapped the show, a spokesperson said. So the show was actually going to be it was probably going to be quite good. Like a fly on the wall thing of Chris D'Elia and Brian doing their thing, ripping into each other, bantering, all that good stuff, maybe some family stuff, whatever. And it got scrapped. Ha. Ha. Ha.
Real, I was like, I was going to be on 2 shows.
Yep.
and then one of which was like the most popular show on ABC. And then I remember the last show I did at the Palm Beach Improv, I sold so many.
Look at this remembrance, walking down remembering it. That's why I told you before that I think Brendan definitely had a little bit of a depressive moment. Then he kind of got out of it. But I said previously that the reason why Brendan seems to be a little bit, dismissive and just whatever lackadaisical in this conversation and isn't really supporting Brian too much, because I feel like he came to he accepted a while back, maybe when he quit comedy, that he was okay because he makes money. Because I think, judging by what we've seen with Brendan, he wants to appear like a big deal. He wants to look like a former linebacker, a former NFL quarterback, whatever he was, right? Defensive tackle. He wants to look like a former person who was playing well, who was playing at a high level and still has money. So he buys all the stuff that all former athletes buys and lives that kind of lifestyle. So he appears still successful. So as long as the podcast pays him well, he's okay. He doesn't really care about comedy because comedy wasn't paying him well enough and it was too embarrassing to go to shows and have no one turn up. That's why he's not that bothered. He probably would feel the same way Brian did if he cared about having a special, if he cared about going on tour, if he cared about being regarded as a great comedian. He probably would be feeling the same as Callan, but he cares more about the money. So he's probably just like, I don't really give a fuck. This pod's still paying us well. We've got to deal with Podcast One now. Fuck it. But Callan, obviously, he wants to win an Emmy. He always wanted to win an Oscar. He always wanted to, whatever, He wanted to be regarded on that level, and that's never going to happen now. He knows it.
Many tickets. They were going to add another show.
Yeah.
I was selling out in Denver before the wheels hit the tarmac. It was finally that.
Yeah.
And that's all. It was just a little bit. And then COVID and not being able to do the podcast, a lot of stuff like that. So, a lot of things go on in life. And it just reminds me of loss.
Actually, Game Breed Football, a good point. But did Conor McGregor whiskey come out before Papa's Tiger whiskey? I never thought about that, actually. Did he just copy Conor? Huh. I did remember it being odd that he kind of got into whiskey, because he kind of got into whiskey and then immediately launched a brand. It wasn't even like, because Conor's been a wild boy and a party boy for a long time. If you know MMA, big up.
Mr. Wine Cheese Wine
Yeah,
Cheese
exactly.
Wine Cheese Wine.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I knew Callan was a failure and was always going to not amount to much and never going to realize his potential. When even in the group, when he did the Fight Companions, even in that group of him being with Eddie Bravo, Brendan, and Joe Rogan, his role in that group was to bring the wine and the cheese. And there'll be plenty of Fight Companions that they planned ahead of time. He'd forget to bring the wine and the cheese. Oh, I forgot. I was in the side. Bro, just come late and bring the fucking wine and cheese. How are you forgetting? This is the role that you play here. You're the fucking cuck. You're the casual here. You don't know much about UFC. The one role that you play here is to be the comedic punching bag for Rogan to dunk on and tell you to shut the fuck up. And also bring the cheese. He wouldn't even follow through on that. It's like, what are you good for? You can't even remember to bring the wine and cheese. Like, fucking hell. But yeah, good point, Game Breed Footballer, man. I had no idea. Yeah, you're right about the fucking whiskey. It was too close for me. He got into whiskey, then he immediately launched one. It was just too fast. You have to kind of live the life, because again, Conor's been a party boy and a drinker for a while. Then he launched a whiskey. It makes sense. Brendan went straight into it. He should have took his time a little bit.
It reminds me of loss, and it reminds me of and I lose all the energy.
Now, do you want to take
my body?
Do you want to take a cold hand to Chin Sonata's face or bring up Netflix, or did I bring it up?
No. But that's
no.
Not
I think
their
I brought
fault.
it up.
I'm glad we brought it up.
No, I shouldn't have brought it up.
You gotta live your life. What are you gonna do? Don't bring up certain things because I'm sensitive. Fuck off. Like, that's just the way it is. And
Bad boy with big balls. Well, it's funny he says that, because Brendan's the opposite. You definitely can't bring up certain things around Brendan because he doesn't like it. Even when Brian promotes his dates at the end of the show, he's always rubbing his eyes, looking up. He feels so uneasy, but he doesn't want to seem like a hater by not letting him promote his shows, so he just kind of lets it happen. But, there's certain things you definitely can't bring up around Brendan, for sure.
I will tank a podcast. That's all. I will tank.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. We can't
podcast.
bring that stuff up if you're gonna be sad pants.
I'm a little soggy diapers.
Yeah,
and you got to call me out on it.
Yeah.
But by the way, we've had some great podcasts.
Of course, yeah, this
we've
happens.
Had some great podcasts.
Yeah, it's been great.
And
we just got to do a few trigger words.
Few trigger words.
And
few trigger words.
We just got to avoid those trigger words.
That's all. Got to word. No, you don't. You don't have to. I'm not fucking. You don't have to walk on eggshells.
Yeah,
just don't bring up other comics. And Netflix. That's all. Or just don't bring up success. Don't bring up money.
Just
or
bring up
Don't bring up flying privately or anything like that.
Just can't bring up anybody I've ever worked with.
Don't bring up dreams. Don't bring up my dreams. That's all. Don't bring up my.
I don't know. There has to come a point in time, as funny as this is, there has to come a point in time where you just accept your position. You've been doing this for so long, and that's the thing. It's not even like this is a bad outcome. You still don't like. I think at some point, as long as you don't have to work a regular job, like, because these guys wouldn't survive in a normal workplace, right? They're fucking unreliable. They're idiots for the most part. They don't really know what hard work means. For them, hard work is recording 3 podcasts in a week. It's fucking stupid. So they wouldn't survive a week or even a month in a normal workplace. So the fact that you're able to make money and support yourself and your family by doing this, despite your inability to do anything else, you should be happy. That's actually a good, especially considering not everybody can do this. Not everybody has the ability to do this. Like, they kind of got lucky that they started so early, the association with Rogan, and obviously the consistency, where they can still coast. Like, someone made a comment actually on a Final Kiss subreddit about it, like, these guys have legitimately one of the best gigs ever. They have a shit podcast that no one listens to. They could just turn on, they show up, don't have to set up the equipment, don't have to upload the files, don't have to do the thumbnails, don't have to do anything. Chin does everything by himself, literally, and Sanaz, and they just sit in front of a camera and talk about shit that they're just seeing on the screen. They don't even research it before the show. They just see it on the screen, react to it, get through the ad reads and go home. Pretty decent, considering, all things considered. But still, they want more. It's not enough. I want more. And it's like, bruh, how much more do you want? You're nearly 60 years old. You're not going to be virally successful. You're not going to be the next Matt Rife. Like, it's over. And it's okay. It's fine. It's actually okay that it's over. You had your time in the sun. You enjoyed, like, having 10 plus years of Rogan's undivided attention when he was in LA. You got the chance to go on the Rogan experience as much as you wanted to, promote your comedy. Like, if that didn't get you to the next level, you're never going to get to it now. If Rogan in LA when you were there, supercharging you, putting you on fucking lineups, having you on these podcasts, talking about you every 2 minutes, if that didn't help, nothing's going to help now, especially post-Grape allegations, post-drama, post-Bobby Lee, post-Annie, post-Kalila. Like, it's over. It's done. It's done. Enjoy what you have. It's done.
My dreams that have been dashed to the rocks. Don't bring up my Humpty Dumpty dreams. Just don't do that, and we'll be fine. Now you don't have any energy.
Thing. The podcast isn't ending. It's never gonna end. If they just center themselves and just realize how lucky they actually are, they could ride this shit until the wheels fall off. 20, 30 years plus. They could easily make money from this shit. If they just okay, I'm not going to be a Matt Rife. I'm probably never going to have that panning drone shot inside Madison Square Garden like Schultz he just showed. I'm probably never going to make 100,000 a month like, Shane Gillis and fucking Matt do on their podcast on Patreon. I'm probably never going to be on Saturday Night Live. But at least I get to make, 100 grand a year doing a crappy podcast that no one listens to, and then plus whatever bonus I make going on the road. That's a good life, bro. Come on, man. That's a good life, man. It's not too bad. It's not too shabby. It beats working in an office. It beats working in a building site or roofing like Rogan did that one summer that he doesn't stop talking about. It's not that shabby, man. Be thankful. It's not that shabby at all. Because imagine if the podcast bubble burst in a way that no podcast was successful again. Imagine if it was extreme where it's like the whole thing flatlined. Maybe the attention and the money isn't as good as it once was, but it's still a viable option of a career. They're still doing okay with it. Why is that not enough?
Hey, dude, now you're fucking all mopey pants.
Yeah, because there's nothing we can do. Like, look, this is the situation.
It's fine.
We ran with the torch for a hot.
Alrighty. I agree with you 100%. Rogan used to cool can his brother. Rogan is just as fake as the LA phonies he criticizes, even worse. Agree. I said it from the beginning. I said, if you're going to be the anti-counter, again, this is why I think they're all full of shit. Rogan, before these guys got cancelled, Rogan would never shut up about counterculture. Now he doesn't talk about it anymore because I think he recognizes the hypocrisy. But before those guys got cancelled, in Callen and Chris, he would not stop talking about cancel culture. Maybe because he was nervous about his own situation, but I think for some reason there's a potential, and I don't know why this is the case, because if you're a good dude and you know you don't do any fuckery, you should be okay. But there's a population of guys out there who have this fear that a woman's just gonna accuse them of rape falsely. I don't know. I'm sure some of you guys know. There's guys out there that have this fear in their head that they're just gonna get accused of rape and their whole life is gonna just be destroyed. Cool. Those guys are the ones I think are the most vocal about cancel culture for some reason. They always preaching about it and shouting about it from the rooftops. If you're that guy and you have that fear, at least follow through. Especially when you got the biggest platform, the biggest podcast in the world. If one of your friends gets cancelled, you should be using your platform as a way to defend them and try and push against this cancel culture thing that you think is going to end humanity, and civilization as we know it. But he didn't. The moment Chris and Brian got cancelled, Rogan completely got, fucking amnesia. He didn't remember their names. He did an amazing job of not talking about those guys for like a year plus. He never brought it up again. Anytime someone tried to bring up, he shut it down completely. So what's all this I want to be Mr. Cancel Culture thing? Anti-cancel culture. Now your friends get cancelled and you can help them by getting them on your pod to defend themselves or talking about them and, talking about their character and saying what you know about, like whatever, defending them in some way. Nope. When they're doing it, nope, I'm not getting involved. Understandable, because, Spotify deal happened around the same time. I understand it. But, as this guy said, full of shit a little bit. Full of shit.
Odd fucking second.
We did have the torch for a hot second.
Yeah, 10 years, dude.
10 years of fucking...
How many podcasts are out there now?
Hey, at
least... And it's not about torch as well. You didn't have the torch. You were just friends with Rogan at the right time. There was no torch. These guys didn't have a torch. I refuse. They didn't have a torch. They were just friends with Rogan, and they took the Rogan's friendship for granted. And they lauded the friendship over people. They took the piss. They stunned on people. Like I said to you before, there's the stories of Brendan going to the Comedy Store and parking these massive TRX truck across like 3 car parking spaces. And allegedly, according to the rules or the traditions of comedy clubs, you're not meant to park your car in the parking lot unless you're passed. Like, I think there's a particular spots reserved for past comics and shit. He parked his car there because I'm Rogan's friend. I'm Rogan's boy. And no one's there said nothing because he's Rogan's boy. So, they kind of fucked it for themselves by not being humble, by not being chill, and being cunts about it. And now they're reaping what they sow.
At least we get a lot of thanks. A little fucking respect for your elders, you fucks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the lay of the land.
Okay, big up everybody in the screen chat. Yeah, the lot is tiny. The parking lot is very small. There's a garage next to it as well. Yeah, exactly.
It's the lay of the land. It's the lay of the land. It's all good. And I think if I really apply myself, by the time I'm 60, I'm going to blow the fuck up again.
I want to see actually what he means by blow the fuck up. Let's actually see some of this content that Brian thinks he's going to blow the fuck up over. I want to see what's this comedy that he has that's so amazing that we have to listen to it. What is it? Oh, there's one here actually. Look at this. There's one clip here that features Brian Callen. People in Oklahoma make me feel so small. Tacoma this weekend, I can't wait. Let's see some of this comedy that he's thinking is going to blow him up again.
You guys better be brothers, because if you're not, I'm going to freak out. That's your son? Okay. You look good, bro. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean. Like, that's your son. You had him when you were 6. You guys look like... It's unbelievable. You have good skin. Oh, my God. That's fucking wild. That's your son. Look at him. He's just literally a version of you, just bigger. It's so crazy. Just that, both you guys just look like you got no fucking neck. Just fucking beards and just like zero feminine energy, no estrogen at all. Just fucking. You're very feminine. You gotta feed them, huh? Just a girl with those. What do they sleep like? I know they do. I know they make noise. You never get any sleep, you poor thing. God damn it. Oh, God, I feel bad for your bathroom. Just men. We're so gross. We're all gross.
Why is he standing like that? Why is he standing like that? Why is he standing like he's jacked? Why is Callen standing like he's jacked? Why is he doing that? Why is he standing like he's got a coat hanger in his shirt? This guy, he's been doing the same routine. I'm a man. Men's bodies. Man. If I was a guy, I'd be doing this. My legs are like a horse. She's running. I put on my like. It's the same shtick. It never ends. This is the thing that he thinks everyone's fucking missing out on. This is the level of comedy that we're all missing. This shit.
Look at you, you fucking giant. Look at you. Just a big man with a red beard, huh? Fucking A, yeah. Just fucking sitting there. Oklahoma's full of large people. I know, I do. I feel like a gazelle. You guys better.
Okay, another one, just to highlight the level of comedy we're seeing here.
Now, I will say the protesters, they're so fucking optimistic. I would never protest. Like if you were like, Brian, fucking, there's a, you know the conflict that's been going on since fucking Moses and the Pharaoh parted ways? We're gonna fucking stop it. I'd be like, what? How the fuck are we gonna do that? We're gonna make signs, and we're gonna fucking camp out in the Harvard Square, and we're not fucking going to class or leaving until they fucking get it together, you know? I'm not gonna make a sign. My sign would say like, it's complicated. It would, or just ugh, you know? I can't, I'm not the fucking guy. They're so optimistic, these kids. What do they think? The Israelis are gonna be like, hey, we gotta stop. What happened? Fucking, they're in Harvard. These academically gifted teens, they sprung up tents in Columbia and the colleges. Fuck, what are they doing? They fucking, very aggressive drum circles and they're shadow dancing. Well, what happens if we don't stop? They said they're gonna stay there. That's what they're gonna do. All right, we gotta wrap this up. Let's wrap it up.
Comedy. That's comedy. Just say really loud things that you say on podcasts, loudly. Repeat some things. Use your body, and that's funny, basically, right? We could all be stand-up comedians then, couldn't we? If you just share some of your hot takes on stage, but you said it in a loud, aggressive way, or a comedic way, you could also be quote unquote funny. Interesting. Not funny to me though. Not funny to me. That's fucking terrible. So I don't think we're missing out on anything with Brian being quote unquote cancelled from Hollywood. I think he has a very warped sense of his own importance and his own talent levels. That's my personal opinion. And I think his situation now, he would have ended up in a situation anyway. If what Rogan said is true about being undeniable in comedy and something, Brian would have always ended up in his position anyway, eventually, because he just was never meant to be. It's one of those unfortunate things. But the fortunate thing is that he has got a pretty decent career in podcasting, which has been able to sustain him and keep him somewhat relevant. You should be thankful about that. Not trying to opine or cry or, long for a career that you never had, but that was fleeting. And just kind of enjoy what you have in your hand. Comparison is the thief of all joy, as they say.
You know who's awesome? Chin's always like, stay positive, Bri, and I do. Chin, we never thought we'd be here.
We could have used that an hour ago.
We never thought we'd be here.
We could have used that energy an hour ago.
The comeback is real, guys.
The comeback is real. We're doing well.
The comeback doesn't exist. Hey, Sanaz, I know you want to get paid, but the comeback doesn't exist. If anything, Sanaz should be hoping they don't have a comeback, because the longer they do this, the more she gets paid. The more she gets paid, the more that she gets exposed, the more she gets paid. The more she gets exposed, the more she might get an opportunity. So you should be hoping they stick with podcasting. Don't let them try and do other things. You know what I mean? But big up Sanaz anyway. She's doing a good job. She's including timestamps and, pushing the show in a good direction. So big up her. Big up Assad. Just screams Supreme is systemically racist over and over again. Comedy. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, we're doing well. Why are you looking up, Brendan? Brendan, the comeback is real.
Dude, comeback's so real.
TCBIR. TCBI, the comeback is real.
That's too long, dude.
It's too long.
Even that sucked.
TC tick. Ticker.
Just gotta keep doing your thing, B.
Dude, keep wearing that beanie. Let's go.
You know what? I don't want you to get sad when you're in Appleton, Wisconsin in 2 weeks.
Appleton, Wisconsin at the Skyline Comedy Club is going to be a blast. I will say this about comedy. I don't give a fuck how big my crowd is. I love doing it, and I always feel like the luckiest motherfucker on the planet. I get to do that and make, like this weekend.
No, this is fun.
I felt so lucky.
Dude, so lucky.
When I pray, I don't ask God for anything.
Sure.
I'm like, this is too big.
I don't need anything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Keep that same energy when you're on this fucking podcast and you bomb.
Okay, dude, I'm just saying.
Because that doesn't work for me when you just shut down for an hour.
Hold on.
And then now you're going, I'm so lucky.
Let me do
I'm so
one
fortunate.
thing. I like to visualize things as if they've already happened. Guys, this weekend I'll be headlining Madison Square Garden, and you guys make sure you get, tickets are already sold.
All energy.
I hope I die. I want to just, it'd be funny if that's the last thing he said was.
That's when they'll appreciate you, though.
Yeah.
Then you'll see clips online, count one of the goats and all that. That's how it goes.
One of the goats. That's what it is. Although my man tiers, my special has 750,000 views. I had no idea. Last time I checked, it was 250, and I was like, "Oh, not bad."
Dude, something to be positive about.
Something to be positive.
Shane Gill
about.
says 24 million. Listen,
24
it's
million.
not
So
about
it's not
that.
really 124th. It's not 124th.
It's not about that.
It's 125th of what he got.
Yes.
So that's good.
Imagine bragging about man tier views. 716,000. It looks like he's got 716,000. There's a clip here. Brian Callen being insulted by callers for 13 minutes straight. That's got nearly 500,000 views from 3 years ago. Oh, that's so sad. That's so fucking sad. Oh.
Yeah, but it's still a good special. Good special. Yeah.
All right, man. We'll go read some Hallmark cards or something.
I'm more depressed now, so there's a good chance.
I knew something was going on.
You see a car wrapped around a tree, it was me, and it was deliberate.
A white Tesla.
It was me.
They're so unappreciative, honestly. It's so annoying how unappreciative they are. Like, considering just how mediocre they are. Like, it's okay to be mediocre, but the idea that you deserve more than what you currently have, especially since you've shown no acumen for it, like no talent, no ability to write interesting shows. Even the podcast isn't good. When have they relaunched and redone the podcast? Like, you know, Rogan's podcast is, I don't know, it's kind of been reinvented a couple of times, especially when you think of the guests that he gets on. The Schultz podcast has gone through a couple iterations, different ways that they have the host on the show and some behind the camera, some on the couch, blah, blah, blah. They've mixed it up a little bit. Right now they're getting into conspiracy stuff. They're mixing up the topics. What's T-Fat been? Just them sitting down, shooting a shit in for the first half an hour and then going through current topics and shit. It's not really been interesting in any way, shape or form. They don't even try and make each other laugh. It's almost like they only speak to each other when they're on the pod. They kind of don't like each other, really. What more do you think you deserve? What have you shown? What have you shown us, really? What have you shown us? Apart from the ability to, like, sit in front of a microphone that's already pre-installed for you and set up for you. What have you actually displayed? It's an interesting point of view to have, man. To want more, but they're not willing to do more. You just expect to have more because you've been around for longer. It's like, it doesn't work like that anymore. And a part of me just thinks a lot of these guys just fail to compete with the competition. That's what I feel like happened as well. The podcast bubble burst, yes. Rogan moved, yes. But a lot of them just couldn't step up to the plate once more competition came in. Once other people got into podcasting, once the attention started to be spread across the board, once people started to do interesting things and do little sketch shows, all this sort of stuff, they just didn't know how to keep up. So they start crying about the old days and the Rat Pack and all this sort of shit. It's like, fuck off.
A white Tesla wrapped around a tree.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, big up my guy Rodeo Brito in the chat. Wagwan Rodeo. Big up Rodeo in the chat. Big up your chest forward.
But then it'll like bounce off. Do you ever watch the fucking, do you ever get on Instagram sometimes where the cement truck runs into each car that's against a wall and it runs into a
Hey, yo, Koya, the Red and Sea. Honestly, the Red and Sea, man. The Red and Sea. The Red and Sea. I still can't work my head around that. Because again, I come from the very minuscule, very minor, very micro, very unimportant club promotion world, right? And I did it only for a very short pace of time, for a very short period of my life, way back when. But I know in that time, if you do one show and it goes badly, You don't immediately do another show soon after. You take your time. You lick your wounds. You're like, oh shit, no one turned up. Oh shit, everyone left after that DJ played. And you try to fix it and figure out how you can make it better. Booking better people, promoting it longer, whatever. You just try and figure it out before you commit to the second show. These guys barely sold out the first show, which is a novelty, in Austin, Texas, which is weird again, right? You do a T5K show. T5K is always known to be LA. The whole thing about it was the Addison, what's the thing called? The whatever coffee club, fight club thing they're doing. They're always tied to LA. Brendan loves LA. He lives there. Brian's obviously living there. But they do their first show in Austin. Doesn't make sense. They barely sell it out. And then you do a second one immediately there. And of course they cancel it. It's like, why did you do that? Take your time. If anything, the second one should have been in LA. Really. If you really want to try and do a second one to redeem yourself, do it in LA. Do it in a smaller venue. Sell it out. Get those pictures online to make it look like you've packed out the building, even though it's only 100 capacity. Then go from there. I still can't work out how their brains thought it would be a good idea to do a second show soon after the first one that wasn't even sold out or didn't even look that full. It was so dumb.
30 miles an hour.
Oh, bad.
The Ford Bronco, 0.01% survival rate. The Ford Cayenne, 0.01% survival rate.
Porsche Cayenne.
Porsche Cayenne. I mean, there's so many cars that you...
Exactly, Collier. Exactly. Look, maybe brings the chairs and lists out some tools. Would it have been that hard, really, to have taken those big chairs? And guess what? Doesn't that guy have a pickup truck? Couldn't you strap these chairs to the back of the pickup truck and drive them to fucking, Austin, Texas, and get those chairs on stage just to have, oh my God, remember the chairs, the red chairs from T5K? And then have some bits you want to run through or something. Maybe one special guest or something. Maybe have Chin do his crying singing on there. Maybe have fucking Brian Callen do his fucking shadowboxing as a kind of callback to the show. Just a little bit of effort. A little bit of effort. Nah, let's just turn up, stand, and then just talk about the room and, flipping your TRX. It's like, so low effort. But they want everything. They're so low effort.
You think would fare well, like the Audi doesn't do well. The fucking Ford Explorer, 99% survival rate.
A Ford Explorer?
Crazy. Yeah, certain things that you'd never believe. You're like, what?
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that thing going around in the Bronco, how shitty it was.
Oh my God,
crashing.
dude. Like an accordion.
Tin can,
like a tornado, like that. You're like, oh my God.
Bad.
Oh, you would be
bad.
They'd have to peel you. They'd have to pick you out with a tweezer.
But in 2024, what cars have the worst crash rating, Chin?
Yeah, find out. Because
you think they would have
to. This is a weird conversation, right? He says if I wrap my car around a tree because I'm depressed about my career, then know that I did it because of what we spoke about. And now you're trying to research the best cars to wrap yourself around a tree with. Interesting.
Make it somewhat.
Yeah, you get hit by a cement truck, it's not a good idea. You're not gonna.
I think regardless what you're in, it's gonna suck. But
yeah.
Safest, and we want worst.
I know. I put in worst.
Oh, there it is. What car brand has the lowest safety rating? There you go.
Yeah.
But it's not going to show 2024, I don't think.
Dodge is the least safe car brand. Oof.
Uh-oh.
Mitsubishi and Buick. Yep.
Mitsubishi Buick.
Yeah. What's the number one safest car? Let me see that. Tesla.
Honda.
Hatchback.
Honda, Mazda, Ford Explorer,
Sonata,
Chrysler Pacifica.
Legacy.
A lot of
Lexus.
gay cars there.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of gay cars. Ford Explorer. Look at that. Wow. Chrysler Pacifica.
Nothing you want to be seen in, but that's the problem.
Yeah, well,
That's the problem.
That's it.
Girls like bad boys and boys like fast cars.
This show is so depressing, isn't it? It's so depressing how miserable this show is. And it's definitely a reflection of how successful all their friends are doing. Comparisons are thief of all joy. They can't handle it. They wanted to be at the top forever. They wanted to be in Joe Rogan's hallowed inner circle forever, but they didn't do enough work to cultivate that relationship. They just thought they could just be there by default. And Rogan woke up to the fact that these guys were kind of using him in a way. Kind of using him. Kind of taking him for granted. Ducked out, and he said sayonara. And Rogan's like one of those people. I know some of you guys know them. Remember your friends where you grew up with, where if they moved house, they suddenly forgot about you? They moved an area, they suddenly got new friends? Rogan's that type of dude. When he moves to another place, he just forgets about you. Like, you don't matter as much. Out of sight, out of mind. And, It's showing to be the case because everyone that's in LA now isn't really that close to him anymore.
Girls like bad boys. Girls like fast cars, dude.
No, boys like fast cars.
Oh, shit.
God damn it.
Sorry, dude. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Ooh. Now, here's the thing about the Tesla, which I didn't know about the Y and the Plaid. Those, because they're so heavy and they're aluminum.
Hey, great talk. We're talking about Teslas now. We're talking about the engineering of Tesla. Look at Brendan. Look at Brendan. Brendan's legitimately sleeping. Brendan's actually fallen asleep. I don't blame him. He's actually fallen asleep. We're talking about fucking Tesla engineering. We're talking about the efficiencies of Tesla. We're talking about the weight distribution on Tesla. He's officially asleep. I don't blame the guy. I'd be asleep too. Fucking hell. Yeah, Callum, no socks, crossing his feet on the chair, by the way. Raw dogging some fucking tennis shoes. Raw dogging low sneakers. Probably no lining. Just these raw Caucasian feet on them, sat on the chair like a fucking 5-year-old, with a hoodie with white zip, with white, and again, he looks like he dressed like a child, isn't it? A little bit. Hoodie with white strings, socks, shoes with no socks, tied really tightly.
The aluminum.
Probably tied that tightly so he doesn't have to tie them again. He's probably that type of guy. He just ties them really tight and then squeezes his foot in them. The heel's all fucked up and then continues going. Low maintenance, zero effort. No effort on the content, no effort on the dress. He just goes. In his own way, he just goes.
What, axle or whatever?
Yeah.
It cracks
chassis.
a lot and you have...
Hey.
Boys love fast cars. Men love bumping uglies and harassing girls in comedy clubs.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, mate, these guys, man. These fucking guys, man. They just can't be grateful for shit. Big up Theodore. Big up Blood Clot Theodore.
have to change the tires every 10,000 miles, and those tires will cost you a good $1,000 every time you change them.
Correct.
Every time.
And
That's
the
what they
other
don't tell
thing
you.
why Teslas are so unsafe and electric cars are so unsafe.
They're unsafe?
Yeah. It's because it's not because of you. It's because they're so heavy and they can go so fast. Even like your car is fast.
Yeah.
By all means, your car is fast, even though it looks gay.
Yeah.
It's fast. But because they're so heavy, the damage it does to regular cars or any car, because they're so fast and heavy.
Jesus Christ.
So how many times do you want to say fast and heavy, by the way? How many times can you say fast and heavy before you get your point across?
I mean, you could if you're driving like
It's a
an
little
idiot.
tank. So my tiny Tesla weighs 5,800 pounds.
And all that weight is from the battery.
Jesus Christ.
Like the electric Hummer's so heavy.
The electric
the heaviest car on the road, yeah. It's so fucking heavy.
Tesla Y, Mercedes GLE class. What is that? Should I get one of those cars? A
No, that's
Mercedes
not-
GLE? What is that?
It's kind of a bubble SUV.
Oh,
The AMG one's kind of cool. It's not for you, dude.
that's not for me?
I don't think. I mean, I'd like you better if you got it, but
Yeah. That's a nice looking car, dude.
they're cool. Yeah, the AMG ones are
bad,
badass.
right?
Yeah, they're cool.
But the AMG is going to cost me a pretty penny.
We'd find one used.
It's got some speed.
Yeah, they're cool. They sound cool.
They're not giving them away.
All right.
Guys,
here
we
now.
saved the podcast.
I don't.
So
yeah.
depressing. Look
All
how
right.
depressing the
All
show
right,
is.
dude. Better.
All right. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We'll see you Wednesday, and it is
hilarious,
going to be a
man.
banger
It's
of a
like the
podcast.
Pee Wee Herman show. There's like a word of the day. We just gotta make sure the word of the day. No Netflix.
No
mention of
Netflix.
comics.
No mention of
mention
anything
of
else.
Successful white males.
That's it.
Black is fine.
Yeah.
Asian's fine.
Yeah.
No white older comic mentions.
Yeah.
No mention of arenas.
No
theaters.
arenas, theaters. Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, we're good.
Otherwise, you're good.
We'll see you there.
All right, kids. Love
everybody.
you.
God bless.
They hate their lives so much, innit? Most men live lives of quiet desperation, and this is one of them. But again, this is mostly comparisons of FIFA for joy, because their lives really aren't that bad. Things could be much worse. They're really ungrateful. They're really entitled. They're really delusional, and it's just unrealistic to expect to be like at the center of everyone's attention forever and ever. You're also not as good as other people. Like it's like everyone they listed, the Schultz even, they're not as good as those guys. It's just it's not fair, because maybe those guys aren't that great, but you're not as good as them. Like, what do you expect was going to happen? I don't know. I'm surprised they're surprised where they are, That's the thing that surprises me. They're surprised. I'm surprised. They're surprised. To be completely honest, actually, generally surprised. They're surprised. But again, what do I know? What do I know? What do I know? Exactly, Assad. Exactly. Big up Assad. Exactly. Honestly, that's part of the reason why I wanted to play this clip of Derek Poston. Derek Poston Rogan kept talking about Derek Poston about, oh yeah, you were one of the first to move, one of the first moves. I was thinking to myself, hold on. If you really want to do comedy, if you kind of didn't, because unfortunately the Comedy Store already had a click in it, right? Before Rogan left, that click was already baked in. If you actually were smart, you went to play the game, just move to Austin when Rogan did. It's not that difficult. If it doesn't work, and there's two benefits to that. You go to Austin during a pandemic, you get to perform because Austin, they didn't really have many COVID protocols and restrictions, right? They were kind of free. Everyone kind of went there, Miami, other places, right? You go there, you get to perform and do stand-up anyway, the thing that you allegedly love. So you can't do it in LA, you go and do it in Austin. Then you have the other benefit of Rogan allegedly is meant to be building this club out there. It's taking a bit longer than expected, but if he does build it, because you're already there, you get to jump the queue. Because you are an OG, you made the commitment, you believed in the vision, blah, blah, blah. You probably got close to Rogan because Rogan probably saw you out and about. It's not that difficult. But I think they were just worried about leaving LA. They didn't want to leave their comfort zone. You know, that's the real issue of the thing. And they probably were a bit nervous, and Rogan didn't open the club after, because I think Rogan originally had one site that fell through. Which is actually, I think I spoke about it on a stream. Somebody actually told me who lives in Austin that, oh, that site actually wasn't even good anyway because it was kind of away. It was kind of outside the city center a little bit. It was kind of hard to get to. The one that they've got now is actually better because it's actually on the strip. So the first one falls through. That obviously takes a year. Then obviously by the time they get the second one, that obviously takes another year to get it all sorted out. So it took a while for it to open. But if you're really about the comedy life, moving to Austin is not that big of a deal. It doesn't work out. Imagine if he didn't open it. Okay, move back to LA then. You know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal, really. But they didn't want to really uproot. And I think in Brendan's case, my theory is that his wife said no. She probably never does. She probably never has a, you know, she probably never has a say in anything. He just does what he wants to do. But I think in this particular case, she said, nah, I'm not fucking moving to Austin. Can you really see that woman that drives a G-Wagon and wears the fucking sun visor in her car and wears Balenciaga and shit? Could she really live in Austin? She can handle that shit. You know what I mean? No friends. It's not cool. It's not fun. There's no designer stores. What the fuck would she be doing there? You know what I mean? So I think she's the one that shut it down. And then Brendan had to be like, okay, cool. And then, you know, the end came. No, but you know what I mean, Joel from MIA. Like, you know, that particular woman, you know, she's like, that's a Beverly Hills woman. That's a Beverly Hills wannabe type woman. Those women don't want to live in Austin, you know? Yeah. I don't know. What should we do? Oh yeah, let's do this one. Let's do the one about Derek Poston. What did he say? Let's give this one. Rogan does yeah, this one. Yeah, look when Derek Poston came on. Look at this one. This is a really good clip, actually. This is a really good one. Joe Rogan doesn't smile like Brendan Schaub or Brian Callen like this anymore, right? Look at it. Look at the face. Look at that face. He's really happy to see Derek Poston. They are actually really close now, which is funny because Brendan was the one that kind of brought Derek into that crew, I think, a little bit, because he was helping on the You'd Be Surprised, and he used to work on King and the Sting. But look at that face. Look, have you ever seen Rogan look at Brendan like this these days? Genuine love.
Rogan. Bro, we've had a million conversations like this in the green room.
Yeah, so they actually talk, you see? Rogan actually talks to this guy. He doesn't really brag about it all the time, but Brendan does. I talk to Rogan every day. No, you don't.
We've done like 1,000 podcasts.
This is my every night right here.
We need a fucking studio in that club. You know, we need to put a podcast studio in that club. I've been thinking about it, but like we don't have the space for it.
Yeah.
There's going to be a Comedy Mothership podcast coming very soon. If it's not enough to hear these guys pontificate about stand-up comedy before they do stand-up comedy, we're now going to hear them pontificate and hyperbole, you know, and fucking, you know, wax lyrical about the art of stand-up comedy after they finish a set and after they're 2 drinks deep or 7 or a couple of bumps or a few lines in. That's going to be a great show, isn't it? I can't wait for that. I can't wait to hear them slurring their words, talking about how amazing and how a beast of a guys they are, and just be sucking each other off on the pod after the show. That should be fun, isn't it? That should be fun for the listeners.
Yeah, where would it go?
It wouldn't go anywhere. There's no place. There's no. We used.
But it's also a proof that comedians really, 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 really love the sound of their own voices, and they just love to be around each other 24/7. That's probably why they don't like staying at home and they always book tours. Because it's not enough for them to be at a comedy... No, because allegedly, the Mothership is a great hang. They got a great green room, a great bar. So it's not enough to hang out there, watch the shows, go to the green room, drink. They still need another place to go. There's another place. And after, it's like, when does it end? Don't you guys have kids? You're all middle-aged men. Go home.
Like, very efficient. We have all the space. I don't know.
Yeah, but...
I think what we need is an apartment. We need an apartment close.
Honestly, having fuck you money is so fun, isn't it? That's what I've said it before. My fuck you money moment won't be buying a Lamborghini or buying a content house like people do, or some, especially London YouTubers, they usually go to fucking Canary Wharf or Greenwich and get some penthouse apartment that overlooks a fucking shitty River Thames. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open a fucking club. I'm gonna open a fucking nightclub and I'm gonna book myself every single night of the week. Monday to Monday. I swear to God, that is it. You know what I mean? Special guest, special guest, me. Because it must be fun. This guy's contemplating just buying an apartment complex for his comedy friends, just to hang out in. He wants to hang out with his friends so much, he's willing to buy an apartment complex. Yeah, exactly. Game Bread Footballer, North Greenwich. That's the UK content creator dream. From what I've seen so far, when you make it in the UK, either you get a house or rent an apartment in Greenwich. There's an actual building, I forgot what it's called. There's a building in South London. Some girl that I know actually lives in one. It's an amazing building, actually. It's kind of like a One Hyde Park thing, where they've got all the amenities. They've got a gym, they've got a bar, they've got a games room, they've got golf, like saunas. It's fucking incredible looking wise, but it's crazy expensive. I'd rather just buy a proper nice house somewhere than live in there. Or they go and they move to Manchester. That's another thing. You move to Manchester or Liverpool, a place just outside of London, up north and shit. Obviously cheaper rent, and go from there. But yeah, it's a bit lame. I think the first thing I'd do is legitimately either have my own studio to do my content and shit, and do my that'd be pretty cool. I have like a place where I'll do the DJing, a place where I'll do the streaming and shit, or just straight up open a club. Do you know what I mean? And just kind of synthesize all my visions of what a great clubbing experience would be in that club, and legitimately book myself every day. But imagine having the money where you're literally thinking of buying your friends an apartment complex. That's freaking wild, isn't it?
So we could just go right over.
Go right over.
Like go apartment that's just set up as a studio. When you get in there, it's just all studio.
That would be nice, Joe.
Yeah, because there's so many apartments that are available in that area, right? I just got one. Yeah, Jamie just got one. Let's go, Jamie.
Should get next door so I don't have a neighbor.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. How far away are you from my club?
2 blocks.
Ooh, let's go. Is the next door neighbor open?
I think they all are.
Oh, that'd be perfect. I'll give you the keys.
Wait till you see my view.
Ooh, that's what I want.
Yeah.
I want to.
Man, Brendan and Brian must hate hearing these conversations. Rogan is buying Joey Diaz a house to move to Austin, allegedly. Young Jamie got a new crib there. He wants to buy the crib next to Young Jamie to make it like a comedian house. All sorts of debauchery probably going there. They'll probably put everyone's phone in one of those little bags or something, put it in the safe so no one can record each other getting sucked off by waitresses and shit. They're living a life, innit? They're basically replicating everything that happened at the Comedy Store on steroids in Austin under his own thing. And Brendan and Brian are just on the outside looking in, waiting for an invite, but it never comes. Because Rogan's happy to have them on the... That's the thing about Rogan I think is really, a little bit cruel. He's probably not brave. He probably doesn't have it in him to cut them off completely. So he still invites them on the pod, but then he doesn't really invite them into his inner circle anymore. Do you know what I mean? I think that's actually worse. I'd prefer you to just ice me out completely than let me be on your show. But then when it comes to buying people houses and giving me a weekend spot at your club, or, inviting me to the UFC, you never do. That'd hurt me actually even more. Like this, like kind of like, compartmentalized relationship. Like you're okay to come on my show, but I'm not buying you a house. I'm not going to invite you to the mothership to have a headlining weekend. You're not going to come to the comedian apartment. Oh.
A view like that, because like how dope would that be? Late night, all of us chilling, windows, see the city. I was gonna do that in downtown LA.
Oh yeah, Shades Cow. Yeah, true. What was it called? Really good point. He always wanted to replicate Doug Stanhope at Brisbane. Yeah. What was that place called? Remember, that's when I don't know if that's Doug Stanhope was still dating that Asian lady. He was dating that crazy Asian lady and he had this like compound thing, right? Yeah, you're right, Shades Cow. He had this like place, this like fun house thing with like a bar, and they did comedy. What was it called? Fuck, what an amazing callback. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, was that his girl, right? Bingo, the crazy Asian lady. You're fucking right. Fucking big up fucking Brisbane, Arizona. Oh, sorry, Bisbee, Arizona. Not Brisbane, sorry. Bisbee, Arizona. Big up fucking Shades Cow. Amazing callback. Yeah, true. Rogan used to love that shit. Because Rogan loves like that crazy maverick, eccentric comedian type. I'm not too sure if he's fallen out with Doug Stanhope, by the way. I think in last appearance, Doug Stanhope didn't go well, did he? I'm not too sure if him and Doug Stanhope have fallen out. I'm not too sure. But yeah, really good point. Really fucking good point. Yeah, everyone used to like suck off. I think everyone was sucking off Doug Stanhope too during the pandemic because he was still living out there and doing his own thing. So he was kind of free from all the restrictions because he was just like in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, true. So the club is like a combination, a synthesis, a hybrid of the Comedy Store and obviously what Doug Stanhope was doing out there in Bisbee. Yeah, you're right. Really good callback there.
Really?
Yeah, but then I went to downtown LA. I'm like, oh my God. And I brought my family and I brought my daughters when they were young. And I was like, oh my God, am I going to have to kill somebody? Like, it was crazy. And this is pre-pandemic, man.
Yeah.
This is before the shit hit the fan. I'm like, let's go.
Joe Rogan.
But yeah, you know, what can you do? What can you do? They had their time in the sun. They can't cry too much. But Rogan has definitely moved on. And Derek Poston, I'm happy for Derek Poston. I'm not going to lie. He's been grinding. He's been in the background. He played his role. He did his thing. And then he slowly but surely got up into the good graces of Rogan. And now look at him. He's welcome into the inner circle. He's doing his thing. So I'm happy for Derek Poston. I can't lie. I'm really happy for the kid. So congrats to Derek Poston on smashing it. We did the oopsie thing. We did that thing. You want to see Brendan get offended that when Brian says he doesn't read books? This is one of those funny clips where I don't know. It's a like anyway. Just watch the clip and you see it. I was like, why are you getting offended that you don't read books?
Like I listen to podcasts.
Let's watch this. Watch this clip. He gets offended that Brian thinks he doesn't read.
Yeah, that's why podcasts got so big. That's why audio downloads are bigger than video typically, depending on the show. Because,
by the way, that's not true. I know you want to say audio is king, but that's not true. More people listen to podcasts via YouTube videos in the background than they do listening to the actual audio themselves. And most people's numbers will attest to that. Most people have numbers where, mine especially, where the videos are always more views than the actual audio thing. That's not actually true. But it's obviously easier to fudge the numbers and use. You obviously get paid more by sponsors for your audio than you get paid for your video, because I think people think the audio can't get faked, but it obviously can.
Who has, say we do the show for 2 hours, who has 2 hours to sit down and watch something? I mean,
a lot of people, people passively listen. People don't actively watch anything, really. Maybe TV shows. I don't know about you guys, but I think if it's a particular TV show, but most people passively listen to everything. I passively listen to YouTube all the time. I have something playing in the background while I'm washing my ass, washing my face, showering, cooking, eating, all the time. No one actively sits down and listens to anything. Even in the movies, you'll see people's phone lights going off all over the place. People have horrible concentration.
At night.
Yeah. People are working in warehouses. Those are the people.
Like I listen to podcasts when I drive to work. If I'm working out, like I can't sit down and watch like a TV show.
What do you?
Now, if I'm at home, I'm not watching a podcast.
No.
I'm watching the real talent, right? It's on TV. It's on HBO.
That's hilarious that he'd say that anyway. Being on the podcast, saying the real talent's on TV, which means you're not the real talent and it means you're grifting.
What are the podcasts you listen to? What TV shows do you watch?
Podcasts, I listen to Schultze. I listen to a ton of MMA. All MMA, mainly. Podcasts, yeah. Luke Thomas.
Watch the reading part. Watch how offended and triggered he gets when Brian suggests he doesn't read. He almost gets offended. It's like, of course you don't read. Look at you. We know you don't read. We hear you speak. It's clear you don't read.
Hawani.
Yeah.
The
And
Ringer.
again, it's not a bad thing. I think reading, this whole like using reading as like a sign of your intellect is as redacted as people who drink wine and think they look smarter. It's fucking dumb. If you want to read, read. If you don't want to read, don't read. No one gives a fuck.
Damon Martin. Ton of MMA. Mainly MMA. If Rogan has a good guest on or one of our friends, I listen to that. So the combo of Rogan, Schultze, and then the majority of it's MMA. You?
I listen to Commentary Magazine podcasts, the political podcast. I listen to Rogan if it's a good guest.
If it's a good guest, I'll listen to Rogan. Or one of our boys, I'll listen to it. Like DeStefano was great on there.
Yeah. Did you just do it recently?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's great.
I don't know. That's it.
Dude, did you see any of the clips from the roast of Tom Brady?
Yeah.
That's why
Oh,
podcast got so.
don't have the thing. Okay, I didn't save it. Okay, I didn't save it correctly. Whoopsie. There's a clip where he talks about not reading.
Let's say we do the show for 2 hours. Who has watched like a TV show on HBO?
Whoopsie. Okay. I guess I didn't save it correctly. It is what it is. Let's see if I can get it up on here. Can I get up on here? Bear with me a second. I don't know why I didn't save it like that. Oh shit. Bear with me a second. I think I know where it is as well on the actual episode. But there's a bit where he gets annoyed that he doesn't read, and he says, "Excuse me, I don't read." Let's get it. One second. Bear with me a second here. Like the stream if you're enjoying it. If you're sitting down and you're enjoying what you're seeing what you're enjoying, make sure you like the stream. Don't be stingy. Like the stream. That'll be greatly appreciated. Like the fucking stream, okay? Like the fucking stream. Don't be dumb. Like the stream. Let me just go down here and see if I can get this up on here. What is it about? Read. Let's see if I can get the transcript up on here and say read. I'm sure I can find it here. Bear with me. Read. Yeah, there we go. Whoopsie. Where is it? It's up here somewhere, isn't it? Not down there. Bear with me a second there. Boom. I think this is the bit.
Book and attain all the information.
Yeah, there you go.
They probably figure you're Mexican, and they start speaking
100%.
to you, and you're like,
Happens all the
I
time.
don't speak a word of Spanish.
I went 0.
Have you learned any Spanish being married to a Mexican woman? Spanish is spoken in your house all day.
Kind of a shame. Again, this is for me a big shame. Being married to someone Spanish and not trying to learn the language or not even being interested to learn it is a little bit wild, to be completely honest. But it goes back to my theory that, you know, I think he likes Hispanic women for their attributes and their looks and stuff, but he doesn't really care about the culture. Doesn't really care about them at all as people, in my personal opinion. But I could be wrong. But let's play this clip here so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's play this clip. Let's go back to what he said here, because it's very interesting. Very, very interesting.
And then they start speaking
100%.
to you, and you're like,
Happens all the
I
time.
don't speak a word of Spanish.
I went 0.
Have you learned any Spanish being married to a Mexican woman? Spanish is spoken in your house all day.
All nonstop. Kiddos speak it. And if I know the subject they're talking about, I can kind of make out what they're talking about.
A part of me would be offended if I have kids with a woman that's from LA but also speaks Spanish, and I have kids with her and they speak Spanish. They're bilingual, but I'm not. You know, not be able to speak to your kids in their mother's native, or not mother's, but you know, their family's native language, or one half of their. It's a bit wild, isn't it? It's a bit insane. I'm sure it does happen. I'm sure a lot of those white guys who like to date Asian women don't speak a lick of Chinese or Japanese or Korean. I'm sure they don't. But it's just odd, you know? Why would you have kids being brought up being bilingual, but you're not?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you're just
as
not
good as I
interested,
can
are
do.
you? You're just not interested.
I'm 41.
What does
It's
that
hard-
mean? That doesn't mean anything. It does. You can learn language whenever. obviously it's easier to learn when you're younger, but there's no age limit to when you can learn a language. But again, his brain is a bit, redacted, so.
Hard to read a book and attain all the
When
information.
was the last time you read a book? Not a big reader.
I'm not.
You see how you got offended straight away? When's the time you read a book? You're not a big reader. Why are you getting offended that you don't read? Of course you don't read. Game of Thrones doesn't count.
Book and attain all the information.
When was the last time you read a book? Not a big reader.
I'm not a big reader.
Are you? I don't know. Am I wrong?
Oh, really? You've known me for a hot
No,
second.
no. I mean,
Yeah, he's known you and he says you're not a big reader. And then Brian immediately realizes he's being, he offended him and he starts cowering and cucks away. He immediately starts to cop please. No. I was only joking. Look at Brian.
Book and attain all the
when was the
information.
last time you read a book? Not a big reader.
I'm not a big reader.
Are you? I don't know. Am I wrong?
Oh, really? You've known me for a hot
No,
second.
no. I mean,
Yeah, you got to come to my house. I have so many
I
books.
love that. All right.
I would read.
Come to my house. I have so many books. That doesn't mean you're a big reader. What?
You really went on,
No, I mean, I
on
just
a
meant you
plane.
seem like you're fish, cars.
Fish. That's already gone. The cars thing is barely there. He takes his cars to garages and gets them. He takes his car to garages and leaves his card behind the fucking till. That doesn't really count as being a gearhead. Like, oh my god, that's hilarious. You're kind of dense. Fish, cars.
I don't know. You got the kids. I don't know how much time you have to read. I'm not making.
not
judging you.
now, but when I would fly is when I'd read.
Right.
Yeah, when I'd fly. When I'd tour, I'd read a ton.
Yeah. I listen. That's what I do. I listen. I don't read. I listen to books. But
Yeah, that's
you
what
don't-
lazy people say, right?
fuck,
It's the new thing, right?
No, I've always.
You know what it is?
listened
It's kind of like the cryo chamber.
to books. No.
Yeah, it is.
I've always
You
listened.
just
to
get
books.
a bucket of ice and jump your ass.
No,
in there. Yeah.
Listening to books. I let somebody talk into my ear, buddy. I get a lot of books read that way.
Yeah.
A lot of books.
Doesn't count. It's not the same though.
It is though.
You think?
I do actually.
I don't think so.
I actually think. So I listen to Crime and Punishment. I listen to the Brothers Karamazov, like really dense novels.
Sure.
The reason I like it is because when you have a good reader, they actually.
It's
slow
more
it down.
entertaining.
Don't you find it interesting? A guy that doesn't read arguing about reading books is more important than listening to. It's not like as somebody that reads a lot. Reading an audiobook and a physical book, there really is no difference. It depends just how you learn, how you attain information, how you like to enjoy things. I think there are some books that do lend themselves to be read as an audiobook. Like autobiography sometimes, right? You can listen to a personal autobiography in their voice. It brings the book to life, right? Maybe you remember more bits of it if you listen to it kind of like a podcast. Some books are probably better to read, like physically, whether it's in a Kindle or an actual physical tactile book. But one thing isn't better than the other, really. This idea that, you only read audiobooks, like the only people that kind of shame you for listening to audiobooks are people who don't read at all. It's the same way with gym. Oh, you're doing a lot, man. You're doing too much. Like, yeah, because you don't do anything. You fucking fat cunt. Shut the fuck up.
It's a long fucking time.
It's more entertaining.
Well, it takes longer. And what you do is you're hearing the characters. You do get
It's definitely more entertaining.
Yeah. And for me, I retain more. It depends. Some people
Maybe.
don't.
Yeah.
My dad does both, right? But and my daughter can only read. She can't listen to books. Some people just can't do it because their mind drifts.
I think there's something to it. Like when you're actually reading the physical words, I think you attain more information. It takes longer. It's a lot harder. Like listening's easy. You're going in your car.
I'd say it takes long.
How's listening easy? He doesn't listen. What? Listening is not easy to a book, and retaining that information is not easy. You have to be actively listening to it. Like what?
Longer to listen though because
No,
they're reading at their pace at the way a character talks, and when you read, a lot of times you can, you're kind of covering a lot of distance. So it just depends. It's the same though. You're getting to read.
I don't know if it's the same.
Yeah,
I think they're both good. I don't know if it's
I've been
the
doing
same,
it
though.
for 30 years, Paolo. 30 years.
Hey,
30 years?
Brian finally had enough. So he's flexing. He's finally had enough. He's like, look, I entertain some of your bullshit. I know I cuck and cower and acquiesce to you and almost humble myself to you. Enough. I've been reading longer than you. I've actually read my life. You know what I mean? I went to a good school. My parents sent me to boarding school. Let's relax.
Yeah.
Books on tape?
Yeah. 30 years.
Oh, you put like the cassette in of tape because they've done it for a while. Yeah.
He's so patronizing. You put the cassette in. He's such a cunt. But I do remember the last cassette I remember is cassettes that my dad would buy from like church, from like pastors, you know, doing audiobooks or preaching seminars. Or the other cassette I remember is people coming around to my house. Remember back in the day when Tony Robbins had those cassettes? I don't know what it's called, Ultimate Power, but people would sell them door to door in a cassette pack and a book thing. It was like loads of money as well back then, maybe hundreds of pounds. And you get these cassettes, something I think they were white. They'll come in like a sleeve. And you'd have all the courses you'd listen to, you know, being the ultimate power and all that sort of bullshit on tape. So dumb.
I did, yeah. Believe it or not,
Hieroglyphics,
you get a whole
flame.
fucking thing of tapes, and then you get CDs.
Yeah, that's right. They have been doing it a hot second. And then when Audible came out, made it super easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Brendan arguing that he reads and doesn't actually, you know, it's fucking hilarious. I love it. I love all this shit. I love how this guy is. I really do. He's fucking amazing. Anyways. Let's get this off the screen. Let's get number one. Big up everybody tuning in on the stream. I appreciate you. Make sure you like the stream down below if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Don't be stingy. Like the fucking stream. Get those likes up for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. Like the bloody stream. Do me a favor. Oh yeah, TD Jakes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Joel knows. TD Jakes. Yeah, TD Jakes, Creflo Dollar. All those guys used to have big tape things that we used to always check out. Love it. Let's move on. Let's also do this video that I think Patrick CC put. No, let's do the Tim one, because I have to leave actually. I gotta go to the gym. So this is the last video we're gonna play, and I'm gonna leave and do my thing, and I'm gonna come back probably later and do a Taz or something. But let's do the last video I want to play here. It's the one from I think it's a Bert one or Tom Segura one. I think I saw. Let's see if I can get it up on here. Where is it? No, it's not that one. Which one is it? Why can't I find it? There we go. How Tom Segura lost it. Oh, this one, yeah. This is from Ghost Gum. Big up Ghost Gum. How Tom Segura lost all his fans. Let's play this one.
Tom Segura had a running joke in his podcast about Garth Brooks. Basically, the joke was Garth Brooks...
Let's get up on the screen. Bear with me a second. Apologies. Boop, boop, boop. Big up to Ghost Gum. That's the video title. How Tom Segura lost all his fans. Let's go.
Tom Segura had a running joke in his podcast about Garth Brooks. Basically, the joke was Garth Brooks is so out of touch that something more nefarious must be going on here. Years after the inception of this joke, Tom has become the very thing he used to make fun of. Completely out of touch. Tom was a liked, relatable, and most importantly, funny guy. A few years later, he's seen as the complete opposite of that. His comedic talents now include making fun of poor people, unironically hating said poor people, hating his fans, having meltdowns directed at lower class workers on Twitter, and putting out a comedy special that has a whopping 2.9 out of 10 on IMDb. His downfall has been insane, and his fan base has certainly noticed, with comments on basically every podcast he does referencing his hatred of poor people or just making fun of him. And this is from a guy that, out of the Joe Rogan sphere, had arguably the most success and talent out of anybody.
Agreed.
It's weird to see a guy who got to the place where he is because of his humor and a Joe Rogan boost, not just reject the audience he grew, but despise them. Now he's
that's very true, isn't it? He was the actual one of the only ones from that crew that people would always say, nah, Tom's funny. He'd always get a lot of credit. And then, yeah, it's all kind of gone away now.
A point where seemingly nobody likes Tom as a guy. The people who work for him are leaving, there's a huge group of ex-fans who despise him, and even his fellow comedians don't seem to want anything to do with him. He was given the Rogan ticket and he failed. Well, that's only kind of half true. You see, Tom started comedy back in the early 2000s. He actually gained some pretty decent notoriety over the years. However, what really pulled him into the spotlight were his appearances on what would become the biggest podcast of all time, Joe Rogan. Tom was an OG guest on Joe Rogan, but to say Joe made Tom isn't entirely true, as Tom already had a few comedic feathers in his cap. There's a good chance Tom would have been able to make a career out of comedy due to his talent alone. However, there's no way he'd become half as famous as he is now without Rogan. But Joe certainly took him to that next level of famous comedian, a comedian who podcasts. But unlike these other guys who have podcasts, Tom was consistently funny. The consensus was, in the Joe Rogan verse, Tom Segura was one of the legitimately talented comics.
Tom was so funny, people were able to put up with Christina P. Tom was so funny, people were able to endure and put up with Christina P. That's how funny. They used to actually play into the meme that people would much rather just hear Tom, and he would always talk about, oh, it's my show and whatever. Do you know what I mean? And Christina would get really annoyed. But he was so funny, he made people put up with fucking Christina P.
Right up there with Joey Diaz and Theo Vaughn. Legally, every comedian needs a podcast, or else they aren't a real comedian. But back in the day, it was kind of a novelty to have a podcast. So with the success of his comedy career and his name recognition on Rogan, Tom started his own podcast, Your Mom's House, with his wife, Christina. With the natural charisma between the two, the boost from Rogan, and the time they got into podcasting, the podcast mostly thrived from their ability.
Big up Caseload Moses. What you said, I have an Audible account and I read, I'm telling you, it's not the same. Nothing with audio either will help entertain you. Brendan doesn't do either, just talking of his house. No, I have an audio account too. I've had Audible for a long time. I used to actually rip my books on some site. What did I use again? I think it's called Mobilism or something. I don't know if it's just still around, but I used to use this website called Mobilism, and it was like it's like a forum where you get like pirated books and shit, like all the books that you can want to get a hold of. And I used to rip those books audio and put them on my iTunes, and then obviously sync that on my phone. But something changed, and they changed it. iTunes isn't as easier to like use as it was in the past, and they changed around how you list audio books and whatever, and it just fucked it up, so I couldn't use it again. So that's why I got Audible. But I've listened to some books on Audible that I would never read. A good example, the Elon Musk autobiography by Ashley Vance. It's one of the first ones that they put out ages ago, before Elon was hated, like before Elon went on Rogan and smoked a joint, right? That era where Elon was quite well regarded, or people didn't really look him too much. But that book by Ashley Vance on Elon was so good, and it was better to listen to it than to read the actual book physically. So I think it's a case by case, really. I personally think they're the same thing, but I think it's different how you absorb information. But it's also it's also a book by book sort of thing. Depends which one you want to do. There's some books that I have on here that I also have an audiobook. Sometimes I'll read it and then I'll re-listen to an audiobook, and then I'll like find stuff that I missed when I was reading it. It depends. It's all over the place. Who gives a fuck?
To crack jokes and laugh at people. I mean, making fun of people getting hurt is certainly funny. Just watch this video of Tom playing basketball. It is a bit poetic that the guy who is known for laughing at people.
Nah, you know what, Koya, actually, that didn't work. You know what? I'm such a R word, and I'm such a when it comes to like cultural or intellectual stuff, I can be a little bit up my. That's the only thing where I think I got a little bit of an ego, and there are times where I would go out when I was out in the strip a lot and I was partying a lot. I would go out with my book, not to impress the ladies, but to impress the fellas. I wanted to show off my ability of like, look, I can get fucked up, I can have a good time, but I'm learning. I'm educated. That's how R-worded I was. That's how much of a loser I was back then. I wasn't even trying to impress the girls. I was trying to impress the fellas, trying to make them feel intellectually inferior. Imagine how much of a loser I am. Going to a bar, reading. Going to a cocktail bar, and usually, I don't know if you guys are the same, but in London, most cocktail bars are very dimly lit. They're usually lit by a fucking tiny candle in a shitty cup. So it's hard to read. But here I am, like, trying to read Lolita and appear fucking cultured and shit. Oh, look at that Thick Boy Nation hoodie. That's actually a better hoodie than Brendan's, isn't it? I like that hoodie, Thick Boy Nation, in the kind of graffiti font. That's actually quite cool. No, I don't mind actually. But Tom had to retire it when Brendan ran with it and added an extra C.
Getting hurt destroys his body trying to defy both gravity and years of neglecting any sort of exercise, then ends up looking like Peter Griffin when he falls. Seemingly at the same time, Tom's financial and physical situation improved. He was in a lot better shape and their podcast was booming, getting big enough that they started their own podcast network. With this network, Tom started other shows with comedians such as Bert Kreischer, the Two Bears, One Cave podcast. While not as successful as Your Mom's House, it definitely brought a lot of eyes, but maybe not the eyes that they had expected. Now look, Tom is not a hack. I mean, he's headlining festivals like the Great Out.
Yeah. God, it's fucking insane. Brother, you have a BBC and you're shaped like a Jetta. We're already impressed. Oh my God. Oh, you guys, man. Oh my God. You're shaped like a Jetta. I swear, I'm buying that fucking Darknet Ozempic. I don't give a fuck. I'm buying that Darknet Ozempic. Big
Audible
up, Austin.
pro tip: if you have a friend that has an account, you can log onto it on each other's phones, then DL all your friends' books to your phone.
Oh yes, Austin Casey. I like that. 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 Thank you for that tip. And again, pro tips for everybody out there. If you have a friend that has an account, you can log onto it on each other's phone and then download all your friends' books on your phone. So yeah, big up Austin Casey. Thank you for that tip, my guy. Oh my God, man. My cheeks are hurting today. Thank you for the laughs, everybody in the chat. I appreciate it.
Outdoor Comedy Festival in Spokane, Washington. And I can see that this is absolutely true thanks to Ground News. Ground News is an app and website that gathers
Oh man, cheeky ad.
descriptions and plans connected a celebrity is to the average person, the less likable they tend to be. The more down-to-earth celebrities are always more beloved. But most of the time, the ones who aren't get away with it, at least for a while, because they don't have to interact with a public audience, apart from rehearsed talk shows that make me want to vomit. Eventually, if they do get exposed as bad people, it's because they're so out of touch with how regular humans interact. Because they can stay inside their elite bubble and never interact with us poors, as Tom might put it. See, this might work when you're James Corden or Ellen DeGeneres, but it doesn't exactly work when you're a podcasting comedian, because there's a much more direct relationship to your audience. For example, everyone knows Joe Rogan loves DMT and elk hunting because he talks a lot for his job. People don't even watch him know that. But despite Rogan being worth more than $250 million, he somehow manages to stay relatable to the average person, which is why he's so successful. Even if he can be a little out of touch sometimes, he understands what it's like to not have millions in the bank. Most of the time. See, when you're rich and you talk to other rich people about watches, private jets, and luxury cars, they get it. When you talk to your audience of average people about these things, they probably at best don't care and at worst stop listening. That's what Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer did exclusively on their podcast. They are comedians who want to live the lifestyles of rappers, which is fine, but I would say over 99% of the people watching this podcast can't relate to a story about getting drunk on a private jet, then ending up in a Rolex store and buying a $25,000 watch. Because Two Bears, One Cave went from two comedians shooting the shit and watching funny videos.
Yeah, how did that, honestly? What happened there? Do you think they just reined it in? Maybe I want to rewatch a couple episodes. The first 2 episodes, or the first 5 or 10 of Two Bears, One Cave were actually pretty decent. It was actually quite funny. The premise behind it was actually funny as well. Like, I don't know. And then it just fell off a cliff really quickly. Maybe it's just Bert annoying Tom to a point where he's like, maybe that's what happened. Maybe Tom saw Bert as a mirror of himself and was like, you know what? I need to get myself together. I can't end up like this guy. And then the whole premise of the show kind of fell on his head, right? Maybe. But it actually was pretty decent when it started. Then it fell off so quickly. I think they only had like 5 good episodes or maybe 10. And then it just went downhill and it's never come back.
To 2 comedians talking about their expensive and luxurious lifestyle, the fans started calling him out for this. And instead of doing what he should have done, which was ignore it or
if you've ever know somebody that's on the gear and you're not, this is what it turns into. God almighty, bro. Ronaldo just like Ronaldo just doesn't know what to do. Conor McGregor just chewing his ear off, obviously high as fuck. Just, oh my God, man. This is what happens when you go to clubs sober. This is what happens when you go to clubs sober. Oh.
Maybe looked at it and silently taken the criticism. Tom went full, fuck you guys, you are out of touch, this is my podcast, I can do whatever I want. Responding to comments, raging at his audience. All great things to do when you're trying to win over people that you've spent years culminating. So not only was Tom talking about his expensive lifestyle, but he also had this elitist attitude about himself, which he refused to back down on. It doesn't help that Tom is also constantly joking about and making fun of poor people and calling people who criticize him poors. But those are just jokes, right? It's satire. Now take all that information about the—
By the way, people on the subreddit were calling this out from the beginning. People on the subreddit were not letting him have that. They were talking about him now. He actually does have an issue with poor people. He actually is a little bit of a cunt. I remember even when he was really funny, people it didn't sit right with them that he used that as a bit. People were calling it from the— I remember because I was on the sub when the pod was good, and I remember people saying, yeah, this whole poor shaming thing isn't a bit. There's definitely some grievances he has against people who are less fortunate.
The poors and everything like that. And watch this clip. Tell me that this is satire.
I'm struggling with rent this month. Figure it the fuck out, okay? Like, don't make my life be a problem for your life. Just know that it's your mindset and you're thinking like a fucking loser.
Jesus
but
Christ.
You don't have to. You don't. You can change the way you think, but you have to accept the way you're thinking right now is not going to get you anywhere.
Jesus.
You're being bitter, you're being petty, you're insecure, you're not confident.
I'm not sure if he's trying to be a motivational hustler guy, but there is zero comedy in this, in my opinion. And when Bert Kreischer, of all people, is looking at you like this, that's when you know you have said some dumb shit. People think Tom hates poor people because he makes fun of them all the time, and at first it's pretty obvious he was joking. But the more he went on with this joke, the more people thought it was more of a half joke. Exactly. You know, something that's framed like a joke, but is really just what that person believes. Because even if you're clearly serious, but claim you were joking, you can get away with anything. Well, almost anything. It doesn't really work when you berate and lose your mind at minimum wage employees just trying to earn money to bring home to their families. That's exactly what happened when Tom Segura had his infamous airport meltdown. This incident has been documented extensively. It was all over Twitter, and it was kind of a changing point in Tom's podcasting career. Now picture this. Tom Segura is boarding a flight when, his bag needs to be checked because there's no room on the plane.
You know what's funny about that rant? He's done this numerous times. This is the one that just snapped people. This is the one that made people snap. If you've been paying attention to Tom's social media and shit, he's done this before in the past. This isn't like a new thing. That's the funny thing. This isn't a new thing. It's just for some reason, this particular rant got under people's skins and they just have never been able to forgive him for it.
Which, by the way, is a super common thing to happen on busy flights. The flight attendant will say, hey, there's no room in the carry-on. We'll check your bag for free. And 99% of people would be like, okay, whatever, I'll check it, and be on their way. But not Tom Segura. Do they know who he is? He's best friends with Joe Rogan. He has lots of money. He flies privately, normally. He's friends with Joe Rogan, okay? So he pulled a Ben Stiller and Meet the Parents and did what any normal person would do in this situation. Act like a child and throw a tantrum. Although in this case, it was on Twitter. Let me quote from Tom himself. Dumb c*** from American Air made me gate check my bag so she feels the little power she has in her life. I get it. You win this round. But this wasn't bad enough. When people started to call him out, he needed to double down. Calling everyone who criticized him poor, you're broke! You're fucking poor! And said that their families are poor for a reason. Responding to random fans on Twitter, showing his contempt for them. This is comedic genius here. Great stuff from Tom Segura. This meltdown was so bad that people in Tom's circle had family members reach out to them asking if he was okay. Now let's say you give Tom Segura the benefit of the doubt here. Let's say this was an elaborate joke. He's just pretending to rant about poor people. He's calling this lady a as a bit and tagging American Airlines in that tweet. It's all a goof. It's all a gag. None of it's real. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that is what he was going for here. His fans hated this. I mean, he was clowned all over the internet. with people being like, look at this old, miserable, out-of-touch loser having a meltdown about the smallest inconvenience. Now, this would be pathetic if it was just a regular civilian like you or me, except Tom is literally a comedian. I'm not one of the 1,000 comedians out there, but it doesn't seem like this whole pores thing is working anymore. People aren't looking at Tom making fun of poor people and being like, ha, yeah, I hate poor people too. They're looking at it and being like, damn, this guy seems like kind of a jerk. It seems he'd be better to just give up on the whole poor thing. From a public image perspective, it makes you come across as a bitter and almost cruel.
It's actually, I think the poor thing would work if he was like a quote unquote working class guy that worked his way up. That sort of poor shaming thing could kind of work as a funny bit. Like, you guys are fucking lazy. I did it. You can do it too. No, that time. It's obviously still insulting, but I think because he was literally born in wealth, right? His dad was what? Was it a Merrill Lynch fucking executive? You know, decorated, service guy, served his country and shit. Like, really accomplished dude in business, gave a lot back to charity. Like, wait, funny enough, Tom's dad is actually a badass. If you read, I think I read his obituary one time on stream. And Tom Segura's dad is legitimately a badass. Let me see if I can actually find it. He's actually a fucking badass. Like, Tom Segura dad. I remember somebody wrote something where they said like a tribute for him somewhere. Is that the one? I think this is the one. Yeah, is it Tom Segura's dad? This is the one, yeah? Yeah, there we go. This is the one. Listen to Tom Segura's dad's accomplishments, right? Let's see if I can find it here. Is that the one? No, it's not the one. It's the one with somebody, it's like an obituary for him. It's like a tribute. There we go. Is that the one? Tom Segura. There we go. Thomas N. Segura obituary. Oh, where's it gone? Why can't I click it? Oh, annoying. Let's see if I can find a copy of it. Obituary. Doesn't let you click it anymore. I wonder if maybe they took it down on purpose. Maybe they took it down. Maybe they took it down. Father son exchange. Let's see Tom Segura's obituary. Let me click it, bro. Let me read it. Yeah, this is the one. Listen to how accomplished his dad is. Listen to how accomplished Tom's dad is. Tom's dad sounds like a badass. So R.I.P. Top Dog. R.I.P. fucking Top Dog. Thomas N. Segura of Vero Beach, Florida, passed away on Wednesday, December 29th, 2021. Tom was born to the late H. Weston and Jane Ann Brown Segura on August 26, 1947 in Louisville, Kentucky. He graduated from Xavier University with a bachelor's degree in political science. Badass. Tom was a 3-time state champion Olympic weightlifter. Right? Badass. Winning titles in Kentucky and Ohio. He served as an officer in the Marine Corps and saw battle in Vietnam before retiring as a captain. Already, that's fucking legendary, right? Man studied, political science in college, right? A university. Champion Olympic weightlifter. Served his country. Like, fuck, and retired from the army as a fucking captain. Already he's a badass. Tom then married Rosario Charo Lazareti in 1976 in Lima, Peru. They moved to Cincinnati, Ohio, where Tom started working for Merrill Lynch in a career that spanned 41 years, the last 25 in Vero Beach. His peers and clients alike often cited the loyalty, care, dedication he exhibited in his work and all aspects of life. Tom was committed to giving back to every community in which he lived. He was devoted to improving hours and a specific focus on healthcare. He served for 10 years on the Indian River Community Hospital Board, 4 as a treasurer, 2 as a vice chairman, and 4 as chairman, working hard to create a service-oriented healthcare experience. Tom also was instrumental in the development of building the cancer center. Yo, Tom's dad was actually doing all the things that Tom Segura doesn't do, and he was actually a fan of the poors. Tom Segura's dad was actually trying to help the poors, while Tom Segura was dunking on the poors. You can't make it up. Tom was a lifelong Rotarian a past president of the Rotary Club in Orchard Island, serving 2 terms. Tom also served as almost every level of United Way Indian River County as a board member from 1999 to 2005. And together with his wife, Charo, he chaired the 2006 annual campaign for the United Way, raising well over $2 million. Just this past year, Tom served as a financial analyst in a review for potential funded partners. Also, while recovering from a bone marrow transplant in 2019, Tom was called to serve as vice chair of the board in the VNA. His direct involvement in give Indian River County another material. Tom never let an excuse get in the way of his dedication. Tom was one of the most inaugural members of the Quill Valley. Tom survived by his wife, Charo, his 3 children, Maria, Tom and Jane, his son-in-law Jeff Peterson, and daughter-in-law Christian Segura. Absolute bad boy. But then Segura ends up the way he does. You know, sometimes your kids end up, I won't say disappointing you, but it's like, God damn it, man. I didn't give you this good life for you to end up trying to dunk on paws and shame people working at an airport because they forgot your bag. Like, come on, man. You got to do better than that. You got to do fucking better than that. But, you know, I guess it is what it is.
Person. An angle you'd typically take for this joke is something like playing a character of somebody who's rich and famous while also being an over-the-top, insufferable asshole. The reason why Curb Your Enthusiasm works is Larry David can laugh at himself. He's the butt of the joke most of the time. The audience watches and go, damn, that guy's a bit neurotic. This airport meltdown could have been a sketch and the joke would be on Tom being an asshole instead of just letting them check his bag and move on. Except it's not a sketch. This grown man had a public meltdown and called some lady a I don't know how many times because she made him check his bag. It's easy to see why people think Tom legitimately hates poor people. And if that's the case, that's probably the most elitist thing I've ever heard. Now, this might be justifiable if Tom was poor at some point. He must know what it's like, which is why this joke is about wanting to bring people out of poverty, I guess. That's why he gave the motivational speech. Well, you'll be pleased to know that Tom grew up in a very humble manner. His dad was...
Yeah, I was the same, man. I used to love Top Dog calling in. I love the Top Dog segments, man. Like, man, like, he seemed like such a sweet guy. And you could definitely tell that they had a very close, loving, like funny relationship kind of thing, right? Less kind of dad and son and more like, just 2 dudes talking on the phone. It was always fucking funny. I love these stories.
The vice president of Merrill Lynch, which is an investment management branch of the Bank of America. So, translation, Tom grew up filthy rich. And it seems he still carries that spoiled brat attitude around today. Imagine being
That's the thing though, isn't that weird though? Tom didn't start, that's the thing that's really odd to me. Can't get my head around. He grew up rich, yes, but we didn't know he was a rich cunt until he turned into a rich cunt. So he did it the other way around. Usually people are spoiled brats from when they're young all the way until their adult age. Tom was relatively quite well adjusted and pretty normal and chill, and then suddenly he turned into a cunt overnight. I wonder if that had to do more with the weight. I wonder if losing the weight made him be a cunt because he did it, so he kind of proved to himself you can get skinny and lose weight. So then it made him despise people who were both poor and fat. Because like, hey, you can change those things because I changed one of them. Maybe, but it's weird how he changed it. It usually doesn't happen that way.
Stand-up comedian and thinking that you're better than anybody else, especially when you don't even really tell jokes anymore. You just talk about how rich you are and how much you love cars and private jets. He's really a comedian in name only right now. Imagine if I started making unironic hustle videos on this channel and one day people started saying to me, hey, can you go back to making stuff that I actually want to watch and came here for? And instead of being like, you guys are right, I called everyone stupid pores for criticizing me. It's one thing to change your content. It's another thing to change your content and call everyone stupid who used to watch your content.
Exactly.
It's like, brother, you cultivated this audience. You can't be mad at them for liking your old stuff. It's weird because with Bert Kreischer, with everything you can say about his lying, his annoyingness, his unfunny jokes, he's not...
That's a lot of things. He's lying, he's annoying. That's quite a lot of things.
Not an asshole to his fans. All the interactions I've ever seen or heard about with Bert Kreischer have been good, and other comedians tend to like Bert even if they do spike him with Molly like Ari Shaffir. With Tom, he comes across as such an asshole who detests his fans so much that nobody likes him. Even other comedians don't seem to like him. Why would you listen to a podcast of somebody who detests you? This comedian, I use that word very loosely, is acting like he's a 16th century king and can't stand the poor people around him. Therefore, he wants to live up in his high castle where he doesn't have to look at them. The high castle in this instance being the Hollywood Hills. Tom basically told anybody who had any criticism of him, his attitude, or his podcast to leave and not watch. This is a situation where you should be careful what you wish for, because if you tell people not to watch, they just won't watch. Recently, Tom's podcast network lost Nadav, an employee who had worked there for 7 years. Keep in mind this happened after Steve-O was joking with Danny Brown, alluding to the idea they don't treat their employees great. And while they're definitely still pulling views on the channel, it's safe to say the podcast has peaked. It's one thing to naturally decline, but it's another thing to call your audience poor losers and then being shocked that you don't have an audience.
Yep, we got.
Imagine being a champion weightlifter and combat marine, then seeing your obese son fall down and break his arm.
Exactly. Oh yeah, true. From the layup, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Powerlifting, he probably still powerlifted until his old age, until probably he, unfortunately got cancer and stuff. But he probably was still working out quite regularly. In that headshot, he looks quite jacked still. So, he took care of himself. Clearly kept, healthy mind, healthy body. And then you're seeing your son break his arms trying to go for a layup. Like, yo.
Anymore. But how is Tom's comedy?
Big up. Appreciate it.
That's what it's all about, man. I said he doesn't really do comedy anymore, but that's not entirely true. He had a new comedy special, and it's not good. I mean, it's not poppy, but this is coming from a comedian who flies private, and when he doesn't, throws a temper tantrum. I'm expecting a masterpiece here, and in my opinion, this is pretty bad. It feels lazy. The production value is not what I'd expect from a guy worth as much as Tom. And don't get me wrong, it's not unwatchable. It's just super, super boring. And people who have seen it seem to agree with me. Now, recently it seems that the pores have got to Tom, and he started to change the way he speaks on podcasts. Because, surprise, being a rich elitist douche doesn't really work in comedy, especially when people don't find you funny. It seems he's trying to be a bit more humble, and you know what? People clowning on you for being an out-of-touch asshole is probably a humbling experience. So I'm not surprised he's toned down this bit. He even acknowledged the airport meltdown thing and how he handled it maybe wasn't the best. It could also be the fact that the numbers aren't exactly used to be, which, to be fair, numbers are down for almost all podcasts compared to their pandemic and pre-pandemic numbers, but there is a correlation that should be noted. It's weird comparing the old Rogan crew like Tom Segura and Brendan Schaub with the new Rogan crew. Look at how much more these guys are liked versus the old ones. And that might be a video in the future. Has Tom Segura experienced a downfall the same as Brendan Schaub? No, not even close. He's not failing financially like Schaub, but he's not exactly thriving like he used to be. It's not like Tom isn't beyond saving, although I will say it's tough to regain a fan base that you told to leave. But Tom cultivated this fan base because of his comedy, not because of his luxurious lifestyle. But who knows? Maybe I'm just a poor. I grew up with washcloths in the house. My parents didn't work as higher ups at any company, let alone a company that makes $1 gabillion a year like Tom's dad. But if being a poor means I'm not a miserable, materialistic, and unlikable dude like Tom, maybe I'm happy I'm a poor.
But in general, anyway, I think a lot of these guys are giving fucking people that grew up
Joe
rich.
made Tom.
A lot of these people are giving rich people a bad name anyway, in general. I don't think it's a bad thing to grow up with money. I think there's plenty of well-adjusted people that grow up with some level of affluence and are pretty fine. I think these guys are just assholes and take their position for granted and are entitled and bratty and whatever else it may be. But I don't think all rich people are like this. It's not the case. It's just these guys are the worst of the worst. And the thing sometimes what's the worst about it is that they try and act like they are like the regular person. They like the working class. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the thing that's like, it's like, bro, like, your parents didn't work that hard for you to then try and cosplay as a blue-collar working-class person. Just use that wealth and that privilege that you have for the better. Use that carefree, use that freedom, the ability to take risk, to do fun and interesting things. Put on a good show for your fans, whatever it may be. I don't know. Help people, whatever it is. Don't be a fucking arsehole and then try and act like you made it all on your own and you did it. But it's like, what? Like, come on. Don't insult our intelligence. But anyway, we don't give a fuck. Who fucking cares? Anyways, my friends, I have to go. Gym time. I need to charge my phone, head to the gym and shit, do my shit. Thank you for those of you tuning in. If you already tuned in and you like the stream, please like it. Come on, do us a favor, like the fucking stream. Do us a favor. Like the stream down below. I'll be back later on tonight with a Taz episode, I think. Patreon episode for the Tom Brady episode is going to go out later as well today, so you'll get that on your notification. So if you're not subscribed to the Patreon, do it now. Patreon.com/Agostino. Only $1 to join. You can subscribe on there. That'd be greatly appreciated. But yeah, man, thank you for tuning in. Random Show episode number 226 episode. Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure, never a fucking chore. It's been fucking brilliant to hang out and have some fun times with you guys. So thank you for chilling with me. Please make sure you like the stream. Links to all my stuff can be found in the description. And I'll see you guys in a few hours. But for now, take care, be safe, be well wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Big up Andy Ward, I see you. NJ Ranger, David Guerrero, Austin Casey, big up. Podcastables, Coiler, my guy. Hope you're good as well. Take care of yourself. Joel from MIA, Dexter Watson. Who else I see here? Eli Winslow. Big up. Josie, of course, my darling. Hope you're well. David Smith. Brian. Purple Rax. Everybody here. Appreciate all of you. Shades Cow. Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure. Never a chore. Abe Martinez as well. I see you there as well earlier. Thank you for tuning in. Big up all of you. Much love, much respect. And I'll see you again very, very soon. But for now, take care. Be well. Peace out, my friends. Peace out, my friends.